Ooh, like the 301 hum, bats of bullets off your chest to the armor falling off. Oh god, all those gas making you cough, feeling caustic when I drop. Leave your body in a pile, let it rot. Shield cells got a lot, watch you move, you a bot. Watch you fade like a thought, Skull Town where I bang. Watch your life, watch your drain, never getting off the train, never drop another game, yeah. 301 in my hands, different drop, same plan. To my squad, I'm the man, I'ma win this, no I can't. Sending shots, no spam, accurate, watch them slam, watch them run while they can, make them slump. Give me the loot, take what I want, all of my rounds, light like the sun, yeah I am the one, lighting you up. R301, you're all that I need, you're all that I want. We at the top, act like we scum, taking your life and leaving the crumbs. Do what we want, we get the dub, living that life, yeah, R301. I got the size, H-Cog, mega civilized, no rock, standing mad, more shots, standing stock, ready pop.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Happy Wednesday. You have arrived at the final night of Season 4 of Series E Apex Legends. My name is Yeso. I will be your host for the final time this season, and I'm looking forward to celebrating the end of another awesome season of Series E Apex Legends with all of you. Now, for those of you that may be new and not quite sure what we do here at Series E, I want to break it down for all of you, okay? Now, Series E is a professional esports circuit across multiple titles that absolutely anyone can join. We've got Guilty Gear Strive, Halo Infinite, and of course Apex Legends. Now the way things work is players go out and they compete in our open qualifiers, and the best of the best make it into Series E. That means that those players will sign a contract. They will get partnered with one of our partnered brands. They make a monthly salary and they get to compete weekly for points and prize money. In Apex Legends, it's every Tuesday night against other open squads, just like they used to be themselves. And then every single Wednesday, they play against some of the best pros from all across North America. So if you and your friends want to get in on the fun, head over to matcharena.com/ESA to sign up. And for any further information, esportsarena.com has you covered. Now, of course, as we turn towards tonight, we're preparing to crown our champions here for Season 4, and it's going to be Team Vizio. That gap they have at the top of the standings is going to be too large for anybody to catch up to them. They have been the most dominant team all throughout this season. Of course, you can throw it back to their strong start with multiple Pro Night victories in a row to start the season, and the consistency they've brought throughout the entire 16 weeks of the season. They have been incredible to watch, and rightfully so will be our champions this time around. Of course, Phony and Fury will be winning their second title here in Series E. If you throw back to Season 2, they won it for the first time with Team Pringles, and now bringing in Scissors for this season, they will sit atop Series E once again. So congratulations to them, and we'll see if maybe they can cap that season off with a big victory here on a Pro Night. Of course, the competition will be stiff, but we'll see what they can do. Now, before we jump into the action here for tonight, I want to tell you about a little something new we are doing at our esports arena locations all across the country, and it's called PvE. A lot of esports competitions, you can look at Series E, for example, ask you to commit 3, maybe even 4 hours of your day to compete in a long bracket. And while that can be fun and exciting for some, not all have the opportunity to commit that kind of time. Maybe you want to compete in more bite-sized pieces. Well, PvE is the answer. At esports arena locations all across the country, every single week from Wednesday to Sunday, we now run 4 different leaderboards across different games, each with its own $500 prize pot. All you have to do is go out to your local esports arena, purchase some tokens that you will use for entries in the different leaderboards, and then put up your best scores. And you can keep track of those leaderboards all throughout the week on our 24/7 YouTube live stream. And maybe if your scores have fallen down the leaderboard as you hit Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, you can go back in to your local esports arena and compete once again. So head out to your local esports arena today. If you use ! locations in Twitch chat right now, you can find an esports arena near you. Now, we have our good friend Fizzy in Studio White right now to test out one of the titles that you can compete in right now. So let's check out what Fizzy's got going on here. Aim Labs, one of the games you can compete in this week to put up your top scores. We test all kinds of games, and you can compete in all different titles every single week. Certain games that we have featured: Apex Legends, Call of Duty Warzone, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Mario Kart, Aim Labs, Valorant, Halo Infinite, and more. We are always putting new games out there, new competitions for you to try. So make sure to come back every single week to see what's going on with PvE. Reminder, exclamation point locations you can find an esports arena near you. Now, Fizzy here up over 34,000 on his score 15 seconds ago, trying to chase down that 70% accuracy mark here, looking to get the flicks right now. But looking pretty solid. If you guys think you can beat Fizzy in his score and the scores of all the other players all across the nation, go out to Esports Arena today. 54,000 there for Fizzy. So well played to him over there in Studio White. So again, exclamation point locations. Go to your local Esports Arena today, purchase some tokens, and get in on the fun. Remember, that's $500, excuse me, not too crazy here. $500 for each different leaderboard, and you can compete in all of them today. So make sure to check that out. But let's turn our attention back to tonight. Of course, the final night of Series E competition here. And we've got our casters ready to go, the players loading into the lobby. We're ready to have some fun. So let's kick off our final night of the season as we close out another season of Series E Apex Legends.
Series E. Series E.
Series E.
Series E. Series E.
Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E Apex Legends starts right now.
And now we're seeing it once again, just like Game 2, slow down, but Fury
time and time again, and geez, if they think they're winning it, chances are they're winning it.
So he gets thirsted by Zera Tricky as Hakula is going to come around the corner with the spray, and now it's just one player alive over here, and this was...
What is up, everybody? Welcome to Series E. Happy 420. Blaze your Nerf guns. If you get a headache, grab some Excedrin, Tony, because it's Excedrin week. How you feeling, my guy?
I'm feeling good. It's exciting to be here, ready to hot drop into this action, man. It's Apex, and I think is this the final time for Season 4? There's no way this is the last time we're doing this for Season 4.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. It just absolutely flew by. This is the makeup from the previous week, actually, because we had a little bit of a issue going on last week, and now we had to reschedule. But everybody's back, and why not have it right before Sweden, Tony? Because everybody is getting ready for the playoffs that is coming up right around the corner. Just like Yeso was saying, Vizio has this thing on lock. It's really about who's going to be kind of scuffling it out for that final position to see who's going to go through the relegation. Let's go ahead and break down what happens here in Series E. If you're new to this is your point distribution. And as we always do, we keep that ALGS format. 12 points for a win, going all the way down to that big goose egg, 16 through 20. 1 point per kill, and we got a $2,000 prize pool. Tony, we're in for a lot of action today for Series E. We have Series E Apex, and then we have Series E Halo coming up, so I'm pretty stoked. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Hopefully you guys stick around for both of those, because we're going to be here for a while. And we're going to have some really good teams today, Tony. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. Double header. I get to spend extra time with you. You know, I have to pay extra for that, apparently. I got to pay to spend time with T-Squared, and we're going to start off right with some Apex. Like you said, the point system very similar to how they do with ALGS, and you got to balance out those placer points with those kill points. That's one of the things that make things so exciting when it comes to Apex Legends competitive. Normally, these teams will start off a little bit slower in the beginning, and they're kind of filling each other out, but then it gets to the point where those finals 2 games, you know, you got to make some moves, especially on the right side of the leaderboard. So you might see a lot of teams start to get more aggressive. I love me some Apex competitive. And speaking of which, why don't we talk about the teams that we're going to be seeing drop into the action today?
Yeah, keep in mind, some of the teams are going to be missing because they are going to be on their way to Sweden already. Some players are already getting ready, taking their flights and getting there and settling in. So you are going to see an absolutely stacked lobby still. In terms of the teams that I'm looking out for, I mean, you obviously have Complexity coming in here with Monsoon. You have to watch out for them. CLG, they qualified in 9th place. G2 getting some last-minute practice in. RCO, they really popped off. We knew that we're probably going to have the 50-50 between CLG and Exet for the final time this season. Renegades has been really stepping up. The new Start a Fight team is an old-school team that we had in Series E Season 1. Rakinishu, Pickett, and then Aves instead of Crummy right there. So I'm excited to see what they're going to do. That's the former Team Rockstar team. Torrent, always a really good squad as well. So a lot of really good teams here that are going to be contesting our partner teams.
Yeah, really excited about some of these players too. Like you mentioned, Torrent. Like I love watching Rambo's point of view when he has himself a charge rifle, when he has himself an R301. It seems like the man doesn't miss. I mean, he plays on 3-3 sets, so he man better not miss on 3-3 sets. I've been watching GS Bird as well on his Twitch recently, and this dude's an absolute nuisance on any map, whether it be World's Edge or whether it be Storm Point, and also like Vizio. I mean, we talk about Vizio week in and week out. They're most likely going to come out with the big win, their second win for Phony and Fury, and there's a reason for it. They just play good fundamental Apex. It's always a pleasure getting to watch their screen.
And when you think about how they won Season 2 and they're about to win Season 4, you think about the Season 3 winners, which was Team Intel, which turned into Team Esports Arena, which is one of the best teams, if not the best team in North America right now. So Vizio, has it in them basically, Tony, to potentially be that good of a team. And it's just a matter of time before they kind of put it together. They do have kind of an unorthodox play style in terms of getting to the middle, playing Loba, etc., etc. We've seen them do huge things in certain game types, but they have to really keep it consistently as we take a look at that overall leaderboard. Team Excedrin during Excedrin week, I mean, that's going to be tough to beat them if you're Team Nerf. We'll see what happens. You're basically needing Excedrin to drop a goose egg, and you're going to need to win this thing. So maybe you just end up landing where they're landing, Tony.
Yeah, it's only right that we have all eyes on Team Excedrin when it comes to Excedrin week. And by the way, guys, if you guys happen to suffer from headaches or staring at a screen all day long, make sure you type in !Excedrin in the chat. Not only will it lead you to the website, we can obviously buy some of their phenomenal products, but on top of that, they actually have, have advice and have really good information on how to prevent headaches. So, they're going to stop you from getting the headaches. Obviously cure it away, so to speak, but they also help you prevent it from getting it long term. So big shout out to Excedrin and everything they're doing for the gaming community.
Yeah, that's awesome to see Excedrin coming in there. And again, with them being in third place, it's their week. It seems kind of right. But in terms of, strategy, I really do think that Nerf may have an opportunity if they decide that they want to 50-50 them, Tony. If they're trying to keep their spot going forward into the next season, that could be the move. But it's also extremely risky because for a fact that that's what they've done. They've landed in their spot over and over again. So I'm excited to see exactly what pans out for today. I would anticipate the teams that have qualified for the playoffs are the teams that are going to kind of excel today. Those seems to be the teams that should be hunkering down and not kind of playing lackadaisical compared to the other squads that are coming through. And then obviously Excedrin and Nerf, those are teams that are really going to pop off. What's unfortunate for Nerf is that they kind of start off fairly slow, and then they started to really put it together over the last coming weeks, and that's something that you touched base on.
Yeah, one thing you got to watch out for Excedrin, especially when it goes to Storm Point, is their zone predictability is absolutely insane. Like, they always seem to be in the right place at the right time and always first to the best defensive buildings. And then once they get set up, once they hunker down, they are ready to fight. They have no problem getting into these individual battles or these 3v3 situations. So maybe it might behoove Nerf to maybe try to get them off the map as soon as possible, because once they start predicting the zones, once they start getting into their ultimate, defensive position, it's going to be really hard to get them out and really hard to stop them from scoring points.
I mean, you have a lot of teams that are really good at predicting zones, and then you have a handful of other things that are going on with teams that play the Edge. And speaking of people that are going to be playing the Edge, that's G2. And if you're playing in this Series E Fantasy League, I would highly recommend picking up some of those players. Tony, I'm pretty sure you're an active, frequent at the top. And this isn't your first rodeo. Tell the people about Series E Fantasy League.
I love me some fantasy. I mean, the thing I love about specifically the Series E fantasy is that you don't have to sign up for a website. You don't have to put your email in, make a password, all that good stuff. Literally just look for the tweet, go in and reply with 3 players that you think are going to pop off. One of my tricks is I think you have to respect the damage. You get 1 point per 200 damage, and with these professional players, it's actually a lot easier for them to put 200 damage than it is for them to put kills. So find out who your IGLs are, find out who the players on mouse and keyboard that are literally sniping from across the map, putting on the damage, while also getting that intel, because they're usually ones to actually pop off in the points. I'll give you guys a little bit that secret sauce, all right? Now, Uncle Tony got you, don't worry.
All right, so I'm going to throw out a couple names that I think are just absolute beasts when it comes to damage, right? You got to look out for G2. When you're talking about IGLs, looking at 6 on Ghost Gaming is someone that really stands out. I'm looking at Madness. Madness is a player that constantly stands out, but also that charge rifle that you mentioned, Tony. That thing farms all the damage.
Yes.
So look for the Gibby players that are kind of sitting back, maybe sniping, picking up damage, and not picking up those type of kills, because kills are going to be hard to come by today. I mean, when you look at the points that are, what do you think the overall winner in terms of not the fantasy league, but who wins the lobby today? What do you think their point total is going to be? Do you think it's going to be like above 75 or over 75?
I think with this lobby, I think it's going to be very hard for it to score points. So I wouldn't doubt it's going to be under triple digits. Under 75, I'm not sure. I'm going to say about 86 points are going to be able to come out with the win on this. That's going to be my number. So I'm going to go above 75. But lots of times with open nights, we'll see a team break 100. And I think with this level of talent, with this many teams that are going to be gunning for that #1 spot, I don't think it's going to be that easy.
I think that's pretty close. I'm excited to see which team it's going to be as we take a look at the landing spots coming through. It's the last Pro Day in Season 4 Series E. It's absolutely flown by. Thank you to everybody that's watched, whether this is your everyday watching or if this is your first time watching, as we see where Excedrin's landing over towards the staging side. And I don't believe they are being contested. Maybe a team is landing close. We'll see who that yellow trail was.
Yeah, I mean, again, all eyes are going to be on Excedrin, and again, not because it's Excedrin weak, it's because this is a team that's currently in 3rd place, and you're seeing Nerf trying to gun for that spot. They don't want to have to go through qualifier. They don't want to be regulated, and Excedrin are going to do everything they can to ultimately come out on top, but they're already taking some heavy damage. It looks like our Valkyrie player actually almost going down to 1 shot right here, and you're seeing Lee going to have to try to reposition to try to get back into this fight. Excedrin already on the ropes.
Shout to Fearless in the chat. I see you, buddy. Got Exet fighting against CLG like always. You also have Torrent. They're going to be going up against Crack Bear, and one of our newer teams here in Series E. Excited to see what they're going to be able to do. Again, big fan of watching what Torrent's doing, and you called it, Rambo with the charge rifle. He's the first one to get the kill and the flush. That is absolutely in sync, basically, Tony. Not Backstreet Boys, definitely in sync, as Exet is just bailing on out of here. This is kind of the Exet special. They love to take this route going on over towards the Snake side and realizing if they don't have the advantage and if they don't have the armors that they're absolutely looking for and the weapons, they need to bail and play the late game.
Yeah, this isn't a ranked lobby, so you're not going to see these teams overcommit to any one individual gunfight. If they don't feel they have that advantage, and really rotate out of there and try to get into a better position. Lots of times when you see these, round 4, round 5 deals, they'll have literally triple the amount of teams than like your normal diamond or masters ranked lobby. These guys are playing for the win. They understand how important placement is as far as if you're not getting those kills in order, but then adding those placement points to those kills and trying to gun for that first place spot is going to be crucial. And the difference between you either ending up on the left side of the bracket when it comes to the end result or ending on the right side in like 19th or 20th place.
And it's DXT, the team that was contesting over here. So this is really good for Team Nerf, bad for Excedrin. We'll see if this plays a kind of role in that 3rd, 4th battle going forward, because we know how many points Nerf's going to need in order to do something big. And they're going to need, a top 3 performance, if not a win. And again, Excedrin needs to basically lose a majority of these 50-50s, if not all of them, if they want to go and stand a chance. But anything can happen here in the last day on the Pro Night. Bubble is going to go down. The Rampage shot's not really connecting there for Vayne, but that's the first knock from Davis Wave onto Kimchi Lee. That's not a good sign there for Excedrin to start.
And we are seeing DXT actually rocking with the Loba in this one, so very serious, very similar to how you see Phony and Fury play things out. I mean, I think Loba's really good. I was actually watching a couple competitive tournaments recently, and I've been seeing them really start to struggle, especially these slower teams, start to struggle with running out of resources, whether that be ammo, whether that be shields, medkits. Like Loba in the late game is so crucial because you don't have to overextend or waste a bubble to go after loot and be able to regain those resources. Drop that ultimate, steal from those boxes in a safe position, and always be ready to fight, especially when it comes to explosives. And ordinances in this game are so underutilized. You should be starting every one of your pushes with them and at least trying to finish off some of those players that are cracked and hiding behind corners with those nades.
Nerf getting to the late game here. And you know what's crazy? Well, it is 50-point difference, Tony. Just imagine if Excedrin got last place here, 0 points, and if Nerf is in an amazing spot, was able to win this game with, say, maybe 20, 25 points, that lead is immediately cut in half from one game. And the pressure could start getting to Excedrin. They are getting 50-50. this could potentially happen. We'll see what Nerf's going to be able to do, but I agree with what you're talking about with Loba. I think Loba is also viable in Stormpoint, which makes Loba extremely powerful, but it's awesome to see what's going on in Apex Legends right now. I mean, every time we switch to a certain team, they're playing a different composition, and this is that composition that Esports Arena, Team Esports Arena, made so famous here in North America, and you know, they just played it so well, and I think that's why other teams were like, okay, I can definitely see this, and it's kind of like, you know, what is it, that 4-minute mile, right? Once everyone sees what the, you know, potential is, and once everyone sees what the meta can be, then they're going to go and step it up there. So I think that Nerf getting back here, especially with Caustic and turns being on Caustic, is going to be really powerful for them.
Yeah, I can't lie. I'm not the biggest fan when it comes to the caustic meta, but there's no doubt that it is so powerful. And the more caustic you go up against, sometimes you just need a caustic on your team just to counter your opponent's caustic, because it's so popular, especially for these teams that want to get in and get into a position late towards the edge, and you're playing against a team that's already hunkered down in the building, already having that defensive positioning, like a team like Excedrin that we were talking about earlier. By the way, I really like Nerf's positioning here towards where this hill was moving. I mean, it is pulling hard south, and any teams that landed in Dome early are definitely not going to have a long rotation, where a team like, for example, Furia or DXT, they are definitely going to be playing edge for now, and they might end up running into G2 on their rotation forward.
I love watching G2 play, right? Because you think, okay, they're landing Thermal Station, and there's a handful of different ways they can go around this mountain, but they're taking the way that they kind of want to find fights, and they're pretty sure that there's going to be a team over here. That's why they're going to go there. And when you take these fights, you assume they're going to be kind of excluded and away from everybody, or secluded, excuse me, and you see DXT. They are in the vicinity, potential third party. So you're not expecting two teams to be playing this late on the edge. At that point in time, as you see RKN getting some knocks onto Xset, Rambo coming through. Torrent has been looking extremely strong. Here comes the last player. The Valkyrie just gets absolutely melted. All three players going down. Xset going out. Knowing that they didn't have much loot could have been a factor in that team fight there.
Yeah, Torrent really happy. Not only were they able to obviously survive that battle, but they get themselves some free loot right there, so nobody should be leaving that gunfight with white armor, where they kind of started some of it with that. I also noticed, I believe I saw Rambo actually rocking the Bangalore here on World's Edge. I don't see that much unless I'm watching a Shiv stream, but there's no doubt that Bangalore is so powerful. The moment that enemy starts to look at it, starts to provide that damage, that extra speed boost, the smokes to create cover where cover normally isn't, and then obviously that ultimate to really apply damage can be really useful. I normally don't see Bangalore competitive, at least not in World's Edge, and I'm really excited to see her make a return.
Could have been one of those accidental picks, playing matchmaking, playing ranked, playing pubs, goes to the bathroom, goes to wash his hands after snacking, and then gets locked in on Bangalore. Or, you know, one of his teammates could have just stole one of his legends, Tony, and then he gets locked onto Bangalore. No, he's most likely trying it out, but Nerf is in the back over here, like you said, with great positioning, looking really, really solid. 30-30 PK. I like this combo. I think the 3X is so good in this type of situation. And like you said, pay attention to the loot here. 6 cells seems like a lot, but unless you're winning these fights, these trades are extremely valuable. So anytime you can do damage and not take damage, that's going to be big. But they're coexisting in one of the god spots right now, so Nerf has to be careful.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I said I love this positioning, because they're already towards the edge of the actual zone itself, and then they don't have to worry about anybody coming on the backside, because there is nothing coming forward from Dome. So all they have to do is worry about what's in front of them. Now, sadly, there is a team in front of them, so I don't think Nerf want to coexist for too long. The 17 squads on the map, I think eventually they're going to want to have to push this team out and either make them reposition or have to full kill them, and it's RCO that, something tells me they're not backing down. Looks like they want this position just as bad as Nerf do.
This is what's so important about the Caustics here too. So it's going to have to be kind of this turns versus Sleepy Panda battle that's going on while everyone else is kind of sitting in the back. It's about who can get their barrels up furthest, as Sleepy Panda takes a ton of damage from behind. Not quite sure what he was doing back there, to be honest with you. It looks like he was maybe putting some barrels out over towards the backhand side, or just got a little bit curious. But, well, it doesn't look like there is. Oh, the whole team is full sending on this. This is really good for Nerf.
Yeah, they forced that early bubble to come in. Once Sleepy Panda got wrecked, I mean, that team that saw it as an opportunity to start to grind forward, and now we're seeing RCO in the middle of two different teams. They are the beat in a sandwich that they are not enjoying here on Dome. More damage coming in from our Valkyrie player, going near down to one shot. Luckily, they have the gold armor, so not only are they able to use one cell to gain 2 bars of health, but they can do the same thing with syringes as well. So gonna go right back up to full health, but I'm still not liking the positioning here for RCO. I mean, I think eventually they will have to give this up in some way, somehow, or commit to that fight with Nerf, which we know they want that positioning just as much as they do. I think that might be the RCO's only play right there, is to fight Nerf and to grind forward as opposed to trying to exit once again.
Thing is, if they both fight, I think there's going to be a third party because this spot is just so darn good. This is a potential game-winning spot depending on where the zone is going to go. So you saw a lot of discipline from both of those teams. I mean, it was more a defensive reaction coming in from RCO. Nerf started to push up a little bit, but that team that went in with the bubble realized because we didn't get an immediate knock, we have to just back off of this because we could potentially win this fight and take it really cleanly, but if someone else gets knocked and we don't hit the armor swaps, their team's going to immediately collapse on that. So really smart and high-level plays from all 3 teams involved over here as you see what Torrent's up to. They bailed. They were in the zone for a little bit, and now they went on back over towards Geyser because they're trying to play the edge. Getting up top on this hill now after you slid down is really, really difficult. So I'm a little bit worried for Torrent. They're most likely going to take some different routes and go all the way around.
Yeah, whenever I see a Bangalore and a Valkyrie in the same composition, that tells me that Torrent is wanting to fight. They want to be aggressive towards that edge, as opposed to if you had a Caustic in your lineup, or even maybe like a Crypto, that tells me you want to get in early circle, early as possible, and defend the position. Torrent definitely wants to add kills. I mean, they already do. I mean, looking at 3 assists and 2 kills, and that's just coming out of our Valkyrie player, just him alone. So obviously, Torrent very comfortable with fighting. Round 2 hills closing in, and it looks like instead of electing to walk towards that edge, they're going to take height with Valkyrie. This is going to give them any kind of information on where some of these other teams are and make rotating a bit faster for them.
We have a scan onto the next zone. You can see that it's going to continue to pull on over towards the Dome side. Hello, speaking of Dome, Bubble is going to go down from Nano. Nice PK shots, good little peek coming through here. Are they going to full send into the gas? They are absolute psychos. Mamba's going to be the only one not taking damage throughout all of this. That is RCO just getting clapped, but they do get Mamba down, and now you assume a third party from Nerf is going to come there. That's Asura with the first knock, and that is the cleanup coming in. As predicted, Tony, I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about before this fight started.
Yeah, I mean, CLG kind of did it before when they pushed RCO in that position. They saw Nerf coming in. They decided to back down and play their life. They had to try to do it again. And, sometimes what goes around comes around. And it looks like Nerf are going to come out the winners in that one. Now, they might have been getting pushed. Speaking of getting pushed, Torrent are as well. They're already losing their Valkyrie player. That's going to leave our Gibby and our Bangalore by themselves. RKN and Rambo going to have to fight this 2v3 scenario. But the R99 shots looking strong.
Unfortunately, has a charge rifle in the back pocket instead of something like a PK, Massive, EVA 8, Mosam, anything in terms of a shotgun or anything besides a charge rifle would have been better there, and that's why he ends up going and electing for the reload, because you know that charge rifle takes a little bit to charge up, and then it's not going to really do that damage that you're hoping for close range unless you get a really spot-on shot. And Atlanta Premier now going to drop down. They're coming through around the corner looking for some more damage. I mean, really great bubble fight coming through and great third party from Atlanta Premier. But there's another fight that's taking place. You have Furia going in with Renegades. You have Nestle Splash getting involved as well over towards the opposite side of where the bridge is. And now that's going to be all that she wrote for Splash. DXT with the late rotation coming around is able to get that. But I was going to say, where is G2? We know that they're playing the edge, and Designful is there immediately to collapse on Davis Wave.
Big kills coming out of DXT. However, G2 coming in with the third party. Hey, sometimes that's what Apex is all about. They were in round 3 hill. There's just not enough real estate for all of these teams. G2 stealing away 1, and Vayne gonna try to find the exit, but now he's turning back into some more shots and gonna take a little bit of a different route here. 12 squads remaining, 32 players physically on the map, and Vayne just trying to stay alive and trying to stay as one of them.
Yeah, 32 players physically there, 28 tapped out mentally, or at least cheering their teammates on. Overall, G2 is one of the best teams at playing the edge. If you haven't watched them play before, well, welcome to the show. Not as much damage as they normally get, but it's really fun to watch them kind of make their maneuvers as they just continue to pick up loot along the way and then find a random spot into zone like 4 or round 5. That's a really great power position. I'm not quite sure how they do it. They're just so comfortable with their team fighting abilities. They feel like they can get away with everything. But here goes the poll again, taking a look at the teams that are in Lava City. They're going to have to move. That's going to be a lot of death coming in from that area, and who's going to get a lot of that pressure? That's going to be Complexity. So sometimes, you look at this opportunity as like, hey, yeah, we can get a lot of kills here. You also have a lot to manage, Tony. So this is a big risk, big reward type of play happening for Complexity.
And speaking of G2, they might end up running right into Vayne, who's currently ratting it out in that tunnel real soon. I'm noticing there's a bit of a change in their composition. Actually running a Ryzen. When I think of a Ryzen composition, I think of a team that really wants to get aggressive, that really wants to fight. That ultimate's so valuable with starting off pushes and sucking the enemy defense in, chucking those nades to doing that damage. And now I'm trying to find where there he is. They end up spotting him out immediately. I thought it was a really cheeky spot coming in from Vayne, but G2 knew exactly where he was. That's going to be an easy kill coming out of them. And we do have a kill lead that's going to be designed for. How do you like Horizon in this composition for G2? I've seen Horizon a lot in when it comes to Storm Point. I haven't seen her too much here in World's Edge.
Right, and that's, a great point to make there, because you wonder, are they playing Horizon as, a test? Or are they just trying to get more practice for Designful on Horizon because he knows that he could have Caustic mastered at any given point in time? But that's one of the things about G2 is they kind of monitor the lobby, and if they realize that they need to go and make a change, that's something that they will continue to do. So I think that's a really great part of their gameplay, and it's a great point that you brought up.
But now with Lazarus, they're rocking Wraith. I've been happy to see Wraith come back into the meta here. I was sick of Octane. Octane's bored. Wraith is cool as a start a fight, looking to start a fight right now. I like their positioning here. Again, back towards no man's land. They do not have to worry about what's behind them, only what's in front of them. They have a decent amount of cover here. As I say that, they are getting ulted, and it looks like we don't have a Gibby bubble to defend from this. So we're playing all the way toward the back. We're maybe about to fall off here. Start a fight. They were looking for a fight there, but they might have bit off a little bit more than they could chew because they are getting melted.
There goes the bubble as requested, but they did take a lot of damage, and you can see the syringes being popped by Aves and Picket. Rakinisha going to go and elect to go with the cells, which means that he's most likely out of batteries, because otherwise he would have been going and hitting that one overall. But I'm a little nervous. They're going to slide off the map. I mean, one frag grenade, and that's going to be see you later, start a fight. Surprised no one's finger rolled one down there quite yet, but it's interesting to see. Oh, he's making me nervous, man. He's making me, my palms are sweaty mom spaghetti.
Yeah, man, I'm too anxious for this. This anxiety is really kicking my butt right now. Again, I like where they are in relative to the circle, but they just don't have the coverage that they need. And now just information coming in. Now that Valkyrie ult came in, so now as they're falling down, the recon passive comes in, so they know exactly where start a fight is. They know that they're in a non-advantageous position as 3 players just messing around with that one loot box. We do see Vizio deciding to bubble forward. It's like they're trying to get into a fight themselves. Vizio have always been really good at picking and choosing their fights, but now they're actually going right up into high ground. I'm not liking this positioning here. Phony off the screen, going to be taking massive amounts of damage. Actually, Phony going to be the first one to fall here. Scissors wingman shots connecting hard and absolutely obliterating one, but they're still taking damage is Vizio.
Oh no, another defensive bombardment's coming their way, plus they're getting pinched over from the side. This is not looking good. High Peak Esport with the great angle. They're going to be getting the knock and the flush onto Scissors, onto Phony. That's going to be Vizio getting eliminated in 8th place. That hill is absolutely brutal coming in from Lava City. We know Complexity was sitting up over towards the top in that trailer. I'm curious to see what they were doing the entire time. 7 squads, all full squads over here. High Peak is probably the furthest away from the zone, and they're going to have to deal with that team. Excuse me, that team on over towards the side. It's going to be tough. We'll see what they elect to do. It's Lazarus who's putting the pressure on them.
And this is what I love about working with Apex. This is what I love about watching Apex. This is it. 44 seconds in round 5. Yo, still 7 squads remaining. Look how tiny that circle is. There is not enough real estate for all of these teams. They are now forced to fight. They have to make every micro decision matters right now. This is a game of chess. One wrong move is going to knock a team out into 7th place or possibly get them a top 2 placing. Lazarus getting eyes on a bubble fight. As soon as that bubble ends up going down, they immediately start to fire a couple of cheeky shots and gonna force that team to relocate. And now Lazarus are grinding forward and are on the hunt.
Great knock there from Bird. You know he's feeling confident when he's not even healing there, Tony. He could have easily gone and hit some cells here. He has 17 of them as he's got that red shield. But he senses blood in the water, and he's going to go for the kill as one of those players that you mentioned before we started the event. You've been popping in his stream fairly often. A great Gibby player. Questionable battery usage, though. There's plenty of time for the cells, my guy. Yeah, there you go.
It looks like you might have heard you there. Hey, Coach Tom will go get you right. Make sure you pay attention as a Razor dropping a few canisters here. Bursty taking a bit of damage, but luckily he has that opposing bubble to work with. And luckily the R301, so reliable, ends up hitting a couple of shots, but not enough. Takes a little bit more damage than he ends up giving out. And now that Storm is coming in hot. One player already down, the second one gonna join him, and that's gonna be it for Team Razor. Team Nerf, who are trying to steal away that third place spot, getting another full kill. They have the killer, they have the slaves, but now they're running into yet another squad.
The double PK shot. Everybody thought that they could push in. Nerf was like, all right, go in on that. I got the damage. Turns takes over towards the high ground. They go out in fourth place. That trailer from Complexity is still in, and the God spot. It's where the zone is going to eventually be ending. But you can see the random Watson generator. Okay, I'm not quite sure how that, you know, I'm not sure if Abe's crafted one as Ash and all of a sudden there was some crazy update, or if we got a Watson in here somewhere. We have to have one.
Well, you know what? That's really good for Matt Pickett right there. He is loving this as he's just healing really quickly and trying to get right back into the action. Although Nerf might have fell in fourth place, I did see a player with 5 kills and a decent amount, and at least 4 assists. So lots of kills going in favor of Nerf. Let's watch out for that when the scoreboard comes around. But either way, our final 3 squads. It's like, I want to say Complexity, Lazarus, and Start a Fight. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct. And it's interesting that Complexity, that is a team that lands all the way on the north-hand side of the map, an epicenter, is able to go and get this spot all the way towards the south side in Dome. I mean, that is just great zone knowledge.
Let's go. That's a win.
that's a dub. You know, they win the game after that one, Tony.
On to game 2.
Yeah, on to game 2. As Start a Fight is that generator doesn't end. All right, I see why people are switching on over to Watson now. That generator is going to be there until game number 2 as well.
And it's a great defense. It's a great counter to the Gibby ultimate as well. So, I mean, while that generator is just sitting there, they're enjoying it with that extra shields. But also, if any kind of bombardment comes in, it should be neutralized. Meanwhile, G's Bird Rampage is revved up, and he's looking to fight. The Rampage already really good from long range. You can put down damage. But once you rev it up, once that fire rate comes so fast and it gives you barely any recoil, it's really, it's such an absolute nuisance to deal with. To be honest with you, I was hoping it's gonna get care package. It's saying it is too strong sometimes as the defensive bombardment is coming in. Lazarus not liking that one bit. The Storm on their backside, the bombardment on their front, but they end up finding an angle onto the Gibby player, so they're gonna drop a bubble of their own. They're looking to fight the Peacekeeper coming in, putting the shot into the body, but G's Bird ends up going down. It looks like this is gonna be the final player alive here, trying to pull off the 1v1 against Monsoon. Beautiful shots, and that's gonna be it. Lazarus somehow coming on top in that battle. Beautifully played by them.
I would have freaked out if Monsoon was going to be able to do that one, but that was an amazing finish by Lazarus. I think a lot of that comes down to your boy Bird, because Bird was able to hold on to the bubble for the perfect time, and then all of a sudden you see Monsoon charges in there, gets a double PK shot onto Bird. At that point you wonder where the third party is going to come in from Start a Fight. It seemed like they weren't even on the map for that final moment right there, which is really interesting. I want to know what it looked like from their point of view. They got kind of zoned out by the Caustic ult that came in from Complexity. That could have slowed them down, but at the end, for Complexity to use their bubble that early and then still be able to get second place plus almost win that game shows how strong their team fighting ability is inside of those bubbles. So Complexity taking second place, but it's Lazarus in the end that takes game number 1 here on our final day of Pro Day here in Excedrin week for Series E. We'll be right back. When we get back, we're going to have game number 2 and the mobile and leaderboard.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the place. I'm talking one chance to have a soul. Go for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
They just don't understand.
In a game that looked like it was Complexity's to lose, Lazarus come out on top with a win there in game number 1. And a very interesting final circle there. We had Start a Fight, Lazarus, and Complexity all positioned on different edges of that final circle, and it looked like Complexity were in a really bad spot and would finish in third there. Start a Fight and Lazarus both with nice sightlines onto the spot, but well played from Complexity. A perfectly timed bubble buys them a little bit of time, and they're able to take advantage of Lazarus kind of backing off of that sightline to push the fight with Start a Fight and take them out. Ultimately, they don't end up winning the game as Lazarus are able to clutch up, take that last fight and win the final 1v1, so well played. But that was a very close finish to a game that looked like, with the way Complexity was playing, should have won, but their position in the final circle was not very great for them, and they still were able to parlay that into a second place finish. So well played from Complexity and Lazarus as well with the way they closed out this game. Let's check out our first player of the game here for tonight's competition, and it's going to go to our old friend GS Bird here. 4 kills, no assists, just short of 1,800 damage there. Playing the Gibby there for Lazarus, and that's a big win for the squad to start off the night. Of course, 5 more games to go, 2 more on World's Edge, and then we finish with 3 on Storm Point. But at the very least, Complexity and Lazarus both going to be up at the top of that Mobile One leaderboard going into Game 2, and that was a very tightly contested first contest between all of these teams, and it promises just some more action all throughout the night. So I'm certainly looking forward to it, as I hope you are all as well. So well played from GS Bird and Lazarus there. Now we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have game number 2 for you all. We'll take a first look at that Mobile One leaderboard, and we'll keep things rolling, so don't go far.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over.
It's refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored splash.
It's fruit freshin'.
Welcome back, everybody, to Series Z. Game number 1 is in the books. It was Lazarus taking that one. We had Complexity taking second place, and then we had Start a Fight going in third place. But let's take a look at that Mobile One leaderboard to find out where everybody's kind of shaping up. How many points did these teams actually get And keep in mind, it's Excedrin week, so keep an eye on Excedrin, who got 17th with 0 points, and Team Nerf, who is trying to catch up. And if this pace catches up, I know it's going to be weird, Tony, if they get 11 points each the entire time and Excedrin continues to use a goose, but that could be Team Nerf moving on, unless Excedrin does something here, and they're getting 50-50'd by DXT. So what are your thoughts on everything in game number 1?
You know, I will say, I think Team Nerf played lights out in game number 1. Respect to them, but I don't think they should be counting on Excedrin goosing for the rest of the tournament. I think Excedrin are just too good. They're too smart. And the fact that they actually had a bad game number 1 tells me the bounce back is going to be even better. They are, I talked about it before, they're a phenomenal Storm Point team. I feel like every time I cast them on Storm Point, they play lights out. Their zone prediction on point, but they're almost as good on World's Edge, in my opinion. So don't count them out just yet after a bad game 1.
Speaking of game 1, let's take a look at that mobile and high performance moment from the previous match. It has to be towards the tail end in that final bubble fight. And we saw someone in the chat saying, hey, perfect bubble placement. I agree. Yes. Bird coming in here with some big plays. You can see waits all the way until his team needs to hit batteries inside of the dome. But a great play from Monsoon kind of counters everything. Vize backs off away from the dome, gets inside, gets a full heal. Meanwhile, the rest of the players come through and put damage in the backhand side. So a great job from Vize to close this one out. Monsoon is absolutely no joke to fight in a 1v1. Fortunately for him, he did have that PK R301, which is a perfect situation there. And I love the idea of, hey, I may whip these shots. Monsoon's strafe is absolutely nutty. Why not just switch on over to something like the R301? You have a lot more room for error in that type of situation, and you don't want to go toe-to-toe. You can see what Monsoon's able to do in these bubble fights with the shotgun.
Yeah, and what Lazarus really made prominent in game number 1 is that, you know, you can teach a shot, you can teach communication, but there's certain things that you really can't teach, or at least as easily. That's awareness, that's timing. Sometimes you gotta feel that out. And for Lazarus to find the perfect position for them to make their move, lots of other teams might have tried to fight that out earlier. Maybe try to go in and wipe out Complexity and play for the top 2, or maybe going a little bit too early into this gunfight and their timing is completely off. Lazarus played this to perfection, like you said, and in the chatter as well. Perfect bubble, perfect timing come out of them. They deserved that game number 1 win. Now the question is, can they continue that going forward? Because, I mean, if they keep playing like that, they're taking the tournament.
Hey, don't get too ahead of yourself, Tony. You still got a lot of Apex to be played here as we get ready for game number 2. But you said it correctly. I mean, the timing was everything. Also, the placement of the bubble. And just to reiterate why that was so perfect, keep in mind that that's what you want to do. As soon as you start taking flesh damage, back off. You want to go and hit that bubble, go and hit that fast heal inside with the battery and add pressure. But speaking of pressure, holy cow, it's already going down. CLG is just getting wiped off the map, and now Mamba on the run.
We've always been looking forward to this Exit versus CLG initial fighting. We're already getting it. Knocks on the screen. CLG going down 2. And it was the final player going to fall. Team Exit able to win that 50-50. And just like that, we were down to 19 squads. You continue your point now, Tom. You can
I just know that this 50-50 is all I live for. I've been waiting for this one. The beef that was there, it was real. It was stirred up. It was sauteed, whatever you want. They fried it up. Every type of beef there was, it was going down between these teams, and it continues to go down as we see the zone pull. I mean, a lot of different zones that could be right here. When you look at the platform above the TH and thermal station, that is definitely a viable spot where the respawn beacon is directly above that, kind of on that left hand of the X there, where the thermal station area makes an X. That's a viable position. I don't know if it's going to go on over towards staging. We'll see. Keep in mind, we got TXT over there. We have Excedrin. Did Excedrin continue to stay there, or did they bounce? They could have maybe went somewhere else. All right, so they're actually going to go away from the 50-50 because they know that they need points. They're going over to Big Mod. That's a big brain play. I love this play. Also, Dome is free if they want to go and mess around by going down over there. But what a smart idea, realizing, hey, we are good on Storm Point, but why risk the goose egg every single time in this 50-50? We're not trying to coin flip. We worked way too hard in this season to allow Nerf to get a freebie and a free one on us. Smart play.
Well, I mean, Excedrin back in the day were known for picking fights and known for playing edge. I think it was more recently that Dia was telling me that they switched to a more defensive position and trying to get into the early defensive positions as early as possible, and then trying to fight their way there and finding their kill points towards the later half. So, I mean, they're comfortable fighting. I'm not mad at that play. Now, what I will be mad at is if they're going too far out and then having to come and having a harder time getting toward the edge of the circle, because you know, this particular zone not looking too comfortable. You know, coming into tree, I love that positioning right there. Trying to get into thermal station gonna be really hard because you obviously know G2 are gonna be defending it hard. So you gotta get really creative, and I don't know if, like, you know, POIs like landslide are really gonna be viable towards the late game.
I saw Vizio potentially making a move over towards Renegades, so there's going to be two teams already coexisting to what we're going to be considered the God Buildings over towards the Respawn Beacon, making their way over towards Thermal Station. Now, Vizio, they elected to, instead of going all the way, they're going to stay in this very popular spot on top of the hill over here, but this is probably one of the most third-party areas in all of Apex, especially when we talk about Thermal Station zones.
Let's see what we have over
Dustin in the chat says, I can't believe they're still fighting over Harvester. I'm right there with you, but I mean, hey, don't tell them, man. It's been exciting getting to watch them. I don't know if you remember this. This is a long time ago, T-Square, maybe a few weeks back, when the Excedrin and CLG were fighting it out, and there was a rat that ended up climbing all the way up the rocks outside of the vault, and it was from, I think it was Mamba from CLG. He literally sat up there. They had to drop a whole defensive bombardment. They were using portals to try to get so.
That.
It was absolutely hilarious. Those are the moments that we've seen from CLG versus Exced fighting over Harvester.
Now we do have a team being eliminated. That's going to be Ghost Gaming. They are the second squad out after Exced because of their rotation coming in failing. We know that Renegades was in the vicinity over towards where the end zone was going to be, so most likely a Valkyrie redeploy that has gone bad, as we see what's going on with Excedrin. Picking up some damage around the corner over here, but you can see they're going to back off and play this one a little bit safer, understanding again, no reason to take any type of early fights. We don't want to get third-partied. We've already had a goose going forward. It's kind of just, you know, playing the game of letting Nerf make the mistakes. As long as Excedrin just keeps it cool, yeah, you want to still, you know, continue to play your type of game, but I think that playing it safe is going to keep you from being in that area that you don't want to be.
Yeah, with that bubble going down, it lets us know that Excedrin are looking to get out as fast as possible, taking some heavy damage, but somehow still able to make it out. And Excedrin, I know they were getting a little bit annoyed. There was a team that had the charge rifle that was cheeking out damage. They didn't get the exact position that they want, so Valkyrie right out was probably the best play for them. Meanwhile, RC, absolutely cracking the Peacekeeper out, shooting onto the opposing Valkyrie player, but then backing down to play their life. Sleepy Panda still on white shoes. Have to be very careful with how much damage he takes, and Nand actually absolutely being a nuisance. Shots go in on the second floor, just quickly jets out of there to try to take move, and all this whole RCO team is being absolutely annoying, but it's not really letting it to a full kill, and now we're seeing Nand being forced to rotate all the way towards this building just to play a battery.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Sleepy Panda that he still had great armor throughout all of that. Otherwise, he would have been able to do something. As you see, start a fight team that got third place. They're falling to Torrent as Rakinishu is going to try to fight back, get one initial knock. He's going to be able to finish them both off, though. You can see this could be a one-on-one situation. Urice is the last player alive on Torrent. I believe Rakinishu is the last player alive as well for his squad on start a fight. So 1v1 over towards the Geyser side, as this was a portal play. You can see he already has the banner of... Oh, he's going for Rambo's banner, excuse me. I thought he had that one already. He has the portal there, too, directly on the edge if he wants to go for it. So they're both resin. You can see Gibby is going to be huge in this situation, though. Having your Gibby up is going to be so useful as you could put down the bubble. They do split up. It's going to be initial damage coming through from Urice. It looks like the massive shot's not going to connect. Pickett going and electing for the Phoenix over here. He needs to get in there immediately, as he does. So great job from Pickett going for the full heal, but now the third party is going to come through. And look at Excedrin. That is them getting rewarded for their patience, as Pickett's going to give him the business. Also had the heal. How does that guy still have armor?
You just said Excedrin wants their points, and they demanded it right there as a quick kill comes in, and they're able to play the res onto IG Lee here. So right back up, Excedrin looking good. I mean, it's only round 1 Storm, so nothing to really worry about too much. We do have 16 squads remaining, 48 players physically on the map right now, and Excedrin might have to rotate a little bit later than expected. Hopefully, they're able to get into the zone safely.
Like the plays coming in from Excedrin, definitely what they needed. Now it's on Nerf to try to answer the call. They're sitting in the very back of thermal station, not where we're anticipating this zone to pull, but a safe call, because if you can kind of control this area, Tony, you don't have to worry about the absolute cluster of players that are going to be sitting inside of the middle there. It looks like they're kind of only coexisting with one team on over towards the left-hand side, but if you really wanted to, you could just Valkyrie redeploy on over here, hit the skyward dive, go into a better position. But this is a little bit of a safe position where they have to be careful. If they take the fight, they will get third-partied, but they still have enough room to make a move if they need to.
So we just saw Excedrin start to get some early points here, and now we're back on board with Nerf. Now, Nerf did enough to tie things up for the 3rd place spot. They ended up in 4th place, but they had plenty of kill points. But now they need to kind of match Excedrin with some of the points that they need to put on the board. And they do have a team in front of them. 2 minutes and 16 seconds until we're moving into a round 3 Storm. And I wonder if they're going to elect to actually hard fight this team or eventually rotate out of the situation.
I think it's definitely a rotation situation with the skyward dive. I mean, there's no other way to kind of get into thermal station here, but you have to have exactly where this zone is going to be. So I'm curious if we have a scan onto zone number 3, because that's going to give us a lot of ideas of where the other teams are going to go and make their play. And it's going to come down to getting into a good position, but at the same time, a lot of those real estates are going to be taken coming in for Team Nerf as we hop back on board with Splash. We've seen a lot of charge rifle coming through already. This is the team that has all of Skyhook to themselves. Imagine just getting 1 POI, the largest POI to your entire self throughout the entirety of this time, and that is great loot coming up for them. Senpai took trials just by himself.
Yeah, Splash definitely feeling comfortable there, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm a charge rifle player myself, so I know exactly how he's feeling. Just gonna sit by, cheek away some damage, and then once my armor gets upgraded, guess what? I'm gonna swap it over to my teammates and keep going. Somebody's getting griefed when I have a charge rifle in hands. It looks like Turns having the flatline in hands and doing enough damage with that alone. He don't need a charge rifle. All he needs is an automatic weapon to put some points on the board.
Vayne with the knock on the gentrifying in your kill feed. Turns continuing to add pressure on over towards the back area of where the buildings are, and I like that Turns is playing really confident. I mean, the guy plays a handful of different legends. We've seen him play maybe 4 or 5 different legends throughout this season. Feeling very comfortable on Caustic, on World's Edge, feeling comfortable on Horizon when we switch on over to Stormpoint. RCO with the push, it looks like they are very interested in getting inside of this trailer. Defensive bombardment is going to go down, so now they're going to have to infiltrate inside, and it looks like they are going to be safe for now as Holiday didn't get the memo. It looks like he's going to play on the outside over there as the rest of the players are going to continue to wait for that to dissipate so they can continue to lock this down. But the flatline with the 2-4 could add some serious pressure. I would love to see that go where the portal is, but that is a tough throw overall. Someone elected to go for the frag instead. Now it's going to be put down. Great job and great teamwork from RCO.
I love the height advantage being used by Sleepy Panda to rain down shots with the flatline right there. That's enough value for them to start to grind forward. Now they're on the hunt. We have 176 more damage to Sleepy Panda. Gonna match his teammates with the purple armors. He's gonna full kill this one player that's here. That's gonna be easy loot coming for RCO. And they're still at the edge towards the circle here, so they're still somewhat comfortable. But once again, a charge rifle coming into play, absolutely griefing this man's shields and wasting his resources.
I love the evolution of RCO throughout Series E, all throughout the ALGS and the Pro League, etc. So close to being able to make it into the playoffs. One of our regular teams here, and they have continued to skyrocket in terms of their skill level. Why? I think it's because they show up. They show up fairly often, not only for the Pro Days, but also for the Open Days. And it's nice to see them kind of going into form over here as Nando's going to be on the hunt, looking for some players that are going to drop down Unfortunately, not able to find anybody, so he's going to have to get back up and over towards the top, towards his teammates. But this is where you start to think, all right, we have the scan going into round number 3. Where are we going to actually make our move? Is that pesky charge rifle? Tony, is that you? Are you playing and casting at the same time?
Well, I mean, my shots do be hitting, but not like that. It ain't me. And if it was me, I'd have a Loba, because not only am I cheesing you with the charge rifle, but then I have like unlimited ammo glitch where I'm always going to be able to replenish. RCO going to try to get into the action, but now we're seeing round 3 here going to be quite the rotation for them, and quite the rotation for Splash, enough for them to want to skyward dive into the play. They try to get to the bottom of that donut building, but looks like there's a player already there, so most likely a full team, and Splash going to have to change directions, and ultimately they lose their Valkyrie, who I believe was the one with the charge rifle in hands.
See, what's unfortunate about that situation is because the teams are inside of the buildings and thermal station, everyone's going to be locking things down at the bottom and on the top. That's great presence from Atlanta Premier. Look at this, Tony. They have 1 player on the top of the donut and 2 players on the bottom. This is such a big brain play, because if they would have all just flew up onto the second level of the donut, they could have infiltrated that. Maybe took that 3v1, and then all of a sudden you get a 2v3 as the rest of the players have to move in. Problem is they have Caustic, so Hill's going to be laying down all of those barrels. But going back to the issue with the Valkyrie Skyward Dive, you're not getting the ticks there. You're not getting the passive going through, so you have no idea where these players are going to be. Great job, just, again, showing a lot of presence in a little area for Atlanta Premier.
I think this is really interesting coming out of our Gibby player by Atlanta Premier. So you're seeing that, I mean, I was going to say, he has a charge rifle in hands, but he had a Mastiff in his back pocket. So that tells me that, like, there's no mid-range fighting from there that's going to be coming out of your Gibby player. Notice how he quickly swaps it out, especially as the ammo was low on that one, and grabs himself an R301 with a 3X on it. I like this a lot better for mid to long range engagement for Gibby. And as this circle starts to get smaller and smaller and teams start to drop, an R301 is a lot more viable than, say, a sniper rifle. So I love the awareness come out of him. Not much ammo though yet, so hopefully his teammates were aces in kindergarten and know how to share.
Sharing is caring, as we all know, and just just pick up a Loba here, and then they'll be good. Tony, they need you on the squad. If there was a 4th player in here, if you were just supplying the loot, they'd be in a great situation. Speaking of Loba, it's going to be Fury and Team Vizio. Remember, they've been locking down the high ground over here on the cliff edge for a very long time since the beginning of the game. Haven't been able to find any kills quite yet. A decent amount of damage. Got about 400 damage coming in for Fury, just enough to get over towards that purple Evo armor for him, looking to try to upgrade that one on over towards a red. But this is the thing about Loba. You can get, a good presence on the map because you're going to have the Black Market Boutique to be able to get that and replenish your resources overall. But this is all about presence again, just like Atlanta Premier was doing. Vizio has to play big. They have to watch both sides, especially knowing that the zone is going to collapse coming here very shortly.
And as a Loba player, I'm always complimenting having a Loba in your composition, but I'll play devil's advocate here for Vizio. So they're in the position that they want for now. The question is, how long is this going to last for? If you have a Wraith on your team, you can definitely reposition a lot easier, as you're getting easy damage in from that team trying to rotate right below them, but now they're going to be forced to play an early bubble as they're taking a bit too much damage. And now the question is, where do Vizio go from here?
So this is the awkward thing about playing over towards this hill. You're trying to focus down below you for the team that rotates outside the train. You're worried about teams shooting you from long range, which is why they weren't able to land the shots that they wanted to, because they couldn't take the angles and strafes if they wanted to. RCO gonna get knocked. You can see the flush coming on to Sleepy Panda as well. The Lobo bracelet coming in for Fury. He's going to get out of dodge and get back on over towards his teammates. But you have so many different areas that you have to watch, and now all eyes are on you because people know exactly where you're going to be at the high ground. There goes the Nox Gas Grenade. Great bubble forward. Look at the bubble fight. Look at the presence from these two teams. Perfect execution. We'll see who's going to be able to win this one when it comes down to this close range battle here very shortly. And it looks like that is going to be Exet coming through after already mopping CLG. They are not done yet, and they are going to eliminate Vizio in 14th place.
And that is why teams hit the firing range and practice those bubble fights over and over again. You are always getting into them, and Exit were in the driver's seat from start to finish on that one. Love the nade utilization from Vizio to start that engagement, but it was not enough. Speaking of not enough, Excedrin not really in the best positioning right now. Luckily, they do have cover, but they don't have any kind of high ground. Does our Wraith player here, but I just noticed his teammates are all the way back towards that portal, so most likely going to get right back towards them. He's just looting up and getting some resources here. But look at that God spot that you were talking about before, right in the center of all the action.
Whoa.
And this storm is pulling heavily towards them.
The knock onto Senpai through the stairs. That was absolutely brutal. This flatline is putting in some serious work. Not going to be able to get the finish there, but is going to put a damper in their plans just temporarily. Sitting up over towards the platform is a very powerful spot, as mentioned. They're going to be big chilling over here for just a little bit longer since they are in zone number 4. But it's all about that zone number 5 pull. And if you've ever played arenas, you kind of know this is where the zone kind of ends. It's going to be in the middle of Thermal Station. It's going to be fun to see so many different teams. 13 teams have to fight it out.
Not gonna lie, I love playing arenas on this map here. It definitely helped me practice my my engagements when I'm ready to fight against G2. Lazarus taking some damage here over toward the bottom, trying to avoid that defensive bombardment you're seeing on the screen here. There's a team literally right above them, so they're not comfortable whatsoever. Luckily, Razor helping them out from across the map, putting damage on that team with the high ground, so hopefully taking some of the attention off of Lazarus. Still 12 squads on the map here, and round number 5 here pretty much just started.
And then the Premier continuing to get knocks. Monsoon and Complexity looks like they found themselves over towards the Thermal Station side, and they're finding some kills, but Monsoon is currently down, and they're eating a lot of caustic gas throughout all of this, but that's all she wrote for Exet. They go out in 12th place after picking up a handful of kills. Monsoon now has been taken out. You don't see any mobile respawn beacons quite yet. It's up to Shiny here with the barrels, trying to stay alive and keep them in this one with just the 2-man. Still a lot of squads, not a lot of room to maneuver and move around. And going on over to Team Razor, Tony, it's tough playing Crypto in this type of situation because you're in the jungle gym, you're trying to get inside of your drone and land the EMP, but you don't really have time, right? And that's why that Crypto update last patch was so big, or maybe a couple patches ago was so big, so Cryptos can do a little bit more maneuvering inside of their drone and toss that thing out instead of having to get inside of it exactly and just be stuck there like a fish in a barrel. But this is, again, a very, very interesting spot to be in with 11 teams still, because the jungle gyms can have at least 2 or 3 teams around them as you see Lazarus underneath them.
Yeah, I love the idea of adding a Crypto to the composition. Actually, we've even seen players like Imperial Hal implementing him in scrims. There's been a few times where I thought he was going to commit to him, and then tournament comes and Crypto's gone from the composition. It just seems like North American play is just sometimes a bit too fast, especially in the pros compared to like in EMEA, where it's a lot slower, and Crypto is a lot more used than compared to North America. But like you said, hopefully that update might change things a little bit. Fury looking to change their positioning here as Panda's trying to get them away from the donut building and into the edge of the circle. Lazarus still playing this low ground. I'm just so uncomfortable watching Lazarus' point of view because I feel like it's only a matter of time before either one of the teams to the left or the right of them decide to start to put damage, or worst case scenario, both of them.
There goes the EMP. That's going to get a lot of damage. G2 picking up some kills. This is their home court advantage. They land over towards the Thermal Station side. So many teams coming over here, Tony, like you mentioned. But not having Caustic here is a little bit tough, right? You have the double rotations coming in for Bizet and for Dank, and that's maybe one of the reasons why you're able to get on over towards this position. But having barrels just in case a third party comes in, just anyone starts to push in over towards you, that presence, that AoE is so crucial. But they are the closest team towards where the zone is going to end, so that could be big for them in the long run.
Complexity ending in second place in game number 1, but already down a player. And as you mentioned before, it didn't seem like they had a mobile respawn beacon to be able to call them in, so they still are holding on to that banner. Hopefully they can squad wipe a team and maybe loot one out of the boxes. Otherwise, they're going to be playing as a duo for the rest of this game here. Meanwhile, G2 sitting comfortably up high, firing off a couple of wingman shots. We have 2 players currently with red shields, and even Gent having purple in his own. They are so ready. They're sitting high and mighty, so comfortable up here, and eventually toward the end game they should be able to guarantee themselves at least a top 3 positioning, maybe better than that.
There goes the caustic gas. That's the black market boutique coming through for Davis Wave. Now DXT is looking like they're going to be in a prime position over here as the zone starts to close, though. They're going to have to move. Lee from Excedrin, Kimchi Lee, he gets knocked, maybe flushed out. That's the second time he has been knocked. You're going to have to bubble here, but Stomps isn't in the vicinity. Vane's just going to go and send this one. There goes the bubble. It's on the opposite side of the lava, which is going to be pretty solid for Vayne and the rest of the squad. And I love the presence of mind for Vayne to go and check his 6. Look at the shots to boot, flushing out Panders, the last player from Furia, and now give Vayne the kill lead, sitting at 3. Great job and great bubble from Stomps.
Yeah, what a play and awareness once again out of another squad. This time, DXT, to recognize that they had to move for that position, decided to do it right then and there. Like I said, the bubble coming in, but now they don't have much cover. Now we see a defensive bombardment being used, and they don't have that bubble to use to defend against them. Finally, that bubble comes up right in the nick of time, and he's able to drop it right before too many missiles fall down. It was like one player trying to rotate out, a couple of damage coming in. Plus, there's a team that decided to bubble right into them. DXT were once in the driver's seat, and now they're going to be in the passenger as they're right into the lobby. Renegades waiting for the right time to come in and completely wipe them out. We are down to 4 squads.
Can't turn your back for 1 second in this lobby, otherwise you see what happens. As soon as you do that, the team full sends outside of the bottom. Renegades now falling. It looks like it's going to be G2. G2 falling off over towards that high ground, looking to defend this home court advantage. The shots are coming through with the wingman. Holy cow. Designful going to go and use that lift to go and hit the battery as well. Look at this execution. The dude is absolutely insane. He's even farming the damage on the ground. You know, this is why you pick these guys up on your fantasy league, Tony. They're farming damage even when the game's ending.
G2 putting on a masterclass on how to drop thermal station and defend that home court for the entirety of the game, and then come out with the win. Literally taking to the skies to play the battery, then dropping down the hammer right behind enemy lines. What a flank being created by the Horizon Q, and what a game coming out of G2.
I love the way that he was able to use that to get the healing off and then come back around. But the wingman shots, Tony, those were just chef kiss overall. And it's nice to see G2, a team that's moving on over towards the playoffs, so hopeful for North America to potentially win this entire thing in the playoffs, coming through and winning game number 2. Doing it in dominating fashion, too. That's going to really help out all of you fantasy players that pick these guys up on your squad. But that's game number 2. One more is left on World's Edge before we move on to Storm Point. We're going to meet that on the other half of this break, and we're going to toss this one to Yeso after that as well.
Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance, I was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Excedrin. I'm fading!
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
It's refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. Now all favorite splash.
It's fruit freshen.
G2 with a win in game number 2 and just doing a lot of things that we expect from that roster. One of the best teams in North America. You heard Why Not and T-Squared talking about it. They're going to Stockholm next week. They're just looking to put the final touches on their preparations for that big event here tonight, and looking solid there with their performance in the second game of the night. Let's check out our player of the game here for game number 2, and it's going to go to Designful here with 5 kills and an assist, just short of 2,300 damage. We saw him hitting that tactical lift there at the end in that final circle, and G2, just such a talented team. The full controller squad, and they are so good, and especially when they are on their game, they can absolutely tear apart a lobby front to back. So we'll have to see how good they are the rest of tonight, because it feels like this is a squad that once they kind of get their momentum going, it's so difficult to stop them. So we'll have to see how they can close out this first half on World's Edge and what they can do on Storm Point in the back half of tonight's competition. But Designful and the rest of G2 with a really solid performance there in game number 2, and they'll jump up into that conversation with the likes of Complexity and Lazarus near the top of that Mobile 1 leaderboard. So we'll see how that shakes out when we go back to Why Not and T-Squared. Now, before we go, do want to remind you folks, of course, while we do run all of these awesome online events and stuff, we also run tournaments and events at all of our local esports arenas all across the country. Things like PvE and more you can participate in every single week at your local esports arena. So use exclamation point locations in Twitch chat right now, find an esports arena near you, and you can come out and game with us today. We'd love to see you very, very soon. Now, we're going to a quick break right now. When we come back, we have the final game of the first half. Here, our last game on World's Edge for the season when we come back.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody, to Series Z. It's Excedrin Week. It's also the final day. It's Pro Day. It's the final day of Season 4 here. It's absolutely flown by like a Valkyrie Skyward Dive. Tony, Excedrin Week and G2 dominating, giving these teams an absolute headache in game number 2.
Yeah, I had no idea that G2 stood for game 2, but they made a statement in that game. G2 just demanding that win, and it was done masterfully. I have a feeling that's going to be our moment of the game, but before we get there, I'm sure we're going to have to take a peek at the leaderboard and find out what the G2 do. I guess we have a new leader right now, and it is just them. G2 stealing the lead after that play, 27 points.
We'll see if they can morph into G3, but I don't know if they want to, because G2 has been so darn good overall. Complexity, though, you can't overlook them. 2 different zones, completely away from where their POI is, but still putting in some serious work, finding themselves, making their way all the way from Epicenter down towards Thermal Station, all the way from Epicenter down over towards Dome. That's where the zones were in game number 1 and 2. If you're just joining us, winners of game number 1, that was going to be Lazarus. Nice to see Nerf coming through big on this day when they really need a lot of points, getting in that top 5 area. Let's take a look at the Mobile 1 high performance moment. Has to be over towards the tail end. I mean, if we don't get these wingman shots that came through, look how fast this happened actually. This was over towards the tail end. All of a sudden, everything's looking good for DXT, and then boom, an entire team comes in from behind, literally throwing the kitchen sink at them.
I think I saw the Watson too. We were trying to figure out where does Watson come from. I think I might have saw the Watson for just a moment as Renegades quickly wiping out that squad. Then we have managers taking to the skies. Not sure he was trying to get information or avoid G2, but eventually falls right on them. And they just didn't have the shields to fight G2, quickly knocking down the first 2 that left our Gibby player by himself, trying to get any kind of help, trying to get ready to take on a 1v3. Takes down Jed, but Jed doing enough damage to make this an easy win for G2 to come out on top. Beautifully played by them, and I mean, there's no wonder why it was the moment of the game.
And it's crazy to see how it goes from 7 teams when that moment starts to 1 team having it be G2 walk away with it. That's just how these final circles go. That's the beauty of Apex. You could be playing the game perfectly up until the last 20-30 seconds, and then if you didn't play it perfect enough, you're really missing out on points. And I really enjoy that about Apex, and it goes to show when you talk about easily, Tony, they made it look easy. That is a very difficult thing for this team to do, or any team to do with this type of caliber lobby. But you know, when you're making it look easy, you're doing it correctly, just completely fluid coming through from G2 again with that grab lifts, the battery coming in, just amazing, amazing plays. But here it is, the final game of World's Edge for tonight and in Season 4. Who could come out on top? We know we have the 50-50s happening over towards the Harvester side. That's going to be G2 and Designful flying through, and I love that about Horizon, that you don't get that little gun punch when you land.
Yeah, G2 put on a masterclass playing game number 1 beautifully. We're going to jump right into Exit, going up against CLG in this 50-50 gunfight, starting on board with Claim, trying to loot up as fast as possible because he knows they're going to be forced to engage soon, but they haven't seen CLG just yet. Where'd he go?
Oh, they have 1 kill, so I don't know.
Oh,
they found one of them, Tony. That's for sure. I'm not quite sure where the rest of them are, but they have been bullying CLG over here, and CLG has to be pissed because they're the team that's going on over towards the playoffs, and Exet isn't. But Exet continues to just go over here, bully him, say this is our POI, and the saga continues between these 2 squads. I guess we have another southern zone as we do see all of Dome is open. It's always weird when a team doesn't land over towards a POI and then we get 2 zones over towards that side. Just makes you wonder what a team like Excedrin could have got if they ended up going from Big Mod. Instead, they went on over towards, they went from Dome. Instead, they went on over towards Big Mod, where you can see them coexisting with that team over towards Lava City. But there's the player outlines on the map where you can see Exet and CLG trying to hunt those final players down. You also have the 2 teams next to each other, Furia and RCO, over towards Countdown and Lava Fisher. All of these rotations coming in through the choke, through Harvester, are going to see a lot of action. So I'm curious how teams like G2 and Renegades are going to go about their business here.
And Lazarus better loot up really quick because no matter where they choose to rotate, they're either going to run into Complexity or Torrent, no matter which side they choose. And they have a long rotation to make it towards the southern side hill here. And speaking of Excedrin, I actually did notice Excedrin were able to add 7 points onto Game 2, so a lot better than their goose egg in the Game 1 performance, but they're still in 13th place, so they still have quite a mountain to climb if they want to catch up to Nerf and secure that 3rd place finish.
Yeah, and there was a 50-plus point difference that was between the 2 teams. So 5th through 13th, where Nerf was in 5th, and then Excedrin in 13th. It isn't that big of a deal for Excedrin quite yet, and it's not that big of a deal in terms of the storyline until something major happens, right? You're going to have to see Nerf maybe pop off in a game, and I think Excedrin avoiding the 50-50 was the best thing that they could have done, just so they could pick up a little bit of points along the way. But Mamba, he gets taken out. That's going to be Clean coming through with the cleanup over there. I'm not quite sure who the last player is from CLG, but now that we know Mamba's out, I think they could sleep easy knowing he's not going to be ratting up over towards that ledge.
Yeah, but CLG, they're having a tough time with that 50-50 gunfight, at least in this tournament. Like you said, Exit have really been commanding that space and playing it well. They're going to have to rat it out for the rest of the game as CLG, and the question is, how long is that going to happen? Because we still have 20 squads on the map here as we move over to round 2, and Excedrin are looking to take to the skies and get into the action.
I like this play. I mean, this is what's changed Apex drastically. Valkyrie. As soon as Valkyrie came out, going up these type of hills, all these chokes, etc., really non-existent now. You just skyward dive, fly over those, get the passive as well. Almost feels like you're cheating on your rotation. As you see where the Premier is going to be over towards the lava siphon area. I believe they're putting pings down, trying to advance us a little bit more, and another skyward dive to try to get some real estate.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not a big fan of Valkyrie's ultimate ability. I just feel like if you get yourself into a bad situation, you're literally one bubble and one ultimate away from possibly getting out of it and getting to an advantageous position immediately thanks to the intel that you also get. I feel like think about the value that Valkyrie offers to your team. You get the rotations. In fighting, she's an absolute nuisance to deal with. She can take height literally in a moment, and then on top of that, her Q does damage and stuns your opponent. Like, how much value do you need in one character?
Literally,
Sorry for the rant.
I mean, no worries at all. I mean, Mirage fans are looking and scratching their head. Lifeline fans are scratching their head. Heck, even Bangalore has made it back in there, and Bangalore really hasn't been even considered that strong overall. But that's why you see the pick rate from Gibby, from Valkyrie. Their kit is just so strong. When you look at the amount of different things that you have, there's not one non-useful thing or useless thing inside of the entire kit, right? Yeah. Every single thing from your passive to your abilities to your ultimate are just so darn strong. And that new Valkyrie skin, though, has anyone seen that one? I think they released it a couple days ago throughout the weekend. Oh man, that thing is awesome.
It really is, and you know, since we talked about combining Valkyrie and Gibby, you know, having that support player is going to be so important. So, you know, lots of teams that want to get defensive and want to get to the early position, you're going to see them go towards a caustic. That ultimate, you could turn any building into an ultimate fortress when it comes to caustic. The moment you realize your opponent is defending a building with a caustic, it changes the way you play because it completely changes the fight. Where more aggressive teams, more edge-based teams like Torrent, like you're seeing here, are going to have a Wraith. We're making just that mobility to get from one area to another, to close the distance on your opponent, or to get out of a situation that you kind of bit off a little bit more than you can chew. Now, you can definitely get a lot of value out of Wraith as well. So, almost as important as Valkyrie is and Gibby to each other, it's also really important to know who that third legend is going to be and what value they're going to bring to the gunfight, because it truly is a team effort. It's not just a cliche.
Start a fight, third place in game number 1, making their way down over towards the geyser area. And it looks like it's pretty free for now. I mean, the pings are going down over towards the small building, over towards the side. You can see nades going down as well. Looks like they've got one team on the hunt. Defensive bombardment is going to go deep. That's going to allow them to get inside of the building over here. Will this be a caustic team, as you were talking about, Tony? And it is. You can see the coughing happening, going through. The appropriate day for that one too is start a fight now, looking for some extra damage and looking to start a fight here inside the building.
Yeah, and look how hard it is for starter fights to actually get in there. If they had a digital threat, he'd be able to spot out multiple players here, but he finally ends up catching a little bit of damage, 11 to him, but having to take height. It's so hard to fight against a team with a caustic on there. If the smoke comes in and blocks that angle and does damage, but the bubble's coming in and max damage coming out of that car. So consistent and so powerful in the close range, but there's 3 more players, 3 more challengers appearing, and Matt Pickett can immediately take height once again, and they have no idea. 92 more right to the caustic player.
Great plays from Pickett. He's going to hit the slide going down. He also elects to just fly around, and I love this from Pickett. He's always been such a great entry fragger. Always was playing Mirage for season after season, and I've just been waiting and waiting for him to find one legend and stick with it, and you can just see why Valkyrie works out perfectly for his playstyle. Fighting multiple teams and living throughout all of that, getting knocks on the third-party squad as well. You can't really ask for more from start a fight.
Yeah, I think Matt Pickett plays Valkyrie really well. Like, just your job is to be annoying. Your job is to put down as much damage as possible and take as little as possible, and you use it with the jetpack. You put down that damage. As soon as the team starts to focus on you, you take height onto the roof and use that as cover, but also just get out of the situation and just be an absolute nuisance. That's exactly what Matt Pickett did. He's 6 damage away from being able to elevate his shields over towards purple, and then they'll really be ready to, as their team name it, start a fight.
Start a fight, important. Finishing a fight, even more important. We'll see if they're going to be able to pull this one off. With the bubble going down, they should be able to. I mean, they have a huge advantage now as Rakinishi's going to get inside of the zone and just rip Klein apart with that Rampage. Tony, I know you're getting a little bit of PTSD from this because I don't know if you're a fan of this Rampage that we're talking about.
Nah, I got smoke coming out of my ears. Look, let me tell you, there's only room for one cheeky gun, and that's the charge rifle. Everything else needs to be packaged. But no, the Rampage it's crazy, especially with the G7 Scout away. I think the Rampage in the hands of a good Gibby player can be absolutely deadly. And then once you amp it up, so much value. Sliding in with the car, dealing with that player quickly. That's gonna be another one goes down, and we're down to 17 squads. And RK Endo looking to introduce themselves immediately to this gunfight.
Yeah, start a fight is like Neo in the Matrix right now with a bunch of Mr. Andersons flying at them. I'm pretty sure this is the 3rd team that they are taking on in this zone. So really impressive stuff from start a fight. Just try to stay alive. Saw the wingman shots from Arcane. They were definitely looking crispy. But since that damage has gone down, all of a sudden they've made their way over towards the backhand side. And with this type of lobby, you may want to think, okay, it could be time to get on out of here. And speaking of getting out of here, RCO, they are out of here. They're watching G2 from their death screens now as the winners from game number 2 keep up the momentum here in game number 3.
If there's one team I wouldn't want to fight in the close range or mid-range, it might just be G2. Hey, aim assist is real. I play on controller myself, but it looks like that Gibby player going to quickly be knocked, ends up taking down in a 1v3 scenario. Ghost actually into the action as well, as they're going to lose Tempest, their Valkyrie player, leaving Ash and Gibby by themselves, but it looks like the Ash ends up finding the knock, ends up getting knocked himself as well. So now 6 and a bit of a 1v1, able to clutch it out, and luckily it's just round 2 Storm, but once it gets to round 3, that'll really start to hurt a little bit. Reses come in quick, and hopefully they can get out of this situation into a more advantageous one.
Fortunately for them, the zone wall that starts to close in is not a collapse on their building quite yet, as G2 is on the edge of the zone now looking down. I love the nade to go a little bit forward. Doesn't go forward enough, but the wingman shots, holy cow, the dude doesn't miss, kind of like Tony's jokes, as now you see his air tricky is going to be going down. 86, 45, 45. Designful is not messing around. Put this guy on your fantasy team week after week. Any member of G2, they are just going to be putting down serious damage. And then Hiachu just sneezes on the last player to take him out. I'm surprised. I think he was surprised that he was able to get that kill with just 13 damage.
G2 strike first and then strike hot, and then look at that. You see G2 trying to provide CPR. I thought it was teabagging at first, but no, he's trying to give CPR, trying to bring his opponents back to life. What a great group of guys right there as they try to bring Fury back to the map. Sadly, it's not going to be enough. We are down to 14 squads, and it's going to stay that way unless we see another fight. It looks like Complexity have an Ash in their sights.
Yeah, and that's a lot of damage coming out with the R301 from Petty Boss trying to finish this one off. Doesn't need to hit a cell, elects to go and throw the Arc Star instead. That player got to red armor somehow. The bubble is not available for Petty. He did have the defensive environment. Surprised that he doesn't go and toss that one down, as 6 is going to be eliminated there from Shiny. Sync goes down as well, so multiple teams here in the backhand side of the dome. Second dome ending in 3 games. Hey, we saw a lot of Southern endings in Season 4 of Series E and the ALGS. They're not disappointing us anymore.
They really are, and DXT are loving this as well. I mean, they're positioning here. They're going to take the backside of this circle once again, make sure that there's nobody on their back, nobody's able to push it from the back, and they're able to pick and choose what fights they want to get into. This is the exact, I think this is the exact position that DXT were using earlier in game number 1, and that netted them a pretty good placing. And with that low, but they should never run out of resources, especially in the late game where there's going to be lots of death boxes on the ground. Look, they're already setting up the armor swaps. DXT are very comfortable with their positioning. Torrent Can't say the same for them. They have a long rotation, but it looks like with that charge rifle in the hands of Rambo, he's looking to at least cheek off some damage. He already has purple shields for not only himself, but also his entire roster.
Most likely going to be able to charge that one up to red here fairly soon, too. That's just about 4 or 5 shots with the charge rifle, maybe less if he ends up hitting headshots with it overall. Now Monsoon is going to go down. The bubble's there. You can see a great job of using the barrels and the grenades from Shiny, but Madness is looking for that entry frag, and he's flying all the way around to toss a grenade in. But look at the movement coming in from Complexity. That nade splits him up. They're not being fooled, though. Madness is not having any of this. The rest of the players from Renegades are going to collapse inside over here. And what a play from Madness, understanding what his opponents were going to do. Very chess-like maneuvering from Team Renegades.
Yeah, love that angle he's able to create by poking right through the window, and love the shot coming out of Sykes. Ain't no joking going around here as he absolutely obliterates one caustic player from right off the map. We are down to just 11 squads here. Renegades always seem to impress whenever they are on screen. They're absolutely commanding the space here, understanding how to play the space, and now they have this dominant position, especially for the late game. This could be the winning position that everybody will be fighting for.
And Sykes with the little ogre movement right there. I'm not quite sure if this dude plays Halo or if he just, watched me play a lot of Apex overall. But you know who I'm getting vibes from watching Sykes is one of our players on Esports Arena, Knocked. I think that watching him kind of fly into the building right there, the shots, the time to ADS, when not to ADS, just the overall hunt down and the immediate damage burst that came out is big-time vibes from one of our best controller players that we have in the entire country. So looking forward to seeing what Sykes is going to be able to do. One of the newest additions on over towards Renegades. Madness, especially as being a great entry fragger, could really use some backup when it comes to that. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do long-term. Definitely since making their roster change, we've seen vast improvements from that team week to week here in Series E. Spitfire, first time we're going to see that one today. Also first time we're going to see Designful toss that black hole out. And oh man, those nades should completely rip the players apart, and they do. The nades to boot, and the hunt is on here for G2. Designful somehow is taken down. Where is the rest of the squad? They're going to fly in. There goes the cleanup. Designful hopefully is going to be able to get res, but no, he gets thirsted and the third party starts to collapse.
Yeah, love the start of that fight. There was so much value coming in out of that ultimate, and the nades were coming in, but somehow it's not a clean wipe coming out of G2. It looks like Jet gonna go down by himself here. The defensive bombardment bringing him all the way down to one shot, and although G2 started that fight beautifully, somehow it did not end in their favor. Tom, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what happened there.
That was two squad wipes coming through. So many wipes, they almost used a bidet to clean both of them out so quickly. That was some pretty impressive stuff from G2, honestly. Okay. Especially since they had a 2v3 over towards the last fight. So you love to see, again, G2 coming in full form. That's kind of what happens in G2's bad games, where they're winning fights, and then all of a sudden they get third-partied. So that's kind of anticipated. It's more of a positioning thing than anything. So I expect G2 to continue to play good in Stormpoint going forward. They're definitely coming in playoff form here as Torrent is taking a lot of damage. You can see Rambo already going down. He's on that Valkyrie. Great portal and timing going in for Maurice. It looks like they're going to be safe over towards the backhand side. Problem is here, Tony, zone moves in 8 seconds. They have to get the res, they have to get the healing, and find the rotation.
It's going to be really tough for them. However, start a fight playing towards the edge of the circle here, and obviously they're only one rotation from coming in, so they're pretty comfortable with their positioning. I love the 30-30 in the hands of Matt Pickett. This can do absolute damage from the mid to long range, and then even the scattered shots or the points on it isn't too bad. Almost uses it as if it's a shotgun splash going to come in from the dive from Valkyrie, getting all that intel and finding the position that they want to land. How are you liking their positioning here? Do you think it's going to last long as they rotate towards these buildings? There has to be a team defending it.
You'd be surprised how you can actually hold this spot, but the problem is watching your 6 over here. They're watching the south side now. They need to be more aware of the north side. Now they're trying to infiltrate on over towards the building like you were talking about, Tony. Curious to see if there is an actual team over there. The team they were afraid of is up on top of this rock. That's going to be start a fight. You can see Rakinishu is going to be down. That's the last player you want is your Gibby to go down, but the bubble is there. Great job tossing that one out before he was taken down. The Thirster coming through. Pickett is also having that cover fire that you absolutely needed. Rakinisha, if he wanted, could come around for the armor swap, but that's going to be Dank coming up over towards the high ground, and you can see the value of that high ground now. It's going to cost you so much of your HP to go up there. I'm not quite sure why he's flying down there. Maybe because he heard the res and thought the res was going down directly below, but that's the armor swap Rakinisha was waiting for. While Dank does do a great job, he isn't able to survive. Maybe getting shot up off of that rock is another reason why he was able to drop. But either way, great plays taking on over towards the high ground. There goes the bleed out. Vizio goes out. High Peak Esports goes out in 6th place. And now start a fight looking like they're going to be in a pretty good position over here. This is their second top 5 already in 3 games here on World's Edge.
Yeah, I thought that was a really big play by Matt Pickett right there. Like, he had a very important role to make sure that Valkyrie player did not do damage. And as he dropped in, Matt Pickett literally shredded him with the car and absolutely scaring him away. So that was a big play. If he doesn't win that damage battle, maybe that Valkyrie player gets a knock on him and maybe he starts to create havoc towards that team. But big plays out of him to scare them away. Even bigger grenade coming out of Nerf, specifically Force. And he's chucking another one over there as he gets more damage in. 83 to that player with gold. Team Nerf having the positioning and also having the nades as well to do damage and get value out of every single throw.
Those nades were absolutely insane. And then the shots too. This dude is nutty right now. The 30-30 shots are there. He's watching his left-hand side. He's putting damage down. The question is, where's the rest of the team? You see Asuras coming around the corner, turns, is like, oh, okay, you guys need me now? All right, well, I'm on my way. They're fighting and watching so many different areas, Tony, all because there are still 5 full squads of 3 trying to collapse over here towards the dome.
And in just 10 seconds, we're going to be moving on to round 6 here. And we keep talking. As that circle gets smaller and smaller, there is not enough space for all these teams to be comfortable in. These teams will be forced to fight, and we will be down to about 3 squads very soon, especially as the defensive bombardment is coming in. Act taking a lot of damage and luckily utilizing that basement towards the building to try to avoid as much as possible. But it looks like he's going to end up getting ripped. Now the nades are starting to fly here. Nerf going to be forced to use the bubble despite being in the building because they are being pressured.
What a great job of tossing the bubble down so the Arcstar doesn't completely tear them apart. Also the Arcstar nerfs making it so Asura is able to live throughout all of that. But that team has been pushing and aggressing towards the roof for quite some time. 1 player was eliminated, so you're gonna have 1 team sticking with just 2 players throughout all of this. But this is that slow and methodical play now. 20 seconds until this zone starts to move. When it starts to move, it's going to go very, very slowly. It's about kind of filtering players in, adding pressure, and forcing them into one another. Renegade's going to be playing the middle area. Very risky, not much cover over here. All going to come down to when that dome is going to be available. As you see, Sykes running around like a madman trying to get the barrels down. Also, the barrels could cause a little bit of visual clutter as DXT is the team that's trying to focus them.
And you could tell they didn't have the cover they exactly wanted because they were forced to use an early bubble just to try to avoid as much damage as possible. Luckily, we do see Madness putting down some great shots here with the flat line, but they're dodging nades left and right. The defensive bombardment coming in as well. The Caustic players already down. Now we're seeing DXT deciding to make their presence known. Beautiful wingman shots coming out of Vayne. Absolutely ripping one and now going right into another one. The shots are hitting. That's about 7 for 8 shots being fired off out of this wingman.
Well, you got to call him out on the miss right there, Tony. Come on now. It looked like, all right, there it is. He's up, Vayne, come on. And Vayne, the former player on Congarna that ended up winning the championship, former 100 Thieves member coming through and just putting in some serious work. Splash gets eliminated. Nerf comes in with the cleanup and the third party. Now things get interesting moving on over to Storm Point. That should separate them from Excedrin just a little bit today. Overall, I'm curious to see what that cumulative leaderboard was. What a game number 3. Again, 2 dome endings in 3 games. Very, very surprising. But now we move on over towards our halftime break. When we get back, we switch on over to Storm Point and the conclusion of Season 4 Series Z here for Apex Legends.
Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme, the true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking, yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the balls in the place. I'm talking one chance. I was so good for the goal. It's one shot. Now the future is yours.
Excedrin. I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast. Excedrin, game over for headaches.
It's going down, 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 it's going right now. They're gonna hear our voice, they're gonna hear our voice, they're gonna hear our voice. It's going down, we're gonna make some noise, we're gonna make some noise, we're gonna make some noise. It's going down, we got the right moves, we got the right moves, we got the right moves. It's going down. They're gonna hear our voice, they're gonna hear our voice, they're gonna hear our voice. It's going down, we're gonna make some noise, we're gonna make some noise, we're gonna make some noise. It's going down, we got the right moves, we got the right moves, we got the right moves. It's going down.
It's fruit, refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top fresh flavored splash.
It's fruit freshen.
We're gonna do it in 3, 2, 1. The Barnard squad's on the board finally there in Game 3 with that win from Nerf. Of course, they were talking about Vayne jumping into the roster here today. Looking pretty solid. Big part of that victory for Nerf, and we'll have to see how that shakes things up on the Mobile One leaderboard. But let's check out our third player of the game here tonight as we close out the first half. And we say goodbye to World's Edge here for Season 4. So well played for an entire season. We still have a little bit of Storm Point, though, left ahead of us. While they did grab the win, though, Dexterity is going to grab Player of the Game honors here as Wave takes it. 5 kills and an assist in this one and over 1,300 damage in that game. Dexterity, one of those teams, those smaller orgs, but with a solid and talented roster trying to make a splash. Of course, they competed in Pro League and are looking to do a little bit more here today, so we'll see what they can do in the back half. But well played from Dexterity and Wave in this one, and I'm curious to see maybe where they're sitting at on that Mobile One leaderboard. Before we go back to the games, though, and get ready for Storm Point, do want to tell you guys once again about something new we're doing at Esports Arena locations all across the country, and it's called PvE. Now, sometimes people love to dedicate 3 or 4 hours, play through a big bracket, get that kind of competition, but some of us don't have all of that time, but still want to get that esports competition in. Well, PvE has the answer here. You want to compete in more bite-sized pieces for still great cash prizes and play a range of awesome games? You can do it with PvE. Go to your local esports arena today. You can use exclamation point locations in chat to find one near you. Purchase some tokens for entry and enter in the different games. We run 4 different leaderboards Wednesday through Sunday at your local esports arena with a bunch of different titles on the table, and each has its own $500 prize pot. So if you want to compete and get in on the fun, head over to Esports Arena today. Now we got Sky in Studio White right now to show you one of the titles you can compete in this week, and it's some aim labs. A reminder as well, of course, Wednesday through Sunday you can compete, and the titles change every single week. Also, make sure if you get an entry in early on in the week and you want to keep track of how your scores are doing on that national leaderboard, you can find a 24/7 live stream that tracks all of our leaderboards on our YouTube channel, so make sure to check that one out. Maybe your score falls down a little bit on the leaderboard, you can head back in on a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday to put up another great score. Now, I know Sky's hope here was to beat Fizzy's score from the start of the show today, and is about halfway to doing so. 22 seconds still left on the board. Needs to beat about 54,000. I'm not sure exactly what Fizzy's score was, but I know if Sky can hit 55K, he will beat it, but he's in a tough spot here. 36, 37,000. 5 seconds left on the board. He's not going to be able to do it. Rough score, but he's all right. He hits a dance. He had some fun. So make sure to head to your local esports arena today. You can compete in PvE, and let us know if you can beat Sky or Fizzy's scores. Right now, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, though, why not in T-Scored? We'll take another look at the state of our Mobile One leaderboard and get you ready for the second half as we head over to Storm Point. So don't go far. We'll be back in a few.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the brakes. I'm talking one chance, and I was so close for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Excedrin. I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast. Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Welcome back, everybody, to Series E. World's Edge is all done. We move on to Storm Point. Tony, what a job coming in from our teams, making their way from the north, like Complexity going down over towards the bottom side. But I thought Start a Fight was a team to look out for, too. 2 top 5s out of those 3 games. Who were you most impressed with as we take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard?
I mean, I gotta say Nerf. I mean, the spotlight was on Nerf and has been literally all tournament long. And for them to, first 2 games pretty decent, but for them to really bang out and really come in hot with that game 3 win, it's securing them a 2nd place, by the way, 34 points. I gotta say, I'm really impressed with Team Nerf.
If they keep that up, that means that they would have 68 points and Excedrin would have 14. And that is the difference between 3rd and 4th place right now. So Excedrin, during Excedrin week, they're going to have to step it up. Definitely watch out for Team Nerf over these last 3 games. The storyline definitely heating up. G2 sitting in 1st place after they were able to dominate in game number 2. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 3. Who gets that last one over on the World's Edge area? We were talking about this during the break, Tony. If you were able to, watch this game, if you blinked twice, it was basically over. Let's take a look at that Mobile One high performance moment once we're able to get it ready. And here it is. Tony, walk us through this.
I mean, it started and ended. You talked about it before. DXT being open in the middle of the map here, forced to use an early bubble, but those wingman shots were absolutely. I swear that was 7 out of 8 shots that he hit right there, absolutely tearing apart everybody's shields, and they're just commanding the space. They're a little bit separated, but eventually that charge rifle shot comes in. That does the initial damage to absolutely rip him, and then everybody starts to get aggressive on DXT. Nerf gets in there. That's going to be a quick wipe. That brings us down to just 2 squads, and then quickly done. Everybody hitting their shots to end it. Like literally, you blink twice, and it was absolutely over. Game number 3, Team Nerf, waiting for the right time to strike and doing so masterfully.
They did, and it was really nicely done in terms of the execution, the timing coming out through and cleaning everybody up when they needed to, maximizing on their KP towards the tail end. But now we move on over towards a different map, and we know Excedrin tends to play a little strong over towards Store Point, but Nerf really is no joke either. So this is still anyone's game over these next 3 games to see who makes it in and doesn't have to fight through for the relegation. G2 getting contested off of the rip over here. Very rarely do you see them lose a 50-50, let alone even anyone having the balls to contest them. It's going to be Team Razor.
That it is, and looks like our Valkyrie player coming out of Razor already able to upgrade to blue shields, but our Ash gonna go down. Bursty gonna be the first one. Now we're seeing Gibby trying to play cheeky towards the corner. He's gonna get ripped. No more shields for him, but he still cracks the other one with the 45, and now gonna go for the challenges, barely missing that melee. Backing down, reloading, wants to get right back into the action, but he's currently by himself. 1v1 versus Gibby. Pulls out the win, and the revives coming in. Razor able to clutch it up. Big plays coming out of big man Gibby.
100 damage versus 20 health right there. What a job, as the armor swaps are going to come in. The third party is now starting to fly in as well, I believe, as you see Torrent starting to collapse over towards the building. It looks like Urice already going with the entry frag over towards the side. This is on the opposite side of the map, though. It was Furia that came in, and that's why you saw Brooks was going from that immediate armor swap instead of going for the res. So no matter who won that fight, they most likely were going to get eliminated in 19th place no matter what. Tough break for G2, but either way, they did have a lot of points from the first 3 games on World's Edge. Let's take a look at where the zone's going to go. Heavy parameter prole. You can see Vizio already making the rotation in, as we know they are one of the fastest teams to go and make that play. A little bit of a visual bug over towards a couple of these teams. You can see the name's not really popping up. We don't know who's over towards Cenote quite yet. That's going to be CLG. DXC also making the rotation in towards the south.
And everybody happy that G2's out of the lobby. I mean, they were in first place with 38 points, and now everybody can move within striking distance of stealing a top 3 spot. Now, Nerf obviously going to be in the best position because they were sitting only 4 points behind them. So as long as they simply stay alive, they should be able to eclipse them as far as points. But the question is, how far do they go? Torrent already hunting down 1, bringing us down to 17 squads and getting some loot because of it.
Makes you wonder if G2 getting eliminated helps Nerf out, because that's going to help their mental in terms of, hey, now we have an opportunity not only to get top 3 here in the accumulative leaderboard, maybe we come out on a win overall and just go and swing for the fences, because that's what we knew they would need overall. They would need a big W, and they would need Excedrin to kind of fall flat on their face. Fortunately for them, DXT was a team that challenged over towards staging, forced them over towards Big Mod, made them a little bit uncomfortable, and that's why they were only able to pick up 7 points after 3 games. Very un-Excedrin-like during Excedrin week, so we'll see what they are able to do. over the next hour or two, which is going to determine the fate going forward. Lazarus making their way over towards with the Trident, and it looks like they are going to be able to get inside and hit some heals, so nice job by Dank getting in on with this rotation and getting over towards the building.
And I'm really happy we're having our final pro night here, you know, leading up to Sweden, because Stormpoint is the newest map that was added to Apex Legends, and it is in competitive play. I feel like we have anywhere near as much practice on this map than say like a map like World's Edge. So I think this is valuable practice for each and every one of these squads. G2, Lazarus, everybody that's trying to go the distance here is playing on Stormpoint and still somewhat new to it. Charge rifle in the hands of Dank, so he's gonna try to farm up damage, already having purple shields, so I would not be surprised if he swaps out that shield to one of his teammates to upgrade it as fast as possible.
You called for the charge rifle today, Tony. I don't know if they're just trying to impress you or or what's going on. They know that you're casting, they're like, all right, Tony loves the charge rifle, we'll show him exactly what's it's about. But interesting team composition change over here is we're seeing Bloodhound, maybe the only Bloodhound in the lobby, coming out for start a fight. And when you talk about team fighting compositions, when you think about what Bloodhound's really good at, he specializes in these skirmishes, especially when it's a one-on-one situation or a three-on-three situation. So this is going to be interesting to watch what start a fight's going to be able to do. It's definitely more of an edge composition, but you have the opportunity to rotate over towards the middle if you can get over towards the zone with Valkyrie.
Well, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but when I think of Stormpoint, I think of a larger map where you have less of a chance of being third party. So if I was going to be an aggressive squad like start a fight, I think Bloodhound provides you so much value in these 3v3s, because if you want to commit to these gunfights, you should be able to do so if you feel strong enough in your fighting. I feel like this map is so big and there's so many different avenues you can go that you get third party a lot less than, say, a map like World's Edge, or especially a map like King's Canyon.
I agree, but also at the same point, since it is so large, the scan only goes so far, so it makes you wonder, are they going to be able to get the scans in? But another thing to think about and consider is the tendencies that players have. You may be able to catch them a little off guard with the scans and be able to see what their tendencies are in terms of their movement and the decision making that they would make. Typically that would be predicted in World's Edge, so it gives you a little bit of a crutch to be able to, if you don't know where players are going to be coming from, you don't know how they're used to infiltrating buildings, hitting that scan is going to give you some sort of idea. As we see a big fight happening, big shots coming in from Rambo onto Panders, he's just going to drop like a fly.
Woo, that 3-3 sensitivity. He's tracking all day. Beautiful shots coming in out of Rambo and this car. Now they're going to want to grind forward, but that Trident coming out of nowhere, driving right past him. I'm sorry, that caught me a little bit off guard, Tom.
I mean, you're not really expecting people to take it into the Trident right there, but also the big damage coming through. Are they going to hit him with the BM? I thought they were going to maybe ghost ride the whip and start bumping him with the car right there, but they are basically out of here, playing over towards the edge of the zone. They're going to let RKN finish that one off, and no one's going to pick up your boy. I mean, he's finishing your kill for you, plus he's the kill leader. They're like, all right, because you're the kill leader, we'll pick you up. JK, RKN, we're hunting down the last player. That's what they're doing. They're going for the 2 versus 1. I think they saw some pings going on over towards behind. Actual genius plays coming in to find that final player who was ratting it out and sitting in the corner. That was Tech, and Tech is going to be eliminated. Going out in 17th place is Furia.
Rambo hit it with the let's go, friends. We're gonna find him in this car. Down to 16 squads, and Torrent once again able to just loot up. And that's the one thing about Apex. You get rewarded for winning these gunfights. You know, resources have to be earned. They aren't simply given this game. You know, even on your initial drop, you're able to loot up a bit, but in order to get to those purple shields, in order to get those upgrades on your weapons, you eventually have to win fights, or at least loot multiple POIs, which is very hard to do in competitive play. So once they get those wins, they get rewarded by those extra resources, and now they have even better shields, even better attachments, and even more ready to get into another fight. 16 squads remaining, 48 players on the map, and we are now moving into round number 2.
Yeah, things should slow down just temporarily here. I think that was the initial fighting that was taking place on the team's rotations. They kind of got caught off guard. Couple 50-50s to start, but the difference between World's Edge and Stormpoint, I feel like because the players are trying to continue to learn, Tony, they're not willing to take these early fights that much because they want to know where the zones are going to go. They want to figure out how to play these zones and get used to the situations so they can raise their situational awareness So anticipating 3 much slower games than World's Edge going forward as you take a look at what Nerf is doing. Turns off of the Horizon, who he was playing on Stormpoint previously, off of Caustic, who he was playing on World's Edge, now electing to go with Ashe. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, in a map like Stormpoint, I feel like Ashe's ult is really valuable with taking height immediately onto a building. With all these buildings that are available in Stormpoint, I personally like Ashe a little bit more than I like implementing a Wraith in this composition. Now, same thing. To me, if you're going to play Ashe, I feel it's going to be the same team that plays a Wraith. It's an aggressive edge squad that wants to get into the action as fast as possible when they're after a crack, or if they maybe bite off a little bit more than they chew and they need to get out of a non-advantageous position, you can use that Ashe in the same way to get out of it. I just love how quick it comes and how decisive it is, especially when taking height onto one of these many buildings that are available in Stormpoint.
That's why you have to respect Turns again, because of the amount of legends that he has in his repertoire. I mean, he goes from Caustic, a big boy, a passive defensive character, on over towards Ashe, one of the, if not the most aggressive legend that we have in all of Apex, with getting in your face and laying down damage. Big jump shot right there. Climbing on over towards the window is Asura. They're looking for the Arc Stars over there as well. Gonna go in Valkyrie over towards the roof, maybe get one inside. There goes the crack. I would love to see them full send on this one, but they're going to back off. Bubble is going to go down, and they realize a potential third party is in the area. Almost scary for that team inside.
And Nerf choosing their battles wisely. It looks like they don't want to hard commit to this fight, especially as Turns is taking a lot of damage, so rotating quickly out of here. But it looks like they're expecting some I guess some pressure to come here over toward the east side as well. So still 16 squads on the map. You have to respect how many players are here. The moment you do start to engage in fights, you have that third party situation. Now we're in round number 2, circle going into round 3. Although this is a big map, as that circle gets smaller and smaller, I guess the chance of a third party gets higher and higher as well.
I am so bad at fighting in this area. Once I fall down into this circle, which I always do, unless I'm playing Path or Valkyrie, I'm basically running around like a chicken with my head cut off. It is such a difference in height over here. You have the zip lines over towards the bottom, but you can see Nerf is really interested in taking this high ground and seeing if anybody is combing over towards this southeast side. We get the map and we can see nobody is in the vicinity. You do have Ak and Senpai and their squad over towards the southern side. That's a potential team to watch. The rotation should be pretty strong here, because when you see the choke where Team Ghost Gaming is coming from, Vizio's locking that down, and we may have a skirmish coming in between Ghost and Nerf that could get third-partied by Senpai and squad.
Yeah, my only thing with Nerf is how much real estate do they have in this area to play within the circle, and because half of it is cut off, you know, are they going to have the cover that they want to be able to fight away this team? But like you said, Ghost might end up getting caught in between 2 different teams themselves, so they might not be in the best positioning against 16 squads and just not enough real estate. And you're seeing that circle going to start to pull really far south here. So a team that's really comfortable is probably Atlanta Premier. They have high ground, they're within the circle, they're loving their position that they have, and again Loba, so this way if they don't have to get into these fights in order to steal away resources. That black market boutique is so powerful on any map.
The gold armor is just so nice too, because you don't need to use batteries, right? And that's why you see only 1 battery in the backpack right now for Hill. Hill also someone that I believe was playing Caustic previously, so switching again on over to a completely different legend. You got to have respect for these players that are able to do that. But this is a huge fight here for Nerf. The Yelp team directly below them. Is this going to be Ghost Gaming? Defensive department is going to come down. You see Turns is looking inside of the window. Doesn't see anyone quite yet. Great nade over towards the stairs. Has a great amount of ammo in this Havoc turbocharger. Also the Gold Prowler. An amazing setup for Turns if he can go and use this one. But the longer this fight takes place, the more likely they are to get third party.
Yeah, he must be feeling so comfortable. The Prowler, as long as it has a sufficient amount of extended mag on it, is an absolute nuisance to deal with. And that gold definitely gives you the ammo to work with. But now they're going to be heavily pushed. Now Nerf has to defend the second level of this building. That team wanted to get Froggy, decided to leap on away, but the bubble comes in. They're actually taking a totally different direction and right into the hands of Nerf. Beautiful shots coming in out of the Prowler. Now he's going to try to finish off. It looks like it's at least a 2v1 situation going in favor of Nerf, and that final one will fall there, but it looks like they're getting third partied, and Nerf will be escorted right out of the lobby courtesy of Torrent.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because you're dealing with two teams that are trying to rotate. They don't realize that they're going to get third-partied, but you just have a feeling the longer that fight takes place, especially when you're able to cast and see where the player outlines on the map is going to be, that teams eventually are going to make their way. And we thought it was going to be a completely different squad than Torrent. Thought it was going to be Senpai and their squad, but instead it is a completely different team that comes through. So that means there was 4, maybe 5 teams in this area. So that has to hurt for Nerf. They win that fight very handily, but they only go out with 3 points overall. Maybe 4 if they're able to pick up that placement point in 15th place, which is decent, but you know Excedrin's still in this lobby and looking for more.
And I will say, I really like the Bangalore on Storm Point versus a map like Worlds. And I feel like Storm Point has a lot of open field that you have to try to navigate through. And if you're caught out of position and a team tries to 3-2-1 you, I think that smoke could be really valuable. We're just trying to provide that temporary cover as you rotate out of a situation, kind of like what they're in right now, where they're able to rotate a little bit easier. But if they took too much damage, you best believe that smoke would come in and maybe even followed by that bombardment, that ultimate. But looks like they're going to take to the skies with the Valk ult, and we're going to see what Complexity is up to here on the southeast side.
Do it. You won't, Shiny. You won't. Okay, okay. Very close to being able to get those players. Wait, is Atlanta Premier the team that just flew in the air? Okay, did they land? Something happened between Start a Fight and Atlanta Premier, and they go out basically immediately. Xset gets knocked as well. That's going to be Vayne coming through with that one. Vayne has been heating up over these last couple games. We saw what he was able to do when they got second place in the previous one, but Complexity continues to impress by getting themselves inside of the end zones. Great zone knowledge and presence from this team.
And that's one of the bad things about taking a Valk ult is that, you know, you have a plan A in mind, but sometimes as you see teams that are on your plan A, you gotta have a plan B, C, and sometimes D. So they wanted to Valk ult into the position that Complexity was in. Complexity denied access. They have to change direction. Meanwhile, DXT keeping height. Beautiful shots coming in out of the R301, specifically Vayne, and now they find the opportunity to catch an angle. They drop down, and look how fast they're able to deal with that gunfight as we move on to another one. Torrent only down 2 players. Another player goes down to 1 shot, and looks like that's going to be it. Madness going to deal with them quickly, and now we're back on board now with RCO. Welcome back to the lobby.
Yeah, welcome back, and welcome back to the action over here. There's a ton of teams. Sykes is going to go down from Nando's PK. Amazing fighting coming up from RCO, but they're getting third party from behind. That's Start a Fight coming into the area trying to say no, as this is a final 1v1 that gets won by Madness, who's been going off with the PK. Really nutty shots from him. Phony is going to finish off one player. Fury actually thirsts another one that is going to be on the ground, and now another Loba team coming through and Start a Fight. Like we said, was looking for that third party. They understood the situation. The Hemlock not hitting like it used to. The armor swap is able to be there from Madness, but that is all she wrote. As you see, Renegades going out in 10th place. Coincidentally, they are Team 10 in the lobby as well. As you can see, the loot galore for Start a Fight here, Tony. They look to be in pretty good position, especially after clearing out these two teams.
Yeah, you notice how we just dropped 7 squads in 2.5 minutes. We legitimately had 16 squads about 2 minutes ago, and now we are officially down to 9 with 20 seconds left of round 4 Storm coming in. So this just tells you how fast the action is and how crazy it can get in a moment's notice. It looks like Splash somehow still alive, taking some damage, but they're gonna have to try to rotate to a little bit of better position eventually. I mean, these rocks are providing temporary cover, but for how long?
Yeah, you can't take the rocks with you. You can't just roll them down the hill or something like that. That'd be some pretty interesting tech being added, maybe for the next legend or something along those lines. But Splash has to do something, Tony. They don't have any cover to work with, like you said, just moving up from rock to rock. That's basically the only thing that they could do. Now they're stuck in the water, coexisting with another team over towards the side. Fortunately for them, you're not in this lobby. Otherwise, they'd be getting charged rifles across the map right now. As you can see, the skyward dive is going down. The defensive bombardment is there as well, most likely from Senpai. And, you know, just rock to rock. That's all you can really say for this team. They are finding the smallest areas to use.
And that skyward dive from that team was the best thing to happen to Splash, because that made their rotation a lot easier to try to get into the storm there. Meanwhile, Vizio having a much more difficult time on their hands. They're actually forced to rotate here over toward the left side, but it looks like Phone are going to be the first one to go down. Start a fight. Not only starting this one, they're looking to end it.
No doubt about it, and the Hemlock shots up close, they were a little rough, but now from long range, putting in some serious work. 3 players basically stacked up on top of each other. Pickett's going to answer with the wingman. Start a fight looking for another top 5 finish over here. This would be 3 in 4 games for a team that is very newly formed. Rakinishu, the newest addition on this squad, but these players have been a squad in the past in terms of playing tons of rank together, plus formerly 2/3 of Team Rockstar in the original season of Series E Apex Legends. You love to see it. You love to see them continuing to add pressure on to these other signed squads. Now Vayne, who's been popping off in the kill feed, he's going to pick up another one over there onto Nano. Kimchi Lee is going to be down, which means that you are going to have one more player from Excedrin on the ropes over here. We'll see if CLG is able to answer that one out, and they are. So Excedrin goes out in 6th place. That's a great sign for Nerf, as there's 2 games remaining here in the final day of the Pro League here for Series E for Season 4. Vayne is still alive over here, but for how long, Tony, as everyone's starting to collapse over towards these buildings?
Love the idea from the Horizon to drop the Q right on that doorway to deny access from Vayne, but if it wasn't enough, his teammates coming right in and going to deal with them quick, and that's going to bring us down to 4 squads, and we do see an Ash TP to immediately take height, but they're going to take height right to another squad, so that's going to be quite a strong fight going in, and DXT say, you know what, you guys want a hard fight, we're going to enjoy that. I think the moment knocks start to come in, they might want to take advantage of that, but DXT just sitting up high, and eventually High Peak Esports going to have to give up that height and drop down, so one immediately gets ripped. DXT now going to take advantage of the momentary number, sliding in with the Mastiff, dealing with 1. We have our Valkyrie player that's going to try to get away, but eventually he's going to be hunted down. DXT played that very patiently and played it so well, and just like that, we are down to 3 squads remaining.
Vayne basically looks like he's moving faster than the rest of the players on the map right now. Dude is absolutely cracked in terms of flying in there with the Mastiff. The R301 shot's completely on point. High Peak they thought, and then all of a sudden it got shot down immediately. But this is very similar to what we had in, I believe, game number 1. We have Complexity. We have Start a Fight. The only team that's missing is Lazarus, but this time it is DXT. We'll see who's going to walk away with it as DXT gets the initial knock there onto Shiny. That is the Gibby player, I believe, for Complexity, too. So that's going to be a little bit complicated as the bubble is going to go away. You can see the res is there. Rakinishu waiting in hand with the defensive bombardment. Perfectly timed as the bubble is going to go away. A lot of armor swaps there for Complexity, and they're all cuddled up there behind the rock.
The patience to wait till exactly when that bubble is going to run out. The timing and patience, that's going to be beautifully played. 1, 2 going to quickly go down. So much value coming in out of the defensive bombardment, and DXT is watching start a fight. They started the fight, but they're looking to finish their downs, but there's one big old character behind. That's going to be Gibby, and he commands attention just from being on the map. Now we're seeing DXT. This is the opportunity that they wanted. They noticed that. They noticed they're pushing forward. They're noticing starting a fight, wanted those knocks. They're playing for 2nd place, but DXT are trying to play for the win.
DXT will take the win. Great job from Start a Fight and Complexity, again finding themselves in the final circle, but all in all, it's the team that's contesting Excedrin over towards World's Edge. It's DXT with the timing. I mean, you can't really ask for a better situation right there where you get 1 knock and then it creates the other team to go and push forward because they're trying to eliminate the major threat on the map, which is Complexity. Great job from Petty Boss getting those reses, but really just not enough when you're getting pinched from 2 teams. That was game number 4. We're going to take a quick break. When we get back, we'll have the Mobile 1 leaderboard in game number 5.
For nothing, baby. Let's get in there.
Our third, fourth, and fifth place teams on the Mobile One leaderboard, all in the top 3 there in game number 4, and Dexterity come out of the chaos with a win. We saw start a fight, a beautiful defensive bombardment from Rakanishu to just decimate the Complexity lineup, and ultimately they didn't want Complexity to be able to get the reses to get back into the fight, but it opens up the opportunity for Dexterity to come in for the third party, clean up both squads, and grab the win. So all 3 teams getting some solid points and definitely putting themselves again in that conversation up at the top of the leaderboard, but Dexterity going to be feeling great with those 12 placement points. So well played from them. Let's check out our player of the game here. Of course, Wave already grabbed the honors once, and this time around it's going to be Vayne here playing with Team Nerf. 5 kills and 3 assists and 1,700 damage. Of course, a great substitution here today for the squad as they're looking really solid the way that they are playing tonight, and they'll look to keep it rolling with just 2 games left to go. So Dexterity on the board with their win there in game 4, and just 5 and 6 left before we close out another season of Series 8 Apex Legends. Crazy to think that we're going to have to replace this jersey here behind me very, very soon. Of course, congrats, to the Intel boys, but their time is done with Vizio looking to take the title here. Now, before we go to a break, do want to remind you folks, of course, you can come out to your local esports arena today to compete in PvE, all kinds of tournaments, or if you just want to come in and play some hourly, even if you want to host a birthday party. We also have those as well. So make sure to use exclamation point locations in Twitch chat right now to find an esports arena near you to come out and play. We're going to a break right now. When we come back, we kick off the first of our final 2 games of the season.
We're gonna do it in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everybody, to Series E. We have 2 more left here for Apex Legends in Season 4. It's Excedrin Week. It's our pro night, and we just had an awesome ending for DXT on Stormpoint. Let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to find out exactly where everybody stands. DXT rising to the top. Start a fight. They've been consistent. 3 out of 4 games, Tony, they finished inside the top 5. I don't think anyone could have predicted this leaderboard.
Really not. I mean, it just shows that it's been anybody's game, literally all tournament long. We've seen everybody have a piece of the pie. Now this time it's DXT's turn to take the lead, but they're only up by 2 points. Start a fight are literally right on their heels, and I bet I can guess what our Mobile One leaderboard moment is going to be going into this. I'm pretty sure it's going to be that end game because it was too smooth.
Let's take a look at that mobile and high performance moment to find out exactly what it's going to be. And it is Tony, nail on the head. Rakinisha with the defensive bombardment. That's going to be Shiny going down. Monsoon, Petty, the last one alive. You can see DXT and Vayne are adding some pressure over here. The R301 shots are coming down. Now the problem is once you use your defensive bombardment, you're not able to zone off DXT from the side. So they're going to immediately be able to collapse over here. And they are able to pepper down the damage while Petty Boss was able to get reses on both players. So that is an unfortunate situation for Star to fight, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. They wanted to go for that second place. They wanted to get the kill points overall, and at least they picked up some points along the end. Even getting a knock right there on a Vayne was pretty nice, but all in all, DXT is going to take those points 10 times out of 10. Nice job finishing that one off. A very reminiscent ending to what we had in the Dome area in game number 1. Two of the same 3 teams. The only team that was different was Lazarus instead of DXT, but this is what we expect going in from Stormpoint. We expect to see a lot of the teams that are maybe a little bit on the newer side do fairly well, because when you're a new team and you're going against the teams that have been teams for a while on World's Edge, you're not going to have the same type of strategies. You're not going to maybe moving at that same pace. There's going to be a lot of different chefs in the kitchen or cooks in the kitchen, whatever you want to call it, and you may not be able to know how you want to go about kind of strategizing for that map and making your way over towards the end circles. But to be able to do it in both maps shows that a lot of these squads know exactly what they're doing. We're seeing great presence in World's Edge. We're seeing great presence on Stormpoint as well.
Yeah, you know, repetition is really king. So, like, you know, when it comes to World's Edge, we know and understand the meta. It's been defined already. And in Stormpoint, it's still being defined. It's still, the meta's consistently changed. I've seen so many compositions find success. I've seen, you know, rotations. Like, there's it's still being new and still being structured here. And that's one thing I like about it. I will say Stormpoint's not my favorite map, but I will say just adding something new, adding something fresh to competitive really isn't bad for Apex.
Here we go. 2 more games remain. Game number 5 here in Excedrin week. Exclamation point Excedrin in the chat if you guys want to check that one out. Handful of different 50-50s we're starting here, and if I'm not mistaken, we did have G2 with an early 50-50 as well. We'll see if that continues here, as it's going to be a long flight path here for Dave's Wave. Maybe grab some popcorn for all that, but it's going to be a central cascade ending right in the middle of the map, Tony. Basically, anyone's going to be able to get into this type of situation. We'll see who gets there first.
You know, I can imagine as a competitor, I don't know how happy I would be with this ending of a zone, but as a caster, as a viewer, I'm loving it. This is going to be so hectic. Everybody going to be coming in around the same time. We're going to see G2 fighting Furia, fighting Torrent up top. We're going to see Lazarus and Lazarus get into it eventually with a couple of squads, and everybody's going to be grinding over towards the central zone. I'm absolutely loving this.
It's going to be very fun to see, as you see a lot of our top squads going to be already in the vicinity over here. All eyes realistically, though, on that overall leaderboard. What's Nerf going to be able to do? What's Excedrin going to be able to do? It's been a lot closer than we would have thought. Bursty with the good burst right there on the backhand side of the Gibby player across the map. This has to be, if I'm not mistaken, G2, and they are annoyed that they have a Sentinel and a 4-8 scope this early into the game.
My gosh, I'd love to see the Sentinel getting some love here, especially on a Bursty. Absolutely ripping both of those shots, 70 across the board here. Hey, keep a hold of it. RE45, you know, I've had people tell me it's like a pocket R99. I can't seem to master the gun because I much prefer an alternator over an RE45 as far as an early gun to fight with any day. But Bursty really putting it work with the Sentinel and holding on to this height until just the right moment.
Yeah, RE45 definitely not very strong in certain instances, but if you're looking for an early secondary, it can definitely pop off in the right type of situation, as G2 is huddled up over towards the backhand side. Bursty is still looking for more damage, hasn't hit a cell yet throughout all of this. Maybe doesn't have many except for the 2 that you ended up landing with, but there should have been plenty of time to get some sort of resources. He's going to just dip out with the rest of his team and take the high ground over here, maybe trying to figure out where they can get the scan over towards the next zone and then make their skyward dive, because what's the chances of beating G2 in 2 50-50s, right? I mean, it's still 50-50, but it's G2.
Yeah, we do. I mean, we did see Bursty actually miss a bullet. The first time we see him miss a bullet with the Sentinel so far. And there's a team literally right under them here towards the south side. So they're going to have to engage once again. And that Sentinel still in the hands of Bursty. The only player on his team with blue shields at the moment. I know personally I'm very uncomfortable with trying to fight with white. But as of right now, Razor's still holding height and looking very comfortable, at least with their positioning.
Yeah, they're really bullying G2 down below, which is unfortunate for G2. They have to be fairly annoyed because it's already been round 1 closing. You don't anticipate this fight to continue for that long, but it continues, and G2 hasn't been able to do anything about it, and you're not going to be able to put any damage to someone immediately above you and then collapse immediately as well. But now they've taken over towards the other side too, so 2 teams on both sides.
This man's playing Duck Hunt right now. He must be loving every moment of it. He has 42 bullets of pure pain in the Sentinel. Luckily for the rest of the lobby, he doesn't have enough cells to charge this baby up. Because if he did, everybody would be in trouble the way he is hitting shot after shot. And he's not done yet, just barely gonna miss that Gibby player as we start 20 squads remaining. So as of right now, Razor say, hey, you know what? I'm just going to keep cheeking out this damage. I would love to see if you're gonna run a sniper and you're gonna be hitting shots like this. I would say this would be a perfect opportunity to swap out shields with your opponent, with your teammates. You know, 2 shots with the Sentinel the way he's hitting, and he can upgrade those white shields into blue very quickly.
Gotta get mine before you can get yours, Tony. I'm getting purple, and then I'm passing it on over.
Okay.
And then I'm taxing you and asking for it back a little bit later. And then you give me your armor for the next game, plus the 2 ranked games after that.
Okay, all right. I see how you're playing. I'm not to jump into ranked with you, as Complexity very comfortable with their composition here. Have the Ash, Gibby, and Valkyrie. They love playing with each other because they love to fight and they love to get aggressive. But they do have a team in front of them and is trying to fight toward the high ground. So it's very hard to get aggressive on a team that's literally looking down at you from the hill. That's one of the reasons why I'm not the biggest fan of Stormpoint. Like, trying to fight this battle in Complexity's positioning is near impossible, especially when that team has a charged rifle and is making you waste all of your resources.
There is a decent amount of cover over here, though. You can see a lot of different rocks that you can go and play. Petty's setting up a little bit of a bait, too. And the beauty of this is there's not a lot of Bloodhounds. There's only 1 in the entire lobby. So you would think, okay, if they scanned us, they would see how, spread apart we are. But in this type of instance, it's okay to kind of have presence and be split up, especially when you have your bubble, you have your defensive environment. Nobody's going to be able to immediately collapse here. So knowing where the zone is going to end and having all these teams kind of scrunched up in buildings, just like G2 is right now, you have more of an opportunity to do something, right, in terms of being able to pick up kill points, etc., etc. Interesting black hole there from Designful, maybe to try to maneuver around and take some different angles, or he anticipated somebody else was going to come around, but 62 burst damage right there with the car, looking for some wingman shots as well. Great shots by the Gibby is going to back him off. He does have a battery if he wants to go and use this one. Maybe they'll like to go for that med kit as well, as the damage has been so much that the rest of the teams, the players on this team, are going to collapse over towards where they are located. I love Resulta coming on over towards that door. That's a big brain play, but he takes over towards the high ground, which means G2 is heavily split right now.
That the Arbor Chen having the R301 ends up catching the angle on a team that's aping Designful, able to get away from that situation, and Gent ripping. But as I say that, it looks like he wasn't able to get away with his life. There was a stray bullet that was able to take him down, and now G2 are playing as a duo. Gent gonna quickly Valk up and try to get his res off. Meanwhile, there's a team fighting literally right in front of him. There's at least 3 teams, maybe 4 teams in this general vicinity, and G2 love that. They're trying to get aggressive and into the action.
Sometimes, and in that situation, luck was on G2's side. Torrent enters the fray, distracts them a little bit, takes the eyes from Exat away off of G2 and onto their opponent directly inside of their face, and now G2 continues to loot up. They were in first place after 3 games, fell on the leaderboard a little bit to DXT and to start a fight, but still have an opportunity to walk away with a majority of the prize money here, taking first place. Top 3 getting paid today, $2,000 prize pool, but more or less it's all about getting that practice in, winning the last day of Series E Season 4 on the Pro Day. Those bragging rights are going to last for quite some time. As you can see, the burst fire from Gentrifying is absolutely no joke.
And you can't allow yourself to get clipped like that. At that point, once you start getting damage, you got to play behind cover. That's you give G2 an inch, and they're going to take a mile, and it's exactly what they strike first and strike harder, taking down 2, and G2 looking comfortable. We have a new kill leader, and his name is Gent.
Not surprising considering the way that they started this one. You would expect them to continue on Storm Point. One of our strongest Storm Point teams when the map actually came out and the scrims were taking place. They were winning a majority of those. One also a playoff team, so you know that they're trying to hunker down with only a week and a couple days left before we get into our first international play since Poland. It's going to be an absolute blast to see which teams are going to walk away with this one. It's going to be Vizé getting back on over towards the high ground, towards his team, winners of game number 1. That is Lazarus. We mentioned what those final teams were in that circle. It was Startify and Complexity mixed in with Lazarus over towards the dome side. Now the heals are going to come through, and the rest of the Lazarus squad are going to kind of reset over here. I mean, this is what we saw in game number 4, Tony, where it was very chill until we hit 16 squads, chill for another minute or 2, and then we went down to, I think, 9 or 7 after that.
Yeah, it was really something to watch here, and I'm noticed that that Dank actually hasn't played, hasn't even healed his shield yet, so only 2 damage away from upgrading that to blue, but I'm really surprised not going to at least play a couple of those cells. Lazarus currently sitting in 7th place, 29 points total, only 5 behind Renegades, and there we go. That's the shot he was looking for. Now that he has the blue shields, now he's going to play it and get his shields up. About a minute and 11 seconds here in round number 2 before we're going to round 3, and still 54 players on the map, 3 of them being G2, who are already getting aggressive once again.
As G2 does, Gentrifying not electing to heal quite yet because he still has players in his sight. He don't need no scope. He only needs a great mag, too, to put down some great damage from, I would consider that medium to long range. That is not easy to hit those type of shots with that type of damage. Usually see a little pepper of like 11, 13 here and there, but that was some great control overall. Now the team is going to dip out and hit the lift, and as they should. G2's on your tail. You have to get out of there. I wouldn't be surprised to see them skyward dive and continue to chase this.
Yeah, G2 is such a hard team to deal with. You know, you got Gent, who has one of the best mid-range R301 shots. That combined that with Designful was one of the best wingman mid-range. Like this team has 3 controller players, so they are built for the long, and they're built for close to mid-range engagements. And when you see them in your sights, normally you just get out of dodge. As G2 going to sit comfortably in the storm for now and start to craft up. Meanwhile, Complexity comfortable in their positioning as well. They have rocks for cover. They can even take height, and they do have a team in front of them that they're cheeking out damage with. Not going to hard commit just yet, but you never know. Eventually, you know, a couple cracks here and there with you taking minimal damage, and we could see Complexity try to close the gap with either a bubble push or an Ash ult.
Definitely anticipating some sort of aggressive plays here as the zone starts to close in. Just round number 2. The calm before the storm here on Storm Point. Only 6 players were eliminated. 2 teams have gone out so far. It's been a very, very slow and methodical type of game. Complexity has been able to kind of charge their armors up, though, while they've been stuck in that crevice, so that's good for them. This is the team that's sitting in first place, though. DXC, the winners from the previous match. Vayne has been popping off, and you could kind of see in that third game with the way he was able to land those wingman shots, Tony, the 7 for 8, that you would assume that DXT would continue to put in some damage. But again, I don't think anyone would think with this type of lobby going into the pro day that a team that wasn't a playoff bound team would be in first place. But we have multiple teams that aren't playoff teams sitting in the top 5.
Yeah, everybody trying to show what they got here, including Furia, who actually have a Fusey in the composition. I'm not mad at that. I talk about all the time how I think Apex players undervalue grenades in this game, and Fuse can definitely be that entry frag player where you can literally rain down grenades on your opponents, either get that early damage or force them to back down and play a different angle and create openings for your teammates. Normally when I see Fuse, he's normally combined with the Horizon, but it's really tough to do that in this meta because you almost seemingly need a Gibby and a Valkyrie no matter what map you're playing on.
Yeah, it's kind of like, what's that third player going to be? And it's kind of a user's choice or a dealer's choice, whatever you want to go and call that one. But Tech's always been one to have unorthodox compositions, as Petty Boss and Shiny are finding more knocks. Keep in mind, they've been locking down that middle of the circle for a very long time. And why have they been doing that? They've been trying to get kill opportunities as teams are starting to rotate in. And you begin to think that this is, you know, a complexity type of game. They got into the circle very, very early. They've been continuing to do that. Multiple top 5 finishes here in the first 4 games. And now they find themselves a little bit on the edge of the zone as they got to start rotating a little bit more central here fairly shortly. But if they wanted to stay where they're at right now, they're going to be in a great gatekeeping position, and that's exactly what Monsoon's doing. You can see him away from his team as the rest of the players are locking things down. Xset, they're going to go down. Hakulo is the first one to eat it. Kenny as well. Klein is the last player along with Kenny, and that is it. The Rez going on to Designful, Xset going out in 18th place, and it was a long and slow road for G2 to find those players, but they finally did.
G2 have just been living rent-free in the storm, and they're obviously comfortable doing it. I mean, they're just knocking team after team as Designful, not able to get that syringe off in time before being knocked down. Luckily, his team are going to come right in and get him back up, and don't have to worry about any teams being at least in the storm. Now, you have to worry about maybe a team might be gatekeeping them, but that's for a later time here. Splash looking to make a splash in this gunfight, but taking some Valkyrie Qs right back at him. That's going to stun him and do damage. Now, all of his shields are gone for Y, forced to back down into this building, play this battery, but that team might get aggressive on them.
What else is going to be thrown at him? I was wondering. Arc Stars, you have Fragnades, you have the Ash throwing her Q in there. Now it's going to be time to dip out after the Merciful Barrage hit. So many different ways to die right there for Splash, but they're going to be able to get out of there. Meanwhile, Kimchi Lee with the charge rifle shot onto a member of the G2. Going to be able to get the knock right there. Not quite sure if the res is taking place as AP and Fury are going to combine to take out Renegades. So Vizio and Atlanta Premier are going to get a couple of kill points along the way. Now everybody picking up 1 placement point at least as we see what Splash is up to. They're just going to be big chilling, but the zone is moving.
Yeah, I'm really not surprised to see the charge rifle used so much in competitive. I was surprised it wasn't used much before, but with the G7 Scout hitting the care package, that kind of opened things up for a weapon that can set the tone of a gunfight. I think the charge rifle does that masterfully. Like, is it built for getting like knocks? Probably not. It's not built for getting kills, but it's definitely built for draining your opponent's shields, for draining their resources, and just farming that damage while you're also keeping teams at bay, because it's so hard to push against a player with a charge rifle. Enhanced complexity though, getting into the damage. Beautiful shots coming out of the Hemlock out of Shiny. He's gonna be forced to back down, at least play a couple of cells as nades are coming in left and right. They must be dealing with Furia because I'm seeing the fuse Qs start to come in and really grief that team. And there we go. It is the Wingman shots are looking so good on Panders.
Multiple fights taking place. Ghost Gaming is eliminated. That's going to be Lazarus doing that. You have multiple players from G2 that are going to be down. The kill feed going absolutely nutty. Complexity is out. Razor is out. Tech on the fuse taking over the kill lead. Splash is going to eat it as well. And all of the teams that were trying to make their way in forced to fight, but only a couple of teams, 11, are going to be remaining. One player is going to have, one team, excuse me, is going to have a rat squad with only 2 players remaining. Curious to see who that is going to be. But what a bloodbath going into round number 3 and into round number 4.
And Fury did a great job of finishing out those kills, but then trying to back down into safety and then running right into 2 players that were right under them. It might just be G2 that they ran into that would force them to kind of reset a bit. Now, mind you, G2, they're playing as a duo. Gent, he may have had his banner, I guess, retrieved, but he's not up just yet. A Designful trying to catch an angle, and the only thing that it catches bullets from multiple players. Armor swaps in, but that's not going to be enough as Designful ends up hitting the ground there, and now Results are playing by himself, trying to fake the bubble res. That player Panda's going to drop down with the Master, but it's a 1v3. I don't know how Results gets out of it, and I guess he will not.
That's all she wrote for G2. Multiple players from Vizio are down as well. That's Atlanta Premier on the case. Now Nerf is there as well. And you can see they are going to be picking up some kills onto the Vizio squad off of their rotation. They're inside of the zone. Not quite sure what's happening with Excedrin. As you can see, Startify Aves gets the knock onto Saucer. So more action ensuing as round number 4 is starting to close here. 35 until that one actually collapses onto these players. As you can see, start a fight now in dire need of some help. Matt Pickett, can he pull anything out here? Without Rakinishu and without that bubble, I don't think it's going to be happening.
So they're still alive here, and so are Excedrin, and Excedrin getting really froggy. The vault so good in the hands of our Ashe player, ripping players apart, but they do end up losing their Valkyrie. Looks like Gibby going down to one shot, but they end up winning. They strike first and strike harder. Now they're immediately going in for the res. We're seeing defensive bombardment start to grief Atlanta Premier. We're down to just one player who's down to one shot himself, trying to get away. It is our Loba. And I don't know if our Lobos will be able to get a hold of those banners or even get the res. We might be playing out the rest of our game as a rat if you're our Lobo player coming out of Atlanta Premier.
Bubble going down for stomps. You can see the kill feed continuing to pop off. Turns goes down to Matt Pickett, which is interesting because we know that that team was fairly weak, so I'm not quite sure what happened with the Nerf squad. Is Start a Fight going to be the team that stops Nerf from continuing to pop off in this lobby, or is it going to be a team like Furia? Wingman shots not connecting as they were hoping for Panders, but now he's got them lined up. Now they're connecting. Defensive bombardment is going to come down. Asura is going to take the kill lead overall, and now possibly being able to get turns back into this one as you see 8 squads remaining. Abe's going down as well from Start a Fight. Asura really popping off here, Tony, when they need him.
I mean, I think Panthers might have heard you on that one, questioning the Wingman shots, because they started to hit, and they were hitting hard on that one, but they do have a team literally right under them, a full roster playing the low ground on them. 27 seconds, we move on to round number 6, Storm, and I don't think Furia are aware. They're aware of the team over towards the west side, but again, they have to be aware. There we go. Finally, Panthers going to at least try to address, at least try to put some pressure or some sight lines on that team under, but as of right now, I'm really loving the positioning coming out of Furia. They're built for the long game, and they should be able to guarantee them at least a top 4 placing, and if they play their cards right, maybe a win.
Tempting to go and shoot that black market boutique, but then your position's given up and you don't know where the rest of the players are going to be located. So instead, shooting the missile barrage down there, also checking over towards the left-hand side. So many opportunities to die, but Pander's playing that perfectly. As soon as he's going to be taking shield damage, he backs off. We were wondering where Excedrin was, and compared to where Nerf was, they are still in this one. All 3 players alive and looking healthy as they're big chilling over towards the backhand side. Atlanta Premier and Start a Fight are eliminated. Now we're down to 6 squads.
Excedrin still playing the backside of the circle. They do have some cover to work with, so they're sitting somewhat comfortable. Looks like CLG not comfortable with their positioning. They want to get aggressive on the team right in front of them, and that they are. The R301 shots are starting to connect. The bubble goes down for their opponents, so they're going to drop a counter one as well. Furia is going to be the opponents for CLG, holding on to height advantage with that Valkyrie player on Pandas, but he's taking a little bit too much damage, forced to back down and play the battery, Tom.
That gas took a lot of their HP though, so now they're going to be forced to hit the health heals. As you can see, the big fight taking place between Excedrin and Nerf, so a huge fight in terms of what's going to happen for our overall placements and the overall cumulative leaderboard. Capra's going to back off. They're going to let the rest of the players be able to do the work. Looks like they are going to be able to come through with the third party too, though, as DXT is still alive and healthy. Bubbles are going down over towards this rock. It's so annoying to have to clamor throughout all of this. If you're a Valkyrie player, you are loving the fight and flight that you're able to take throughout all of this, but all in all, DXT is going to be able to get a handful of knocks onto the Furious squad, and CLG is going to be eliminated as well. A couple players from Furia I think still are around, but now we're down to 4 squads and 6 players. That doesn't really make any sense.
DXT, your number 1 squad here after.
It's all rats. Is it? Yeah, it has to be rats.
Yeah. They're your number 1 squad after 4 games, and you're seeing why. They were just raining down havoc on everybody in their side. So you have 1 player from Furia, 1 from Lazarus, and then there's another rat over there. Like you said, it's all rats. So this is their game to win. DXT are fully loaded. If they play their cards right, they should be able to pull this off. And the final player is from Excedrin, Tom.
It is, and it's going to be really important to rat it out for as long as possible, but DXT just continues to impress. They are going for back-to-back wins, Tony, on Stormpoint. You have to be impressed with the way that they're able to do this one. Multiple players right next to each other. 2 rats just chilling, big chilling. Hello, Dank. How are those shots not connecting? Someone get that tree checked out.
And it looks like Labs are going to forced to rotate out of that situation. It almost like they rotated together with Fury. They're literally right on top of each other. But finally, he's able to get the full kill onto Fury. So that's going to bring us down to 3 squads, 2 rats going up against DXT. And there we go. The flatline shot connects on one, then connects on the second one. They finally realized that they were the only trio in the game. Back-to-back wins coming out of DXT.
You love to see it. DXT is going to continue to add to their lead, and it's an impressive day for teams that haven't made the playoffs. Someone does have to check that out, though. Someone has to clip that, see where those shots went, because those looked like some rubber bullets going into the rock. But, Tony, we have one more game here in the final day of Season 4 here in Series E Apex Legends. It's Excedrin week. We're going to take a break, and we're going to get to that last game here to find out if DXT can go back to back to back.
Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance, I was so good for the code. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast. Excedrin, game over for headache.
DXT with the back-to-back victories as they do pest control in the final circle, cleaning up those last few rats and grabbing the victory. Well played from the squad. And now, we were talking about those 3, 4, and 5 teams, 3rd through 5th place, getting into the top 3 in game number 4 and getting some good points and really shaking up the conversation at the top of the leaderboard. Now, DXT definitely separating themselves from the pack here and going into game 6. They're certainly going to be the favorite for tonight. They are safe. They are not safe, I should say, by any means. They still need to close out with a strong performance, but at the very least, they have put themselves in a very favorable position with the way that they have performed so far on Storm Point. So well played from the squad. Let's check out our player of the game here. Of course, it was stolen from them in the last game, but they did have a player of the game in the first 3. That one went to Wave, and here it's going to be Wave grabbing it once again. 5 kills, an assist, and 1,000 damage there for Wave. So not as high of a damage game. If anybody picked Wave for their fantasy squad, maybe a little bit bummed about that, but at the very least, 5 kills, an assist, and a win there is a very good performance for Wave and a very good showing for Dexterity. So DXT getting it done in games 4 and 5. They have dominated the back half of tonight and did a great job in the first half to put themselves in a solid position. And now going into game 6, as T-Squared asked, can they make it back to back back-to-back wins. We're not sure yet, but we will find out on the other side of this break, so don't go far. We close out Season 4 of Series E Apex Legends when we come back.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast. Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Welcome back, everybody, to Series E. It's Excedrin Week, and it is the final game of Season 4. It's our pro night here. The lobby is absolutely stacked, but we were not expecting Team DXT to come out so dominant today. Back-to-back games here with the wins over in Storm Point. Let's take a look at this Mobile One leaderboard to find out exactly where they stand. And Tony, your predictions are looking pretty good. Remember before we started, we said above or below 75. You're saying above, and you predicted the winner at 86. If they do a pretty solid job here in this final game, they could be right on point.
That they can, and really impressive work by DXT. They only had a 2-point advantage over start of fight going into game number 5. Now they have a 20-point advantage over them. They have taken a firm grip of this tournament, and hopefully I've taken a firm grip of this prediction here. Because if DXT somehow end in 86, I'm playing the lottery. I promise you, I am.
I would too. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 5 here as we move into the final game. It's going to be DXT, of course, with the final closeout over here. You can see, okay, I like the slow-mo. That I don't know. The shots looked okay. I'm not quite sure what happened from Bane's point of view. Looked a little like a broken wingman right there, but either way, it was a 3 full-man squad going up against a bunch of Tomcat rats, so I'm sure they were A-okay throughout the entire time. You can see Dank drops down, gets the PK kill onto Panders, and it was all a matter of time before everybody else filters out the rest of the players. Back-to-back games for DXT on the verge of winning their first pro night, I believe, here in Season 4 and in Series E. So you got to give them credit for just a great performance when everybody should be playing their best Apex with the playoffs coming down in Stockholm next week.
And I know exactly how Vayne feels right there. Let me tell you, I swear, whenever I use the wingman, my shots are right on there. They're right on him, and there's no way they don't connect. And I just don't get the hit markers. He must have picked up my wingman. That must be exactly what I know exactly how he feels right there. But big win come out of DXT. His wingman shots don't even have to hit that player hiding behind the rock. Eventually, they're able to come in and steal the win again. Back-to-back wins, and they have a 20-point lead over start of fight in second place. This literally is their tournament to lose at this point.
No doubt about it, and all they have to do is put up a couple more points, and mathematically they should be good. Another storyline to keep out for is Nerf sitting at 50 points and Excedrin sitting at 28. If there's a big pop-off game here from Nerf, which they have to do, they basically have to win this game and hope Excedrin doesn't pick up any points. They've done a great job of kind of taking a bite into that lead today, but because Excedrin put together a good game number 5, that slowed them down just a little bit. 2 great games from both of those teams in game number 5, but it's going to come down to the wire here, Tony. It's going to be heartbreaking for Nerf if they only fall short by a couple of points, because it's been a long season. We're talking about thousands and thousands of points being accumulated by all of these partner teams throughout the entirety, and it coming down to, what, 10, 15 points when it's all said and done. Seems like that's going to be the case unless something miraculous happens for Team Nerf over here. But what a season so far, and again, what great preparation. We've seen partner teams continue to skyrise and excel throughout all of this, especially teams like Team Intel, especially teams like, for example, we have a great Team Vizio squad to watch out for. And Vizio, again, is another team to watch out for just in general, because if they were able to win Season 4 and win Season 2, just makes you wonder if they can keep up with those Season 3 winners on Team Esports Arena. Here it is, the final game of Season 4. Drum roll, please, as we get on board with DXT.
Yeah, well, DXT have earned the right for us to start on board with them. I mean, back-to-back wins once again, a 20-point lead coming out of them, and yeah, like I said, so many storylines here. We're still looking at that Nerf versus Excedrin. Nerf might actually have to land on Excedrin to get them out of the lobby as soon as possible, and then go for the win in order for them to steal away that third-place spot. I'm really excited about Vizio as well. Vizio is just such a good roster, going in for their second win, which, by the way, I mean, they had to do it up against Intel every single night. Intel weren't that good, so to be able to be as dominant as Vizio has been, when they literally always have to play against teams like Intel, and then even on the pro nights where you have TSMs and the G2s involved, speaks wonder for how good Vizio are as a unit.
You can see the player names popping up, the map starting to show where the zone is going to be, possibly going to pull over towards the mill over here, but you can see Torrent is adding some pressure. That's going to be Hill laying shots down on over towards CLG from their landing spot, and I believe there's another player that's a little bit overextended, and that's why Hill is over there trying to put down some cover for his teammate, which is going to be Crook getting out of dodge throughout all of that. So a nice job gathering information, but Mamba is going to be chasing right there. They're going to go and take the grab lift and continue to go after these players as CLG's trying to find their loot. They've had a rough time on World's Edge, hopefully better on Stormpoint, losing a majority, if not all of their 50-50s when they're going up against Exet inside of that Harvester area. But one of the only teams still rocking Caustic here and keeping that same type of vibe from both maps.
I'm still trying to figure out, how does CLG keep finding themselves in these 50-50 scenarios? We done switched the whole map, and they still try to fight the 50-50s, but it looks like this time they're rotating out, dropping a canister on the Triton. They're going to try to get some safe loot and play for the end game on this one. But we are down to 19 squads. Did the team go down?
Maybe we didn't load in with all the teams. Could be an error in the lobby, or maybe we just ended up missing that one, a little bit of human error from the casters over here. But it looks like another team looking like on the verge of going down. Holy cow, the spray with the 2X car is just so strong. Hacula taking some damage, Kenny does as well. Persuasive is the first player to get knocked from what we know, and then the flush should be coming through here very shortly. But what a great job from Hacula finding that player completely unaware of where angles were being taken. As also you have G2 getting a knock with the wingman. That's going to be Gent, who's been popping off all day, getting that one onto Panders, and you can see why he's getting knocked with this wingman. The shots are just phenomenal.
And that player forced to take the lift out of there, but gets hunted down. He's going to be knocked, and it looks like Gent is chasing them down. That's the thing.
Finish him.
Once you give them any kind of numbers, whether it's G2 or anybody in this lobby, once you give them any numbers and put yourself at a disadvantage, they're going to get aggressive. They're going to hunt you down. They're going to make you pay for any mistakes that you make, and that's exactly what G2 does as he goes in for the animation. A little bit of BM there.
Little be a BM, or just, you know, charging up the good old armors without having to use cells, Tony. It looks to me like a very nice job and useful way of using and tapping into the finisher. But I love watching Designful play Horizon. I think that that's something that we've been calling out all day, continuing to see him get more hours underneath his belt on this legend that has a very, very high kill potential is what G2 is really all about. Complexity in the Monsoon squad. They've been playing center circle a lot throughout the day, and they've been finding themselves in great situations. Not quite sure why they're not getting the ticks on the passive from the players shooting them, but Petty Boss did get the memo on where they're landing. He's actually taking on over towards the high ground. That's going to be a scan coming in. Petty needs to use his bubble if he can, and he does, but only with a sliver of HP. Not quite sure if he's going to have a med kit or if he has to go and hit these slow heals with the syringes, but tough situation to be in. Monsoon and Shiny are going to have to add some serious pressure on him.
Yeah, Petty Boss in a really awkward situation in this gunfight because he only has a Sentinel and a Mastiff to work with, so really nothing for the mid-range such as the R301 or even a 30-30. He's going to be trying to play for that close range when it comes with the Mastiff, and it looks like he might not have the opportunity to do so because two of his teammates do end up going down, and that's going to leave Petty Boss literally by himself trying to line up this shot on the opponent's Gibby, but not able to connect. He's the final player alive here for Complexity.
And he didn't have a med kit. He had 6 syringes, which is one of the reasons why that fight was so difficult to begin with. But nobody finishing Monsoon, or excuse me, Shiny. Then the bubble res with the gold bag is going to come down. So it looks like Lazarus gets a little bit preoccupied over towards the side. They found Saucer get the knock there with the charge rifle, which we've seen being used a little bit too much for my liking today. But you know, I'll give it to the players. They know exactly what to do. I mean, it's a strong weapon. It's going to charge those Evo shields up, and it's just so dang annoying to deal with. But Lazarus trying to end this one, how they started it with a win, putting themselves in a prime position over here towards the mill, which is oddly enough shaped kind of like the Dome, where they won game number 1.
Let the record show that that Tom is the one not a fan of the charge rifle. I love me some charge rifle. In fact, if I could, I'd make every weapon a charge rifle. Everybody fights with the charge rifle as Lazarus looting up as fast as possible, swapping to an Eva. And I've been seeing actually a lot of Evas today. What season? I feel like I don't know what season we're playing on. I've been seeing a lot of Evas in this tournament. Is this still a viable shotgun in this meta?
Definitely, it's viable. Is it going to be viable for someone like a Gibby? I don't think so. I think that it's more with the movement type of Legends, because keep in mind with the Gibby, you want to get the ADS, but I feel like Complexity is hitting the res over towards the back. Keep in mind, Shiny was available. He was able to get Monsoon back, or excuse me, they got Monsoon's banner, and now Petty Boss and Shiny are going to be able to get him back into the game most likely. So a big mistake not finishing off Complexity is somehow, some way, Complexity goes from a bad situation to getting and having life throughout all of this. Now Torrent coexisting inside of this building, possibly with Lazarus still.
And Torrent really switching things up. They actually a little bit more of a common or more meta composition, if you will. They had a Bangalore at one point with Rambo, and now they're switching things out to a Caustic, even here on Storepoint, which we tend to see a lot less Caustics, but they feel really comfortable with this composition here, and they do have a team that they might be fighting with soon. And one good thing about the Caustic is, if you want to deny access to a doorway with that canister, you can do just that, but that opposing team gonna blow off the doors immediately, just trying to catch an angle, as Torrent might be getting aggressive here very soon.
I've actually been doing that at my house. Instead of locking my door, I've just been tossing barrels out in the front and the back, and nobody has walked in. It's been pretty awesome, not having to worry about my keys. But Uri's backs away from the nade. Smart decision is he has the digi threat with the wingman, so being able to see through that visual clutter is going to give him an advantage in this fight. I would have loved to see if that player peaked, what would have happened in that type of instance. But a good job by Torrent. I mean, you have to give him credit, Tony. They used the skyward dive. They got into a priority position, and they've been coexisting semi-peacefully over here. I mean, I wouldn't call it a complete, treaty, but now it's starting to go down. As soon as that damage starts to hit, we'll see if RKN wants to advance with the bubble. Problem here is, while you're coexisting, yeah, you're getting armor checks, you're continuing to tap away at the resources. You assume the third party is going to fly in, and at this point you wonder where Complexity is after getting that res onto Monsoon.
Slow and steady wins the race, and that's the story of this fight that we have. It's a 3v3 scenario, but neither team wanted to commit to this engage. Meanwhile, G2 committing hard onto Nerf. They already found the first knock. It looks like the massive shots not quite connecting here for Jet, but the R301 will, and Team Nerf gonna be knocked out of the lobby in 18th place. I don't think that's enough to net them a third place finish here for the season here.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough. Excedrin is rejoicing right now. They could basically get eliminated in 17th place and still walk away with third place overall. Big fight there from G2 coming in and shutting down the hopes and dreams of Team Nerf. What really hurts is it looks like G2 was the team that infiltrated the building. Nerf was probably turtled up in there. Maybe got a good grenade in from the G2 side, started to get some damage in, and then they started to push forward. You also have that black hole from the horizon in Designful, which could be very, very deadly. Rambo with the shots. He's got the charge rifle in his back pocket, as you mentioned in the pregame over here, but it's the R9 putting in work. He still has a handful of barrels if he wants to go and utilize those. Has that door being blocked over there. Would love to see him maybe toss a couple more over towards this door on either side, because this seems to be the area where teams are going to push. That Gibby is just completely out of position. Great Bubble's going to eat a lot of the damage. Nox Gas Grenade's going to cut them off. Great zoning potential from Rambo, but he wasn't able to get as much damage as he was hoping for, more or less just splitting the players up, which allows Uris to capitalize. Lazarus, GS Bird, he's going to be the first one to go down. Arcstar is being tossed out as well. What a great infiltration and push from Torrent.
Yeah, love the combination of having the Caustic Ultimate come in, and you have a Digi threat on your wingman to see right through the smoke. Beautifully played by Torrent to get that first knock, and now it's only a matter of time before they get another one. Dropping down perfectly for that flank, absolutely ripping apart the Valkyrie shield. That Valkyrie trying to be creative with the movement to stay alive, but it's only a matter of time before he's hunted down. Lazarus, I believe, have gone down in 17th place.
You have one more player, excuse me, left on the team. There it is, 15th place. 16th place, excuse me. The team that went out in 17th place, as I catch my words because they're hard, was Complexity. Complexity is the team that got eliminated. I'm not quite sure who it was, possibly CLG with the elimination right there, but unfortunate situation is Monsoon was the one to get res and had to find all of his loot to get it back. I don't think he was able to make it back to his box either, as we see Bursty adopt the phase, or the fuse, excuse me. 2 fuses should be in this lobby. Furia rocking that one, and CLG, yes, they are picking apart the boxes of Complexity on the edge of the zone, so it makes you think again that Monsoon wasn't able to get his items that he was hoping for.
And I guess one storyline that I kind of want to follow is between G2, Nerf, and Start a Fight. I would even say Complexity, because as of right now, DXT are heavily in first place. But those 4 teams are still fighting for the money. We're paying out to top 3 with this $2,000 prize pool. The Lions are obviously going to first place, but there's still plenty of teams that can make a run for the money. Now, Lazarus was in 6th place, and they were only 12 points behind Start a Fight to make it into 2nd. However, they just went out in 16th place, and I highly doubt that's going to be enough points for them to come out on top. But still, Start a Fight, G2, Complexity, these teams are still fighting for that money in the top 3.
CLG taking a priority position. As you look at the kill feed, you can see Sleepy Panda is going to go down from RCO. Vatro, is he going to let these shots fly? I was going to say he has a lot of them, but a lot of that ammo is the backup for his car as he's rocking double heavy. So I like the trigger discipline right there. As you look over towards the sky, it's a very low percentage, and if you're just ripping shots over towards the sky, you're not watching your back. So CLG completely aware of that, and Vatro saying, no, you guys aren't sneaking up on me. We are going to push you back, and you're going to own this area very well, as you see Vizio getting a knock. But what a job from CLG, kind of fighting and sticking in there, understanding that this is the last game of major practice that they may get going on over to Stockholm, Sweden for these playoffs, as RCO going out in 15th place. Very, very similar game that we saw. Nice shots from Vatro, but very similar game that we saw before. Very slow, methodical. I'm expecting to explode here in zone number 3 and 4.
I'm trying to wrap my head around what lunatic, in fact, there's no other word for it, puts a 1x2 sight on a wingman. I don't understand what's happening here. I don't know what I'm looking at. Like, I was mad at the digital threat alone, but I started. I'll make an excuse. You want to get through the clutter that Caustic provides. You want to get through maybe some Bangalore smoke as well. There is no excuse for this. This is devastating.
Yeah, maybe he knows something that we don't know. He's the wandering octopus after all. So I'm not going to question it. Could be one of those weird things, like I think it was Clara that tweeted ketchup on pineapple pizza. I feel like that's the type of vibe that he's going for right now with that 1 to 2x. Just unacceptable, Tony. I agree. We need to vault that scope, but not the vault where it's a really good vault, the vault where you never see it again.
Get rid of it. It should be an illegal attachment to put on the wingman, as Vizio sitting in 13th place right now. Big ups to Vizio. They've been putting work all season long and on their way to getting their 2nd season win. Razor on the way to getting into a gunfight right now, as we see Wandering Octopus putting away that ugly wingman and trading it out for an R99. I like that a lot better. Bursty going to open things up with nades across the board. Doesn't find one. Nobody home on that one just yet, but they're just just looking to create that angle. Once they're able to connect with some of these nades, that's when you'll see Razor really collapse and take advantage of that early damage. And here we go. Nade starting to tick in. That's going to be the third mine. One quickly goes down.
Oh.
The second one's going to join him now. Valkyrie forced to take height onto the roof to try to get out of the situation, but beautifully played by Razor to infiltrate this base and to absolutely wreak havoc.
High Peak Esports peaked a little bit too much in that situation and just got knuckle clustered to obliterations. As you can see, 1,200 damage for Bursty. He is not playing around. You can see him shoot out that Q, back off, realizing, oh wait, it worked. Let me shoot out another one, and then burn, baby, burn. High Peak Esports going out in 13th place. As he's not stopping. He's continuing to chuck these things all over the map, but you can see their collapse and they're pinched in between multiple players over here. Got to be careful. Could be a bubble situation coming in for Brooks here very shortly. They pushed out a little too far, and now it's time to reconsider. Great portal coming in from the Wandering Octopus. Questionable scope usage, but great portal usage.
Absolutely. When in doubt, give him your knuckle cluster. As you're seeing Fuse coming in with the ultimate, but that's not going to be enough. He ends up running into a defensive bombardment, the ultimate of the Gibby, and just like that, Vizio quickly dealing with the players coming from them, but they're not done yet. It's actually DXT. DXT looking to get involved as well into a third-party situation, forced to play the early bubble and get some kind of positioning because Vizio has height and is locking them out. And that player going to try to sneak in, and sadly the charge rifle going to grief him right out of the lobby.
And it makes you wonder, when we talk about Wraith versus Ashe in that instance, that portal seemed like it took forever, right? We had maybe 10, 15 seconds, which in Apex time is basically a year for that portal to go down. Not only that, all the players are going to see when you're queuing and you're in your phase where that portal is going to go down. The phase breach is instant. No one really knows exactly where you're going to go. All three players have no question of where to take that route, and the bubble can come down immediately. So after that, maybe a consideration of, you know, changing compositions or just, you know, bad luck in that type of instance. But the value of Ashe definitely seems to be a lot higher than Wraith compared to World's Edge here when we move on over towards Storm Point. Rambo continuing. All right, this is the most charged. I don't know what you did to this lobby. How much are you paying these guys, Tony?
I'm telling you, man, the charge rifle is viable in the lobby, and like you said, so is Ashe. You know, to take height on all these buildings, and even some of these buildings where they have really weird exit points to get out of them, you can Ashe portal right out of a window and get out of a terrible situation. And the charge rifle is, I swear, just as viable, if not more viable than Ashe. From long range, you will literally sit there and charge up your own armor, swap armors with your teammates, get everybody to purple, sometimes even red, and on top of that, you are dictating the pace of the gunfight by keeping teams at bay. It's really hard to, you can even try triple pushing a charge rifle and you'll see 76 on one shot, 76 on the second one. It really does keep teams at a distance and allows you to control the pace.
The turbocharged Devo doesn't get any better for Kimchi Lee with that ADS, getting your shield up for Gibraltar and then immediately ripping in with some of the fastest TTK plus some of the most ammo that you can get next to the Spitfire that has 55. As Vizio now starting to get eliminated. 6 from Ghost Gaming is getting eliminated as well, but it's answered right back as the fight continues to take place. Torrent gets involved onto Exet, and now when round 4 starts to close, that's when all hell starts to break loose here for our squads. CLG all cuddled up between each other inside of the caustic gas. Fortunately for them, it is friendly caustic gas, and now you don't even know what's really going on because there's just so much visual clutter all over the place. Unless you have a digi threat, you may not be able to see where the enemies are going to be, and it's almost looking like a steam room in here.
It really is. A digital threat would really provide value to anybody that's in the lobby right now, but I love the nade usage coming out of Vatro and the cheeky angles that he's been able to create, but he hasn't found the knock just yet, and they're still playing at the low ground. So CLG playing the low ground well, able to stay alive, but now with the new team starting to introduce themselves to this gunfight, CLG are in a terrible position. Eventually, they might get collapsed on, Tom.
Yeah, and that's why they're thinking, hey, where's the safest spot? Where can we get out of here? As you can see, Urice takes over that kill lead. Only 3 kills, though. I mean, still a decent amount with 8 squads left, but goes to show you a very evenly spread game overall. Not one team completely dominating when we're talking about the kill points overall. But look at the sick armors. Triple red coming through for the Torrent squad. Decent positioning here as they do have to move, but not many teams are going to be gatekeeping or keeping them out of the zone besides what's directly in front of them. They have two different options. They can rotate right or left over here. Maybe if they want to skyward dive over everybody, they can do that as well. Vayne collapse onto Vatro. There goes the knock from him. Now CLG starting collapse and capitalize on this fight as it's DXT in the area. That's three teams over here. Vayne trying to stay alive. Wave, can he get the res onto Stomps? They're desperately looking for that one. The uppercut from Vayne, the cover from Davis as well, and the shots should be enough just temporarily, but it's the Bloodhound scan that's going to give away their position. Immediately clamoring up. Wow. They have the Loba ultimate too. Can they find an armor swap? Stomps isn't interested in that because he has red. Goes for the instant battery instead. He may even have his bubble up very shortly too. Plus they're in the zone. DXT, can they do it, Tony? I don't want to jinx them. Let's just watch and see what they're able to do. The winners of the previous two games looking for 3 in a row here.
Yeah, I thought that was well played by DXT. Not only was the res coming in out of our Gibby player, but it was Wade that did a great job of holding that positioning. And now DXT are right back in the action, and they are making their presence known immediately, laying down damages. We're down to 5 squads remaining. DXT, we're down a man in a terrible position, but look at them now. They're now exiting this building. They're now getting into the zone, and Vizio are the ones that are being hunted now, especially as they're just a duo in this fight.
What a bubble there from Stomps too, because they understand the situation. An even better defensive bombardment. It's going to get cracks on a Fury and Scissors. They understand they do not have Phony. There's no Gibby up on this roof. Vayne getting interested. So many different boxes over there. Vayne's wingman has definitely been the most impressive of the day overall, and the decision making from the rest of the DXT team. There's no wonder why they've been able to have such a successful day overall. Newest addition to the squad, really looking like it's paying dividends. The shots, are you kidding me? Vayne just looks unstoppable at this point as they're going to eliminate the team over towards the high ground. And now it's start a fight that they're going up against, and Vayne is trying to make a montage here, Tony.
Go off, King, go off. I believe this young man, formerly of 100 Thieves, absolutely ripping shots to the wingman, then bringing out his Kraber, putting absolute damage onto the map. We're down to 2 squads remaining. It's a 3-on-3. I'm talking DXT going up against start a fight, and they might have started a fight that they don't want to commit to because this Kraber is about to do damage in the hands of Vayne.
If you've ever watched Vayne in his Twitter clips, this is kind of how it starts. It starts with a Kraber. Don't triple stack right here because he's going to be looking for the collateral. There goes the bubble. He's flying in immediately. Switches on over to the wingman. Rakitishu a little bit out of position. Pushes in a little bit too far. The shot's not connecting quite yet for Vayne, but he's going to go for that no scope instead. His team is putting in some serious work. It doesn't matter. Vayne, your teammates got your back. You don't need to hit any shots in that final fight. You hit them all day as they're going to take care of start a fight and take game number 6. 3 games in a row. All 3 Storm Point matches won by DXT. What a pop-off moment right there.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I was a little worried about DXT. He went for the barrel stuff with that Kraber, almost trying to turn it into a shotgun. And normally when you put that barrel right to the body of a player, it usually connects right away. Just barely missing that shot. But look at his teammates were simply winning their pivs. And DXT comes out on coming out of them. Beautifully played. And I think I know who's going to be winning the tournament today. I think.
I have a sneaking suspicion that it could be the team that just won 3 games in a row. Yeah, well, for sure. We're going to take a quick break. We'll find out who finishes in 2nd and 3rd place because they're in the prize as well. Plus, we have the accumulative leaderboard to find out who gets top 3 and secures their spot for Series E. But we'll take a quick break. When we get back, we're going to toss this one to Yeso and close out the show.
Is coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the balls in the brakes. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the code. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Excedrin. I'm fading.
Wow. One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast. Excedrin, game over for headaches.
DXT are your back-to-back winners there. Storm Point belongs to Dexterity as they close out with another victory here in game number 6. They were put in a really tough spot there, but able to come out strong and grab the victory as they take out Team Vizio as well as start a fight. So a hell of a finish from Dexterity tonight and one of the better performances we've seen this season. So congrats to the squad and well played from them. I'm curious to see just how things shake out overall on the Mobile One leaderboard. We know they'll be at the top. How things shake out below them and how big that gap is, I'm very curious to see. Let's look at our final player of the game here, though, for tonight's competition. And it's Vayne this time around. Wave got a couple of player of the game honors, and now Vayne doing his damnedest here. 5 kills and 3 assists. Just short of 2,000 damage there on the Valkyrie. So just really well played from the entire squad. Vayne with a standout performance to close out the night and just really well done from the team. Love getting to see it here. And of course, you know, Stomps is an OG. That's a Season 2 Pop-Tarts member. Love to see them come back to Series E on a pro squad and throw down with some of the best. So well played there and best of luck. We do have to say to everybody here as we're, getting ready to close out our season here with Apex Legends. Season 2 playoffs are going on in Stockholm next weekend, and do want to wish the very best of luck to all the teams that will be competing out there. Of course, go NA. You got to beat EU, got to represent for the NA squads, and looking forward to all of that. Now, right now, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the casters will take a look at the final Mobile One leaderboard, and we'll be back to close the show. Or not. We're just going to go straight to casters here. So let's hand it off to Why Not and T-Squared.
Thank you, Yeso. Appreciate it. And yeah, that was an amazing performance from DXT. One thing's for sure, they have first place. Let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to find out where the rest of these teams stood up, because we had a lot of different team changes coming through here, and it seems to be paying off. 95 points, Tony. Almost triple digits. A little bit over 75. Definitely above 86 as well. Team Nerf, though, they do secure top 3. I don't think it was enough to take down Excedrin overall, because Excedrin kind of sneaked and crawled up there. But what a performance from our teams today. Overall thoughts on this leaderboard?
Yeah, I mean, big ups to Team Nerf for leaving it all on the line. They even got a big win during Pro Night, which was amazing for them.
Oh,
like you said,
sent down to 4th.
But like you said, I'm not sure it was enough to take down Team Excedrin, and G2 gonna take back their spots. Hey, look, there's only 3 things that are guaranteed in life, and that's death, taxes, and G2 getting money from an Apex tournament.
No doubt about it, but it kind of stinks to go from 3rd place down to 4th when you've been looking for top 3 to secure yourself a spot in the accumulative leaderboard too. Let's take a look at the final Mobile One high performance moment of Season 4. Who gets the honors is going to be Vayne with the wingman shots. Well, it was the rest of his squad throughout all of this. You can see he comes through, does a great job distracting through the bubble, decides he wants to go and use that as a shotgun, almost hits the collateral, but Wave stomps with the finish, with the cleanup, back to back to back wins. 95 points overall for DXT. Nobody saw it coming, and that's not because we don't think that this is a team that can really pop off, but this is a non-playoff team, Tony. When we look at Stockholm going on next week, you really think the teams like G2, CLG would kind of be there. They were, but overall, that's a great sign for the new pickup with Vayne. They seem to be meshing extremely well, and also start a fight, a squad to look out for going forward to the former Team Rockstar team from Season 1. There's your cumulative leaderboard overall. Vizio, Intel, Excedrin, congratulations. Nerf, Razor, and Splash, Tony, they have to go again.
Yeah, I mean, big ups to DXT. DXT putting us all on notice that this next season is going to be so fun when it comes to ALGS. Watch out for them and everybody else. And shout out to Vizio Intel with Excedrin. I was rooting for Nerf. I love the Excedrin boys, but, you know, I love being underdog story. And I really wanted to see Nerf steal away that third place spot. And they did almost enough to do so, but sadly they're going to finish out in fourth. But it's not to say that the last time we see them, we see another qualifier leading up into season 5 of Series E Apex. We can see them qualify again. We can see them right back in the race and maybe even coming out even better than we've seen today and for this season.
No doubt about it. There was a lot of growth throughout this season of Series E. Big thanks to all of our partners. Big thanks to all of our sponsors. Tony, great casting with you. We're not done quite yet. We're going to toss this one over to Yeso. We also have Halo after this, so Yeso, take it away.
Congratulations to DXT as they grab the victory here tonight with a hell of a second half performance. 3 wins in a row, and they close out the night strong, just short of triple digits on the night. So well played to that squad. And of course, we have to give a huge congratulations to Team Vizio. While tonight was not necessarily their night, this season belongs to Team Vizio. They are your Season 4 champions. Phony and Fury back on top after, you know, not quite being able to chase down Team Intel in Season 3. They have returned to the top of the podium here, and they finish in first place alongside their newest teammate, Scissors, who was incredible this season. So congratulations to the squad, and look forward to putting a Vizio jersey in this guy here very soon. Now, as T-Squared and Why Not mentioned, we do have Halo coming up. So right now we're going to go to a quick break. We're going to swap over to the Halo show, but we got another pro night here ahead of you guys now, so don't go far. We're going to a quick break, but when we return, it's time for some Halo Infinite.
We keep on queuing up, we just can't get enough. These wins are stacking up, my ops like a lake, yeah, they spotted up. We know when to run, we know when to fry. We turning, we burning, we leaving the odds to die. Run up feeling dirty, dirty, hit 'em with the 30-30. Dropping with me, that's a 50-50, and ain't never learning. Back to the lobby, got you playing sloppy. Triple take your life away, we third party. Golden light bag, leave your body in a bag. Was a 3-1, but it was a 1v3. Bet you mad, rolling around a circle like a private lobby. They gon' need a 3rd, 4th, 5th party if they wanna stop me. Call me the meta man, they copy when they can. They just don't understand. I got this mastiff and I'm ripping up your plans. I ain't let it slam. My bullets blood, you open up the dam. Everything I do, this the way I am. Run up feeling dirty, dirty, hit 'em with the 30-30. Dropping with me, that's a 50-50, and ain't never learning. Back to the lobby, got you playing sloppy. Triple take your life away, we the third party. Run up feeling dirty, dirty, hit 'em with the 30-30. Dropping with me, that's a 50-50, and ain't never learning. Back to the lobby, got you playing sloppy. Triple take your life away, we the third party. Yeah, we all in. Yeah, we mobbing down the hill, and they falling. I'm looting up their squad, yeah, they balling. I'm balling. I told you we would get it, yeah, I called it. We keep on queuing up, run up feeling dirty, dirty, hit 'em with the 30-30.
All right, folks, we are back. Apex Legends all done and taken care of, and now it's time for some Series E Halo Infinite. We're back in another Pro Night competition. Looking forward to the fun. Now, for those of you that are new, I want to break down real fast what Series E is all about before we jump into the fun. Now, Series E is a professional esports open circuit across multiple titles that absolutely anyone can join. We've got Apex Legends, we've got Guilty Gear Strive, and of course, Halo Infinite. Now, the way things work is teams go and they compete in our open qualifiers, and the best of the best make it into Series E. Now, for those players, they get to sign a contract, they get drafted by one of our partner brands, they get to make a monthly salary, and they get to compete weekly for points and prize money. In Halo Infinite, it's every Monday night in an open bracket against other squads, just like these teams used to be themselves. And then every single Wednesday, they play in an invite-only professional bracket, just like today. Now, if you and your friends want to get in on the fun, head over to matchareno.com/ESA to sign up. And if you have any further questions and need more information, esportsarena.com has you covered. Now we're ready to go. We've got the team set and prepped to start playing. So let's hand it over to the casters and get into another night of Series E Halo Infinite.
So many opportunities to get angles to just like to gather some of the kill on the snake bite, begging for help. You have to think someone is going to be near him. Here comes the collapse with Frosty pushing into the big door right now. He's going to look. He's going to snipe the ball guy, lands the body shot, the double kill comes through, and now wow, when it comes to their opportunity here in Halo Infinite, but right now Signals have no concern for who their opponent is. Every bit of the opportunity to come. They only have 3 seconds to
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with another Halo Series E Pro Night. I'm Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casted. I'm kind of a big deal. If you don't know, now you know. And I got the wonderful Miss Stella here. Stella, why don't you tell me a little something about yourself?
Sure. You may have seen me on things like the IGN Halo Infinite review. That was me who did the multiplayer review for IGN. You may have also seen me on ESA casting for Apex Legends, also ALGS. So, you know, a little bit all in the corners of the internet.
It is an absolute honor to be able to work with you once again here, especially here with Halo. This is my home. I love me some Apex. I just got to cast some Apex not too long ago.
I saw.
My home is Halo. This is what I love. This is what I adore. And let me tell you, today is gonna answer a lot of questions. I got a couple of treats for you. So we got 4 teams invited: Torrent, Complexity, Pioneers, and Knights. Thank you, broadcast, for putting that on the screen. In round 2, we got Pioneers going up against Knights. This has been a rivalry going back for years to come, all the way since Halo 5. These two teams have been absolutely going at it. The Knights, your #1 team coming out of Latin America. Pioneers, always consistently a top 8 team and always fighting for that top 4 placing. Absolutely insane. They're going to be going up against each other. Now, mind you, this team is also going to meet in Kansas City in the pools to decide who's going to get placing going into Championship Sunday. So lots of answers, lots of questions being answered right there. Then you have Torrent, the team that qualified for Anaheim in top 16, even making it to top 12. A team that's been red hot, not just because of Hot Shot Ghost. They're going up against Complexity, kind of the new kids on the block. Complexity are the real deal, and they're looking to make a statement leading into Kansas City. That's your 4 teams going up against each other, and I can't wait to see them play.
Yeah, last time that we were casting together, we saw Carmea pull off some incredible shots, and Soul Snipe as well, so I'm really excited to see how these teams are going to be doing against each other.
I'm excited as well, but I actually noticed something. Hold on. Complexity has... Hold on 1 second. Complexity has McWin playing right now. This is really... Okay, so this is really interesting. You have Monster and Vetra who are already on the team. Carmea coming in, who's an absolute nuisance. And then you have McWin, who actually can't even compete in HCS tournaments because he helped develop the game. He has to wait until November of this year before he's able to compete in these tournaments. But I mean, he can still play in lots of other tournaments, including ESA and any other ones, as long as they're not sanctioned by HCS. And that's why you're seeing here, he was a professional player from back in the day, playing with Reciprocity, playing with Snipe Down, playing with a bunch of top top professional teams, and we get to see them play some Halo here at the top level. This is really exciting to watch.
Yeah, and you know what? They came out and they are on top. Look at that score of 32-9 right now, just absolutely dominating right now. And we see some jiggle peeking here with the energy sword. I mean, listen, this is starting off strong. I don't know if you're feeling as tired as I am, but listen, this game of Halo is waking me up.
Well, you know, after seeing McWin competing again, this is a treat. I'm here. We literally haven't seen him play in any competitive tournaments. This is the first time we're getting a look to see him play Halo Infinite. Besides a 2v2 tournament that I cast a little bit back in the flighting, which I don't really count because it wasn't even a full game just yet. This is the first time we're seeing in a full game playing in a tournament. I'm so excited to be here, and obviously, you know, Vetra and Monster are the real deal as well. Vetra winning the free for all back in back in Raleigh, and then you have Monster, who ever since he's been added to Complexity, they've been going off. And obviously on tour, I want to give them some shine as well. Filthy G being poached from another top 8 team. Huss, Aperture, Hotshot, Ghost, a little bit newer to the competitive scene, but they've come together and have immediately made their presence known. Again, making top 16 and even top 12 at Anaheim, an invitational tournament that the likes of Built by Gamers didn't make, and to be honest, the likes of the very team they're playing up against, Complexity, didn't get to make either.
Yeah, and I want to point out that while you were giving us this amazing background and lore for these two teams, we are seeing Torrent catch up very slowly. And even though there is a bit of a 10-point lead, they are still being able to answer back to Complexity, which is quite impressive.
Aperture going down to one shot, making quick use of that sword. We do see that ball now rotating over towards the gold side, so Aperture wants to get into the action. He doesn't want to allow Complexity to let this get too far out of hand. You know, Torrent, they were new kids on the block, but now, you know, now they've been there, done that squad. Now they're slowly starting to become veterans. It's Complexity who are a little bit newer to the scene, at least as far as a team, and we're getting to see what they're made of, and they have a nice little lead right now, Stella. They're looking good here in game number 1.
I know, it's that Caster's Curse. As soon as I mention anything about Torrent catching up, of course, there's a massive lead pulled up by Complexity. I mean, look at these burst shots that are just beautifully placed right on top of their heads, and you know that they have been practicing their butts off, and you can see how close their teamwork is. We're now at 69-29. I'm sorry, 71-72. Listen, I just can't say anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, hang on to your butts, because as of right now, they're about to knock them off. I promise you, Filthy G going in for the challenge for the camouflage, and that player wasn't able to burn the camo. That camo actually dropping towards the middle of the map. We do see Aperture pulling off the remote detonation onto Carmea, and now we're seeing Huss and the boys in blue start to slow things down. The ball being played towards the middle to be used as bait for just a little bit. Psych, Huss actually has the grapple shot and gonna bring that right back towards him.
Oh, we do see Carmea with the shock rifle, of course, with that nasty aim. Who, of course, we want him on that. And look at these shots just landing perfectly. They are moving together as a force. And even though he does get eliminated, they are still holding the point just fine, and they're able to play defense as a team. So they're doing absolutely fine right now.
Great shots coming out of Vetra. You're seeing why he was a free-for-all savant. Free-for-all is all about stealing kills, finding the weak opponents, and getting those quick, clean kills and getting in and out of the situations. And that's exactly what Vetra did right there. 2 weak players, ends up getting the double kill, securing himself that ball. And now you're seeing Complexity in firm control of the game, and they already have 85 points, 13 more, and they're going to be coming out on top. And McWin has the sword. That is not looking good. If you're a fan of Torrent, they immediately go 3 down. Filthy G able to find the kill onto 1, but he's going to quickly go down. That's a full squad wipe in favor of Complexity, and they're going to be taking round number 1.
Yeah, Complexity showing why they are one of the biggest names in esports right now in every single field. I mean, look at this. An easy win for them, it seems. They barely lost stride here.
Yeah, I mean, Complexity understand how to play the pace on Recharge. They get right into their setup, they lock things down, they play a very patient game, and if you want to challenge them to 1v1 gunfights, they're willing to accept the challenge. These are highly skilled players across the board. Look at McWin with that movement. Obviously, he's been playing the game for how long now? He knew exactly how to get to the camo, exactly how to get to the sword. Now he has the deadliest combination in Halo's history. One quickly gonna go down. That's gonna be Amateur. There's 2 more players on the gold side, but McWin is here.
I was gonna say, usually there's no honor in killing a man in his by stabbing him in the back, but honestly in Halo there are no rules here except for making sure you don't pick up the mangler.
Yeah, it's funny because the mangler is one of my favorite weapons that we have here in Halo Infinite. It's just like it's a power weapon. The problem is it's not treated as one. It comes up every 30 seconds. You start with 27 bullets. By the time a game is done, there's like 8 manglers on the map and nobody even has BRs. The mangler is a great weapon. It just needs to be retooled and treated more like a power weapon. That's a discussion for Stella. Let me tell you, I could go on for a couple hours about the mangler if you couldn't tell.
Yeah, that is not a bad thing. It's also one of my favorite weapons. But yeah, right now we're just seeing kind of a stalemate here. No one's able to go for the actual point and objective. They are exchanging kills left and right. In Complexity, most of Complexity is down except for Monster. And he is holding out for his team, trying to wait for backup, but he does get eliminated. This is just a whole back and forth. I mean, I don't think Torrent took very kindly to Complexity taking the first round.
Yeah, Torrent really striking back, and they need to do that. This game number 1 in this best-of-5 series is so important. It's going to set the tone for the rest of the series. This is a single elimination tournament, so it's go big or simply go home. 1 round gets you into the finals, a second win wins you the tournament, and it's winner takes all.
Yeah, and we are seeing all the stops being pulled out right now. No one is giving anyone a chance to peek from any corner or any angle at all. And this is where you see the elitism in Halo Infinite come out, when you know where exactly to be looking with all of these angles. And I don't know what was going on there, but you know.
So I'm not gonna lie, this happens to me 10,000 times. You think you picked up the camouflage, but you have the repulsor, so you have to switch equipment. He didn't switch his equipment, so he goes to activate what he thinks is the camo and ends up repulsing the camo that's in front of him away from him. So, like, not only did you not get the camo, but now you sent the camo flying away from you. It's happened to me tens of thousands of times, it feels like, on Halo Infinite. Even somebody who helped develop the game is not mute to that silliness.
Again, Caster's Curse, as soon as they say something about the high levels of Halo play, we see that, but it's all right. I'm just not going to talk about anything anymore. I lied. I'm going to talk about the score. Yeah, 14-6. No one is picking up the objective. Again, everyone is trying to go out for blood because they want to be able to get a clear path to that, but they're just not able to really... They're not really able to capitalize off of these team sweeps that they're getting, which by Torrent was taken out, but... I mean, we do see that Complexity actually did pick up the oddball here, but I mean, for how long, who knows, because Torrent is coming back and they are coordinating.
Yeah, this is a great point to bring up. We saw like 3 minutes worth of game time, but only about 20 seconds worth of ball time combined for both of these rosters. That just tells you how hard it is to control the entire map when you're playing against another professional team. Like, there's no way they can commit to the ball unless they have the 2 or 3 down. And Torrent and Complexity refuse to go down. Sometimes staying alive is even more valuable than getting that damage and getting the kills. But now we're in a 2v2 scenario. Amateur has the camouflage in hands. This could be the equalizer that they need, but he ends up being spotted and catches a grenade right to the face, and Complexity once again in control. And look at that scoreboard. Yeah, we talked about there being 20 seconds between the two teams, and now look, now it's 53-6 lead going in favor of the boys in red. They have stolen control in the game, and they are clearly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they just needed to wait for Torrent to mess up just a little bit more so they could actually capitalize off of that movement and that team wipe that they've been getting, which is great. And they've been able to hold control of the ball, which has obviously worked in their favor, but they do need to keep that momentum going because we saw that Torrent is a huge force to be reckoned with. You do not want to get caught in their crossfires because, again, all of these angles, they are peeking. They are making sure that you can't move anywhere. So if Complexity wants to win this one out 2-0, they need to be able to get their hands on the ball and run that into the final time.
Yeah, and they're holding on to this setup for dear life here. Monster will be the first one to get picked. In order for Torrent to break this setup, they need to find these easy picks. So one goes down, but they still weren't able to create offense off of that. And by that time, Monster's right off a spawn. Carmea now gonna get the sword kill. And almost like he was trying to nade his teammates right there, but there was enemies coming from the backside of C. All 4 players going down for Torrent once again, and that's gonna be it. Complexity not only taking round number 2, but also taking game number 1 and doing so handsomely. And I'm not just talking about McWin.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of BM there, but that's fine. We're not going to call that out. It's okay. Listen, you won the first game and you swept. Maybe a little bit of BM is okay. I mean, that's like part of Halo. Isn't that part of the Halo community? Like a little bit of toxicity. Anyways, I digress.
Well, in that situation, I'm not sure that was BM. I thought that was teabags and maybe some melees to the body, but instead, I think what he was trying to do CPR on his opponent, trying to bring them back to life. Maybe it's gonna kill him again, but still trying to bring them back onto the map. Sadly, there was no amount of CPR that he could do to bring them back in that recharge. The Complexity were dominating that game 1.
Oh yeah, Complexity gave Torrent no room to breathe. But also, we can't count Torrent out. They also did give Complexity a run for their money. We did see how quick they were to respond back to Complexity. And again, this is game number 1. Maybe they're getting used to how the other teams were playing. And now that Torrent knows that they have to be as aggressive as Complexity in order to keep up, we may be seeing them come up in Bazaar with Slayer. And Slayer, these teams, we know that if you don't have an objective to play, they are going to be slaying out. So this is going to be an incredibly intense match.
Let me tell you, if you're out there at an organization and you need a coach or a hype woman, let me tell you, you get Stella right there, because she turned that 14 seconds worth of time that Torrent had control of, and really, I'm a believer now. You talked me into believing that Torrent were in that game number 1 when I feel like my eyes were deceiving me. I feel like there was a bit of control in Torrent's side. Like I said, there was a decent amount of a change, maybe toward the start of that game, round 2, and then they put up a good fight, stopping Complexity from getting ball time. But I feel like it was only a matter of time before Complexity eventually it almost felt like I was just waiting. Okay, at what point in time Complexity gonna find their rhythm, get the kills they need, and then start to dominate? And eventually, it happened.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe Complexity is better on recharge. Maybe they've had more practice on it. Maybe they feel more comfortable with the rotations. You never know. Each team sort of has their own preferences with maps. They also have different styles and ways that they've been practicing as a team. So it'll be interesting to see, because Bazaar is one of those maps that kind of is just a free-for-all. Like, everything is so open. So basically, you're kind of on your own. So we're going to be seeing the strengths of the makeup of both of these teams here, and it's Slayer, so we're going to be seeing all of their individual strengths put out and spread out. So we're going to be seeing how they match up 1-to-1.
Yeah, I agree. Bazaar is definitely a wacky one in the bunch when you compare. Like, out of all of the maps, I'm not gonna lie, this is probably my least favorite. It just, I will say, coming from the side of someone just jumps into ranked and whatnot, like, it requires so much coordination to control Bazaar. There's very little entry points and very little exit points, and like you said, that wide openness towards the middle. You have to have a lot of coordination, a lot of small talk, and a lot of teamwork that hopefully either one of these squads can bring in. We are going to start with a 3-1 lead in favor of Complexity, but once again, Torrent answering back, and once again, they went 3 down.
Yeah, and again, practice makes better. So even if you feel like you're pretty good with Halo Infinite, like these teams are, again, of course, a lot of practice, a lot of time on these maps will help you understand what specific angles you can be taking to get the most out of your sight lines without actually peeking yourself. Like we just saw Carmea here taking down Aperture with this little sight line here that we see. And they're now owning the entire middle of this map.
And that's what it's all about. You know, I got the chance to sit down with Wes Clutch and another former professional player that helped develop the game and the competitive meta along with McWin. And he told me, if you want to start to control Bazaar, it starts from that rocket side of the map. That rocket side gets you so much value in controlling the mid map, and once that mid map is controlled, you get the small talk and communication and target prioritization is all you need going forward. That's what we're going to see from both of these squads. Complexity doing slightly better in the early game, but now once again you're seeing Torrent answer back. Huss ends up getting a double kill, now goes in for the challenge, not quite able to get the triple, but the damage has been done. Huss making his presence known.
Yeah, and you pointed out last match when they were playing Oddball that staying alive is often more valuable than getting a kill, and that is even more evident in Slayer. Again, early game, sure, you can do exchanges, that's fine, because you're going to be neck and neck until around the 30-point range, but you don't want to be exchanging in the long run. You do not want to be doing that, because that either means that you need to change up how you're playing, or you just need to get better.
Yeah, I mean, right now, like you said, it's neck and neck, but watch out for that 30 kill mark where one of these teams will start to try to create that separation in the scoreboard. And the last thing either one of these teams want to do is let this scoreboard get out of hand. It's only a 3-kill lead in favor of Complexity, but with Carmea with the Bulldog in hands, maybe this is what they need to create that separation, especially with that player dropping down and crossing the street without looking both ways. You're going to catch a Bulldog to the face.
Yeah, Filthy G got taken out in a filthy way, but you know what? That's what his name was insinuating, right? That's what it stands for?
Filthy and gone. That's what the G stands for, gone.
Ah, okay. All right. Filthy, I'm so sorry. You're better at the game than me. Listen, we have to poke fun when we can. And it looks like we did get Mikwin on the Rockets here. Did miss the first shot, but I mean, hey, there's still one more left.
McWin gonna try to traverse the map like Peter Parker. Ends up going down to one shot, then immediately takes height with the grapple, but still going down to absolute, and Filthy G gonna get his payback and now gets rewarded with the Rockets. Vetra trying to get into the action, but he wasn't able to commit to that kill. He knew the rocket launcher was in play. He ends up getting cleaned up either way. 3 down go Complexity, and this is exactly what Torrent needs to try to get some kind of momentum, try to get something going, because they're down by 4 once again.
Yeah, and again, this is still 20 points. This is going to be very close until the end game. We may be seeing them neck and neck because, again, like I was pointing out, Torrent is also a very good heavy-hitting team. And, of course, all of their teammates are really good at fighting on their own. But, again, it's going to come down to how many of these team members can actually cross-shoot for each other, make sure they focus the same targets, and don't make small mistakes that cost them exchanges. Because, again, you want to be pulling forward. And even though we do see Torrent responding back, again, there are too many exchanges, which is rewarding Complexity the 28 points right now.
Well, we do see Torrent grabbing hold of that Bulldog, not able to get the clamber right there. That was a little silly looking, but finally gonna get his wits about him. Plants his feet over toward the Bulldog spawn, but not able to get the kill. Aperture throwing an excellent denial grenade, denying access towards the BR and the bridge side of the map, and now chasing that player away. Get off my lawn, says Aperture, staying alive and waiting for his teammates to come off his spawn and get towards that mid-map. A monster takes out Filthy G. Aperture gonna answer back by taking down McWin, the 3v3 scenario, but Aperture gonna lose his life.
Yeah, Aperture did a great job of trying to even out the scores there, but just was not able to stay alive enough. And it looks like we are seeing Carmea come back and respond. He does get taken out here, but they're still in a pretty healthy lead.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Complexity are perfectly happy with playing with trades at this point, because they can trade out so they get the win. But it looks like Monster takes down one. He's going to lose his life. I think he tried to pop an overshield all the way here toward the rocket side of the map, but McWin ends up getting that one. And it looks like it was a grapple instead, by the way, challenging the player. Red PR, not able to get the kill.
Yeah, he got a little bit confident with that swing there. Again, he did have the advantage, but he just wasn't able to land his shots. Ooh, but it looks like Carmea did follow up for him, and now they are at a healthy 36-29.
Great shots from the Commando coming out of Carmea, but he does have 2 players coming from the BR side. He wasn't aware of it in a 1v2, ends up going down. We have another fight onto the lockers. Monster gonna lose that one. Filthy G and Hotshot goes getting back-to-back kills, putting them back within striking distance, down by 5 kills, but we're approaching the end game, and Complexity almost have 40 points on the board. Torrent needs to clean things up. They need to get solid kills and prioritize their life, and hopefully the Rockets will help them do so.
Yeah, it's not too late for them to make a comeback because the scoring isn't that different, but they do need to be careful. Again, those small mistakes are going to end up being a big payout for Complexity if Torrent is not careful and if they can't get their stuff together as a team. They need to be coordinating because, again, they are starting to get a little bit too separated and it is going to cost them points here.
Us able to take down Carmea, 2 down for our Complexity roster. Torrent once again having these numbers down by only 2 kills. This is what you want to see if you're a fan of Torrent. However, in a 4v4 situation, you cannot be the first one to go down. Aperture does hit the black screen first. Huss doing a great job of getting a kill, but that was another 3 down for Torrent. And every time Torrent tried to claw their way back into it, Complexity clapped back.
Yeah, and again, we're just seeing a lot more exchanges on Torrent's side, so it looks like they are throwing themselves in and doing a whatever the cost situation, but that's not the solution you want here, especially in endgame when you know that your opponent has 42 points. But they are evening out, actually. Look at this. They're 42 and 42. So now it's all up in the air, but we do know that Torrent has been lagging behind a little bit. So if they can keep up this momentum, they might win this second game.
Aperture able to take down Monster. That's what you want to see. We see a lead change finally go in favor of Torrent, the first one of the game so far, but it might be the one that matters. Off the screen, Aperture able to get the double kill using the assault rifle. 36 bullets of pure pain as we see Torrent approaching the end game here. They are not going down easily. In fact, they want a tie of this series, Stella.
Yeah, I mean, they are fighting hard. Look, we do see Hotshot taking his time and peeking whenever he feels safest to do so. Actually playing his life. We do see them moving a little bit slower and making sure that they can take their time. He does go down trying to get the overshield, though.
Oh,
47, 46.
It couldn't get any tighter, Stella. I'm holding on to my seat. I'm afraid I'm going to fall off as we switch gears over towards Filthy G. Filthy G having a filthy game. 17 kills, only 1 assist, but 17 kills in a Slayer is absolutely insane. The game's not over yet. There's a player that tries to sneak it over toward the BR, tries to slide into his DMs, might just end up being blocked, but 2 players coming in. That's going to spell good night for Filthy. Aperture, the final player alive. He needs to play his life. He almost needs to hide and wait for his teammates to come off a spawn. They can't afford not one more death.
This is the... Oh, no, it's going to be down to a 1v1. Oh, and Carmea gave that away. Gave that away to Torrent. I had my full faith in Carmea in that fight because he is a heavy hitter. We know that he is absolutely a god at slaying at him. We saw him lose that 1v1. I'm actually shocked there.
He had the opening that he wanted. He had a bulldog, got into a close range engagement. That's exactly what he wanted. I'm not sure exactly what happened. I think Aperture was the final player alive, and I saw that Hotshot Ghost might have got the kill, so maybe it was just enough time for Hotshot Ghost to spawn up and push up towards Aperture, and maybe it was a 2v1 that we didn't see right there, because I know for a fact Aperture was the final player alive, but he wasn't the one to get the final kill. Either way, Torrent stepping up when it matters most and tying up this series. And now we're going to a game number 3. You were high up on Tor. You said they bring in a high amount of firepower. They were able to prove that in the late game of Slayer on Bazaar. And going into Streets, you better come with that same energy because it's the smallest map that we have in our circuit. If you're able to find your slays, get that 2 or 3 down, and then continue to influence the spawns, you're gonna have a good time here on Streets.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we did see their strengths as individual players on their team here in Slayer on Bazaar. But again, we saw them first play Recharge. Again, maybe Torrent was getting used to how Complexity plays, and now they're able to respond and learn from how Complexity played in the last 2 matches. But with Stronghold, this is an objective-based mode that has a different objective than just slaying out. So we'll see how well they do, because again, we did see them play Oddball a little bit behind Complexity, not able to fully respond back as much as we wanted them to. So I'm not quite sure how they're going to do, but again, the rotation points for Torrent seem pretty good. And in Stronghold, especially in Streets, once you get that momentum going, it's really hard to stop a team that is just steamrolling. So we'll see if Torrent is that team that takes over the flow of this map.
We see Complexity bring that objective efficiency in game number 1, and like you're alluding to, maybe they could do that here in game number 3, because we are going back to an objective. Now, it is a different style objective. I would say that Oddball, you are rewarded for slowing the game down and really watching all of your angles, where in strongholds lots of times you can out-rotate the enemy team. We see a lot of teams that really aren't that strong slayers be able to just rotate from, you know, say for example you have an A-B hold and the teammate starts to go for, enemy team starts to go for A. Instead of engaging in that fight, a lot of teams will just rotate and go towards C and just flip the map on them. So strongholds a much different type of objective. We're going to see who's able to take this oh so important game number 3 swing game.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's going to depend on who can take 2 points first, because then you can establish your rotation points here. And it looks like we do see Miquin jumping up this side here, and does get eliminated for that, but he did try to support his team here, and it's down to Crimea and Monster to try and secure a point and push together.
The Stalker Rifle in play and in the hands of Husson. They're able to reset that Charlie stronghold, so a CB hold going in favor of Team Torrent. Now, it's very hard to fight uphill onto that B Street, but it looks like Torrent already having pressure there, so that's really good for them. Huss just simply watching the cross. I think at an audio cue there was a player might be coming towards the C stairs, and that momentary lapse of timing is exactly what Complexity wanted to grind forward. 2 down for each of the teams. McWin steals away the Stalker Rifle, and now's going to put it to work here on the red room.
Yeah, ooh, this is risky play, but does come out on top for McWin here. He is alone here, trying to chase down this enemy team member that's just hassling him right now. It does take down Huss, but they need to take this. They need to be able to defend this point here, but it looks like they are going to actually have numbers here on Aperture, and Hotshot Ghost who are trying to come in.
3 down go Complexity, and Torrent looking very good here in this game number 3. They have the early lead. As I say that though, Complexity were able to steal away 2 bases, so Torrent needs to slay out the Bulldog. Gonna find the kill onto Aperture. There's another player coming into the arcade, and I don't think he's playing games. He's trying to get rid of Aperture here on the B Street side.
Yeah, he is just living in this red room here, but it is a good point to go back and forth from point C to B, so they are doing a great job of holding these rotation points. And I mean, again, these are pretty even. Like, we're not going to be seeing a lot of points start to rack up until around like 80 points to 100 points, because again, these teams are really heavy hitters, so they can easily make comebacks.
And you see how heavy a hitter Aperture is, doing all the work with the Stalker Rifle and Bulldog combination. The problem is that his teammates have gone 3 down, but he's doing a good job just staying alive and playing his life and buying enough time for his teammates to come off of spawn. Complexity are going to slide into B, but Aperture still doing damage. Filthy G going to come with the cleanup, and just like that, although Torrent with 3 down, Complexity were not able to take advantage, and Torrent holding on to that dub cap and control here on the streets.
Yeah, Complexity just isn't able to find their rhythm here. They're not able to find their movement and their groupings here right now. They are getting caught out one by one right here, as we do see Aperture catch one of the members of Complexity out on their own. They aren't pushing together, and they're having a tough time figuring out which point to push and where they should be going. And that was actually Miquin that Aperture just eliminated.
Aperture now going to force his way over towards the B stairs. Easy kill onto Vetra without taking any damage whatsoever. Numbers advantage still in favor of Torrent. Now, you can tell he wanted to grind forward towards the A side, but he recognized that there is multiple players coming in out of A, and they're going to break through all the way towards the B Street. McWin doing a phenomenal job of playing his life until he pokes out while one shot ends up going down. That's on me. Another Caster's Curse coming in. Stella, you're not the only one.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, we got to bounce that off at some point. But look, it looks like Torrent is doing a great job of responding back and taking back points as they can. And they are making sure to rotate around Complexity and respond back properly. So it looks like they did learn after the first 2 matches that they had, and they are able to adjust their strategies here, which is actually quite impressive.
Man, trying to make an angle here towards the purple street. I guess it's not necessary because Vetra is cleaning house over towards that angle. But Carmea still has to break through, because you've seen the spawners come over towards the PD side of the map, and Carmea is well aware of it. He gets behind enemy lines, but not able to find a target, and Wright is able to do so. He takes some shots, heavily going down to one shot, trying to play his life. Luckily, he has the drop wall to play it a bit. but he's still not in a very good situation. There's two players that might try to push him. Ends up getting the perfect kill onto one that's going to be hot shot Ghost, and now he has his teammates grinding forward toward the A side. Complexity and Torrent. I mean, everybody doing great jobs, but they don't have the numbers of playing their life and buying enough time for the teammates to come off a spawn and for them to mount some kind of pinch together. And just like that, all 4 members go down for Torrent.
Yeah, and we do see Complexity showing off their team play skills here, and they are triple capping, easily making back the points that Torrent was able to make off of them. And, you know, if this is the difference between the two teams, seeing how they're able to do this so efficiently, I mean, all Complexity needed to do was slow down a little bit and get their bearings back and regroup as a team. And we do see Torrent responding back, though, capping A and B and continuing to score up. So Complexity has to make that round happen again. Whatever they just did to get that triple cap, they need to make that happen again.
We have 120 to 96 lead going in favor of Torrent, and once again, all 4 members being wiped of Complexity. Torrent have been looking very good since the end game of game number 2, and they have rode that momentum early here in game 3. They have stolen all of the win out of the sails of Complexity. As I say that, they did momentarily go 2 down. Monster gets to an individual gunfight. He's gonna trade out kills with Aperture. That's gonna leave Filthy G by himself. Torrent 3 down. Complexity take advantage by taking an AC hold. Very hard to hold both A and C at the same time, but if they get the slays, they can push right through Bravo.
Yeah, I mean, well, you got to commend them for being able to cross shoot from either side of those points, and they were able to defend each other as a team here. Of course, they are fighting for B, but I'm not quite sure Aperture is going to let them do that here. They are trying to take back, Torrent is trying to take back A as well. They did stop that. They are trying to stop that cap there, but I mean, Complexity is responding back quite aggressively right now.
Veteran not able to win the gunfight onto Hotshot Ghost. Slays going back and forward for these teams, and I'm loving it. They are leaving it all on the line here, not slowing things down whatsoever. Every point of view we hop to, somebody is being taken down. Aperture trying to take height on the one player, but more importantly, staying alive. Excuse me, actually, no, he's at a curbside and go for the ego challenge, despite having to drop one, taking a bit of team damage. Both of these teams just flying at each other. They want to get this game done as soon as possible. They must have a dinner date after this or something.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if they have reservations, that makes sense. But, I mean, let me tell you, they are not... None of their gameplay is reserved at all. They are pulling out all the stops here. They are going as aggressive as possible. But we do see Complexity able to hold that triple cap for so long. They are going to lose C, but they're not too worried about that right now. I mean, they are slowly catching up, and they are doing... They're doing just fine. They just need to hold these 2 points and keep rotating and make sure they can hold Torrent off from capturing any more points.
McWin getting killed with the Stalker rifle off the screen, then quickly backing down toward the PD side. Vetra playing ring around the rosy with this player here over towards us, finally able to find the kill. Another player going down to 1 shot, and that's going to be a double kill coming out of Vetra. Puts the shot onto the 3rd one. Look at him just playing this pole like he knows what he's doing with it. Work that pole, Vetra.
Okay, all right. That's a column, sir. That is a corner.
Oh.
I think he has some wishful thinking here, chat. I think Tony wants to see something else, but that's not what we have on this channel, Tony. Get your mind out of the gutter, all right?
I apologize. I heard Vetra was an excellent dancer. I'm just saying. I got dollar bills. I'm ready to let him fly. 245 points in counting, coming out of Complexity. Torrent did a great job of controlling the beginning of this game, even leading into the mid game. But Complexity doing what they do best, coming out towards the end game, stealing all the momentum away, stealing that energy away, then riding it out to a big win. Now we're going into game number 4, and this could end right here, right now, if Complexity find another objective win.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Again, these team matchups are really good. Torrent was able to respond back to Complexity's tactics and how aggressive they were. Torrent was also pretty aggressive here. But capture the flag, that does require a little bit more tight teamwork. So we're going to be seeing Complexity kind of shine for a bit more, I think. I think on capture the flag, Complexity may come out on top. I think that their team play is just absolutely incredible.
Well, so far you're about 100% on your prediction. So if you're saying Complexity are winning, let me call my bookie real quick. I'm putting the house on it.
Well, now that you did that, now that you did that, it's not going to work. So,
oh, I'm in trouble. CTF Aquarius, first to 5 caps, going to take the win. Plenty to fight for on the map. You have the camouflage that spawns towards that top mid. That's going to command a lot of attention from everybody. But then you have the thrust on each side, which comes up every 30 seconds. If you're ignoring the thrust here in 4 months into Halo Infinite, I don't know what you're doing. The thrust is too strong, too powerful for you to be ignoring. And the same thing with the dynamo grenades. Lots of times you want to control that car side of the map, so don't forget about grabbing those dynamo grenades. They provide so much value with the audio tick, letting you know if an opponent is nearby. They slow down the enemy, and the damage they do is devastating. The shot grenades can literally control the game sometimes.
Yeah, especially if an enemy is just out of reach and you know that they need just 2 ticks of damage, you can throw that and you can secure it, and then you can get your flag back. It is such a big thing. And also with thrusters, I keep telling people this, you cannot sleep on those. They give you so much more momentum and movement than if someone were just running around a corner. And yes, there are all sorts of fancy tricks you can do, especially on PC, but listen, you do want to be using every bit of equipment as much as you can, because each piece does have a use, and if you're a good Halo player, you know how to use all of them to your benefit.
Yeah, most of these pro teams are always going to be controlling the sandbox. You know, we talk about it all the time. You start off with the BR, and it's one of the most deadliest weapons that we have in our game, but that's from mid-range and from long range. Those close-range engagements are run through the heat wave. They're run through the assault rifle. They're run through, putting your opponents on skates with the thrust and being able to control the momentum of the fight. If you control the sandbox, you can pull off wins. And even though Aquarius doesn't have like the most diverse sandbox, like say like a map like Recharge, for example, you still have to respect what's on the map. And if you don't, things will get out of hand very quickly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Aquarius, the flow with this map is pretty nice. You can change the speed of it. I want to say it's a pretty fast map, though, especially the way that pros play, and especially with the thrust. You're going to be seeing some very quick plays being made here, especially since if you decide to take the flag down the middle, you're going to be open. There is going to be no cover, so teams have to be very careful about coordinating. So we're going to be seeing them just pull out all the stops and make sure that they keep that momentum going. Just don't stop for anything. We're going to be seeing teams pick up. If someone dies holding the flag, you're going to see someone else immediately pick it up and run with it.
Yeah, you got to be careful. If you're going to try to commit to flags going throughout the middle of the map, you better make sure you have a fresh round of slays. Because if the slays are off balance, your enemy team are spawning too early, you're going to be stopped short on that flag cap, which should have been a guarantee one if you would have played a little bit safer. But if you get that fresh round of slays, that teammate is off spawn, you can definitely commit to those mid-map runs. But like Carmine and friends want to go towards utility side, he's going to pass the flag over towards his teammate because he had the camouflage.
Ooh,
then he's going to just rock that player in front of him while running the flag. It just came in like Will Smith. That's disrespectful.
This is nasty. I like this. Since when did we get nasty on Wednesdays? Guess we're doing it now. I absolutely love the aggression we're seeing from Complexity here. What did I tell you, Tony? I told you Complexity has tight teamwork, and that is exactly what we're seeing. Exactly as I predicted, we are seeing them trade off the flag, making sure that they are able to capitalize off of this momentum that they've been able to generate starting out the match.
I'm sorry, I'm still trying to recover from Vetra screaming, keep my mother-loving flag out of your hands.
Okay.
When he smacked that player.
All right.
Filthy G now staying alive here toward the utility side. Hot shot goes off the screen, gets the double kill. And that's exactly what Torrent will need to see in order for them to come out with the early pull. Filthy G going in for the challenge, taking down the third one. So that's a clean run coming out of Torrent.
Oh yeah, Torrent was able to respond back so well here. Actually, very impressed. Oh, but they do drop it right at the end, but they did end up getting the flag. Now they are down almost their entire team. So if Complexity can capitalize off of this, they could get another quick cap, or they could get a quick cap, but they have not been able to. But look, they're gonna try. They are trying their best because they were able to respond so quickly to this.
And I mean, quickly is the word. My God, Carmine just got this flag from point A to point B, and what was that, like 10 seconds there, if that? My gosh, Carmine, one of the fastest flag runners that we have. Clearly, he's not playing on a very high ping. I don't know. He's feeling really comfortable with the connection right now as Vetra trying to grind forward, not able to get away with his life. McWin gonna go in for the challenge as well. He's gonna hit the black screen. Monster and Torrent get the slays that they need to defend in their base, and Vetra gonna turn to convert this defense into some offense as they look to push forward into Complexity's base.
Okay, Complexity doing a great job of playing their life just long enough so that their other teammates can come in to help them defend. That was incredible work right there. By all means, they should have lost that and should have gotten their flag taken, but they did work together so well. And now they're holding off Torrent, who wants to get another flag. They want to get a lead in here, but of course, Complexity is not going to let them respond with that because they want this game to be the last part of this match series.
2 down, go Complexity. Vetra by himself, but clearly he's comfortable. The heat wave into the back smack. Now going in for the challenge from across the map. Beautiful shots from Vetra as his teammate Carmea comes in for the cleanup kill. Love the teamwork coming in out of Complexity. They're not holding hands. They're not right on top of each other. They're literally separated, but still actively responding to call-outs. That small talk is really working well for Complexity. We're tied up at 1 apiece. 8 minutes, 34 seconds on the clock, and Torrent fighting for their tournament lives at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Complexity is doing a great job of being able to secure these kills, but they just haven't been able to capitalize off of these wipes yet. They just aren't able to go and grab that flag because some of these slays have just been a little bit too staggered. So we do see members of Torrent coming back just before Complexity can actually take the flag. So it looks like they are trying to go for another team sweep here, or at least evening out the playing field, but they just have not been able to get to that flag yet.
Well, Monster's trying to grind forward, but he wants to make sure he grabs the thrust beforehand. He knows his teammates in a fight, quickly helps him out, but that's going to give away his position. But that player having no idea. A little bit of momentary lapse of communication coming out of Torrent. That's some easy kills for Complexity. Luckily, there's no flagpole just yet. Oh, excuse me, I apologize.
There it is.
There's the flagpole.
Yeah, coming out smooth from Vetra here, just absolutely schmoove, and does get eliminated, but we do know that Carmea is right on the other side, and Carmea is trying to play for this flag here, providing cover for his teammates. They do go down here, so now it's down to Carmea to try and grab this flag before it resets. He does touch it, but does get eliminated. But again, like I said, Complexity is doing such a great job of being able to change out how they live and when they come back, so they time all the respawns perfectly together, and it looks like this flag is going to be theirs to cap. And just look at this. Look at that clean teamwork. Oh my god. This is gorgeous. I love watching Halo Infinite Esports. It's amazing.
Timing and awareness is all it was all about. McWin to get that double kill, to get the flagpole. Even him going down to one shot, communicating with Carmea, say, I'm about to die. You have to relay this flag in. And the moment he threw it is the moment he died, and Carmea smoothly comes in. It was beautifully done. Like you said, this is why we love Halo Esports. Monster now controlling the car side of the map, having a player over to utility side, but ends up running into a 1v2.
Yeah, Monster was not, unfortunately, the monster there. He did get eliminated, but look at Complexity, still just moving together as best as they can, making sure that they can defend, but also play offensively. I mean, I love that they don't stick to one specific maneuver that they're going to do. And there's the flagpole, but he does get eliminated, but it's down to Vetra to try and play for his team's life here.
Nade started to fly down. Vetra going down to one shot, not able to get the individual gunfight against Hotshot Ghost. And while Active Camel's coming up, that was a pivotal point in the game. Huss getting a slay of his own. Amateur gonna win his piv, and Torrent looking kinda diffy.
Yeah, well, I mean, they weren't able to capitalize off of that, though. So now both teams are going to get reset, and they are going to have to make a full push again for these flags here. We do see Aperture trying to push in, making sure all of his angles are checked. But it seems like they're just not sure. They don't know where to expect. They don't know where Complexity is right now.
Aperture goes down to one shot. He has to try to deny access to utility, but I believe that player actually had camouflage, and now Monster grinding forward, sliding right out with the curb slide. Goes in for the challenge, but did not expect Hotshot Ghost to come in with the thrust, absolutely putting him on skates and losing him in that gunfight. Filthy G, the final line of defense, able to get the kill, but here comes Carmea.
Carmea has just been a force to be reckoned with today, and they are now set 3-1. Complexity, 3 caps already. We do see when taking down Aperture in the kill feed as well. They're going to get another pull.
And Torrent, you really need to be careful because, I mean, like you said, it's a 3-1 lead in favor of Complexity. And as of right now, if Complexity come out with the win, Torrent's out of the tournament. This is single elimination. It's do or die. And Complexity are playing light out here towards the second half of the series. McWin ends up finding himself a killing spree. Now going to try to stay alive before committing to the pull. And actually, his teammate got to come in for him. Ooh! Tosses the flag. Beautiful teamwork coming out of Complexity. They're playing a different meta right now. They're not even playing year 1 Halo Infinite. They're playing year 5 right now.
I don't know what's appropriate to say in this cast, so I'm just not going to say it, but that was a beautiful play by Complexity there.
And now Filthy G looking to try to make a play of his own, but he's running into the Promethean shotgun. Luckily, Huss able to get the double kill, but not the triple hot shot coming in for the cleanup, and 3 down go Complexity, but still Carmea shaking his head no, saying this is our game right here. Yeah, apparently, Carmea doesn't think that Torrent is on Complexity's level.
You know, Complexity has to lay down the law, right? They want to establish their dominance on the field here. That was an unfortunate exchange right there.
And I can tell that even after the backsmack, Carmea was looking to do some more body disrespect. He's really feeling himself right now, and rightfully so. The man has 19 kills, 10 assists, only died 11 times, 3 flag caps. I bet he smells immaculate, and I bet everybody wanted to sign his yearbook in high school. Let me tell you, Carmea has everything going on for him.
Is there something you want to talk about? I feel like there's a lot of stuff you need to work through, and like I'm here for you, Tony. Like I'm here for you, man. I just want you to know.
I'm a big Jason fan. All right, take it how you want to take it.
Maybe seeing I want to see Complexity go for that 5th flagpole. I want to see them get that flag cap.
Well, I mean, 2 minutes and 35 seconds. I mean, they've really put Torrent against, you know, a rock and a hard place. Even if they don't get the flag cap, I mean, 2 minutes and 30 seconds for Torrent to try to cap 3 flags is tough on its own. So at this point, you know, Complexity can really buy a ton of time by just playing the mid-map game. And I think Monster's aware of it. He's slowing things down to a snail pace, allowing that player to come in front of him. But the idea was great. The execution, I don't know.
It is, yeah, at this point with the timing, it's going to be very difficult for Torrent to make a comeback, especially when it's just Huss right now. It's not looking good for them. They did lose out on that momentum that they originally had going, so we do see Complexity trying their best to just make sure to keep that 4-1 score up.
Carmea staying alive, immediately going to go toward the utility side of the map. His flag is pulled, but he's not even worried about that yet, because as of right now, Torrent haven't been able to get a clean wipe, but it looks like there is 2 players that are committing toward the car side. One goes right for the flag, the second one body blocks for the flag runner, ends up getting the kill. This might be a cap going in favor of Torrent, and with 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock, you know, it may not be probable, but it's certainly possible.
I mean, at the very least, they can make it so it's not such a staggering score, right? And I mean, we do see that there's a lot you can do in a minute. I mean, listen, a minute's a long time, especially when you can play off of your enemy team's mistakes here. But again, it's just down to Aperture, and I don't know if that's going to be enough. They do need a full team for any of these strategies to work here.
Monster find the kills onto Aperture. Does have a teammate with them. Look, this is what the leader forces them to do. They can just run around in tandem with each other, bait and switch, and just find these easy kills. Because you notice Complexity is dying right now, but they're dying on Torrent's base. They're forcing Torrent to play defense, clear out their base before they're even able to get a pull. This is really tough. 35 seconds for them to cap the flag, then have somebody in the back to relay, send us to sudden death. Torrent might be going home. Honestly, Stella, they might be going home.
With 24 seconds on the clock, I don't think Torrent is going to be able to make this back. At the very least, they could get another cap, but that would still be a 4-3 score. So I don't know about that here.
Carmea making sure the car side is cleared out with the heat wave. Finds one, but not able to get the double kill. He will end up being cleaned up. But while all this is happening, time ticks down. Complexity putting their 3rd and final win on the board. Complexity are going to the finals.
Oh my goodness. That was so nutty. I loved watching them play that. Again, we do see that Complexity is incredibly good at being able to coordinate as a team. And yeah, okay, I guess my predictions have been 100%. I'm really proud of myself. Hell yeah.
100%, 100%. Let's see if we keep it going. I mean, we still had a whole other series. Then we had the finals, but as of right now, 100% is Stella. And sadly, and you know, I think there's one team that's really upset with you, and that's Torrent.
No. Hey, I didn't count against them. I was just talking about each team's strengths, okay? I was not rooting against a team, all right?
Well, sadly, Torrent going to be knocked out, and we're going to see them plenty of time leading up into Kansas City, and then also in Kansas City as well. They had an amazing placing to qualify for Anaheim, and even showed off a little bit and putting us all on notice. Hopefully, they can go back to the drawing board, hit the films, find out what they did wrong, and try to turn their weaknesses into some strengths. Meanwhile, Complexity have been looking phenomenal. Since they picked up Monster, this team is the real deal. And although it's not the exact team that's probably going to be going into Kansas City, you have McWin, who technically isn't allowed to compete. And then, to my knowledge, Carmea doesn't compete for this roster, competes for a totally different one. Still, Complexity still find a way to find wins. And the duo of Monster and the boys are really tough to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that Monster is a great teammate, but we can't count out all the other members of Complexity, right? Overall, Halo is still a team esports, and it is still so... every member has a role. And you can't count out, even if you're down one player, you feel the difference. So the fact that all these team members are able to work together so well, even if, you know, it's not someone that they normally play with, I think it's incredible. And Complexity has absolutely impressed me with their team plays.
Yeah, and I now, to be honest with you, I'm actually wondering if Complexity are the favorites going into this. You know, you have the Pioneers still, and you have the Knights going in, but the way Complexity are looking, they are absolutely deadly. We're gonna find out after a short break. We're gonna send it over to Yeso and T-Square to kind of break down what we saw in that first series.
3-1 win there over Torrent. I'm joined now by T-Squared. We got the Apex out of our system for the night, T-Squared. Now it's Halo Infinite time. We got our first best of 5 now in the books here tonight. Before we jump into talk about Pioneers versus PK, what jumped out to you in this last series we saw?
I really enjoyed the 50-49 game in game number 2. I thought that was really exciting, but the thing that jumped out to me the most was the aggressiveness that you saw coming out from the Complexity squad. And there was a stat that happened from the FaZe $75,000 tournament over the amount of engagements that happened over players. And the team with the player with the most engagements per minute was Monster. He gets into the most fights basically and creates the most opportunities out of any player over the weekend, and you can see that kind of reflect in his gameplay a handful of different times. I mean, in that Aquarius CTF, it was just such a pleasure to watch, and we're seeing really high quality Halo. We saw that during the open day on Monday. We're seeing it here again here on our pro day, and I just think that the aggressiveness, the confidence that they're coming out with really stood out to me the most.
I think the last point you make there really stands out the most when you talk about those engagement numbers being high specifically for Monster. Is it indicates a player playing with an incredible amount of confidence in their own hands as well as their teammates, right? Monster coming in knowing that he has the backup from his team, that he can play forward, he can play aggro, and he can go for these kinds of aggressive plays because he knows, one, I can make things happen. I have the raw talent to do things in these plays, and two, even if I don't necessarily make the play happen, my team will follow up on that and we can show up and show out strong. And I think I agree with you. It showed in this entire series, and you know, we even saw Monster at the end of that 50-49 Slayer game trying to make that aggressive play to close it out. It doesn't quite work out, but ultimately they come out with the 3-1 win, and they looked really good doing so.
And if Monster's shot is on, it's really, really deadly. And for the majority of the time, it is going to be on, and he's going to continue to heat up over and over again. Keep in mind, he was an amazing H1Z1 player. He was amazing in a handful of different, you know, battle royales. He was originally a Halo pro. The dude has what it takes, and he's always been an extremely aggressive player overall. And it's fun watching this kind of makeshift Complexity team work together, because not a lot of teams here are going to be the full rosters. They're, you know, it's a little bit of a melting pot of certain rosters when we look at what's going on with the 4 teams that we have here. But Torrent is their full squad, and they're losing to a squad that isn't the full team. Yes, McWin, he does have an advantage, a big advantage. That's why he's not been able to play in tournaments for a year. But at the same time, we've been pretty far into this game, and everybody should know how to play. And at this point, it seems like, you know, Toronto just wasn't ready for the onslaught of players that were coming directly at them. It seemed like they were moving faster on complexity. They were hitting more of their shots. They had more of an idea of what was going on, and that was probably a reflection of their communication and their strategy that was going forward. But you have to give credit again to Monster for opening things up, getting in there, and if he is on fire, say that he's, you know, flying at you with a sniper rifle, there's really nothing that you can do in a map like, for example, Live Fire. I've seen it firsthand and playing matchmaking with him and against him. The dude is constantly running around the map and creating opportunities. Not a lot of players play like him, and I think that it creates just a little bit of discomfort from the rest of the teams that are going up against them because they're not used to seeing people so in your face.
That is quite the seal of approval from a legend like you, Tom. So well played from Monster and the Complexity Squad. They move on. Of course, Torrent still with some things to work on. We're just a little over a week away from KC, and they'll be looking to make some things happen there. So we'll see what they do. But we have Pioneers and PK ready to go, and our casters ready as well. So I'm going to hand it back over to Stella, and why not, to get us into the next series.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen, and let me tell you, I'm so happy that we somehow got a green screen in T2's jail cell. The fact that he's been able to host this from jail, it's incredible. Honestly, I'm really proud. You know that you know, we're working like for pennies on the dollar. He was breaking down those rocks, and now he's over here hosting some Halo. We are back here.
I need to go. I'm sorry, ESA. I'm sorry. I gotta go. I gotta go.
And clearly Knights gotta go too. They gotta go somewhere because they already capped the flag. They got somewhere to be.
Oh my god, I'm broken. Yeah, no, they're fantastic job. Great gameplay. 10 out of 10. I'm going home now. God damn. Oh yeah, we do see 2-0 in favor of Knights. I'm a little irritated at Tony, but it's because he's just so funny.
Onward now with Drift coming out of your Pittsburgh Knights, the #1 team coming out of Latin America. They're going to go up against their longtime rivals, Pioneers. And guess what? Frosty's not filling in for this roster. This is the full Pioneers roster that's going to Kansas City, and the same for the Knights. And mind you, I mean, Kansas City, it's kind of the Pioneers' home, so they got to defend their home turf. And as of right now, they're down 0-2 in this game #1.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good. I mean, they're not giving Pioneers any time to breathe here. I mean, already holding a 2-flag lead, which again, and capture the flag, that's a pretty decent lead here because it's going to take so much time to coordinate. Oh, and on Bazaar especially, your coordination has to just be so incredibly well timed in order for you to get any of these flagpoles to work, especially right back to back. This is one of the hardest maps, I want to say, just because of how open it is.
Shotgun coming in, Adso able to take down Druk. 3 down once again, go Pioneers, and this win means a lot for the Knights. You know, I feel like the Pioneers always seem to have the Knights' number, especially in capture the flag, which has always been the Pioneers' bread and butter as far as a game type. And for the Knights to come out swinging the way they are, I can just tell this means a lot for them. They're trying to gain some momentum coming into Kansas City. You know, I think the highest placing international team ever placed was a European team. I believe it was Infused, the old Jimbo roster. They placed top 6, I want to say. Knights have the capability, they have the potential that if they're firing on all cylinders, maybe they can match that placing or even better. It's going to be tough, but they're looking to make a statement, and they're starting here with your Pioneers.
I mean, every Halo competition you should take seriously, and it is a moment for you to learn from your mistakes and from how other pro teams will play. So this is a huge opportunity for Knights to be able to get their bearings here, and they're doing a fantastic job of holding up their own. I mean, Pioneers just has not been able to respond back. Yes, they've been able to get their flag back, but they have not been able to respond with any points at all. So Knights they have been coordinating so well. They have been outpacing Pioneers here. Okay, thank you. If he didn't get that kill, if PK did not get that, I was going to be so upset.
Well, I know for a fact that Manny knows how to work a pole, and I know that was a pole.
Oh my god.
So Manny was indeed working that pole like he knew what he was doing.
What is your obsession? You know, when Tom gets out of jail, I think y'all should have a boys' night out. I think that's what y'all need to do. Y'all have some weird ass energy. You need to get out.
Well, watch, Manny. Talik now can advance forward to where the Bulldogs side of the map. It looks like he's stalking a player that's currently one shot, goes in for the melee, somehow doesn't connect, but able to take down Atso, and he immediately grabs a hold of that Bulldog, avoiding as much damage as possible. A nasty bullet, planting a nasty bullet onto the head of Talik before being taken down. Still with 2-0 lead in favor of your Pittsburgh Knights. And with 5 minutes and 47 seconds of regulation, anything can happen here, especially when you're talking about the Kansas City Pioneers.
Yeah, the Pioneers can make this back. I mean, 5 minutes, that's a decent amount of time. But, I mean, again, we're talking about Bazaar, where you really have to be worried about, you have to be watching everywhere to make sure that you have a safe passage to be able to actually get this flag cap. Now, it does look like they do have an open path here, but I mean, the Knights have been so on top of the Pioneers. Like, they need to be careful and make sure that they can capitalize off of this momentum, because they still have 1 point to try and tie this up before 5 minutes are over.
Yeah, they still have a little bit of a mountain to climb, especially on Bazaar, which, you know, out of the 2 flag maps that we have, I wouldn't say that Bazaar is probably the hardest map to cap a singular flag on, let alone 5 to somehow come out with the win. Lots of times you'll see these games end 2-1 or sometimes 3-2. Very rarely, especially at the top level, do you see all 5 flags being capped, because it's just that hard to control the game. Nasty bullet ends up going down. 4 members onto the Knights, hitting the black screen. Luckily, Soul Snipe shot in the game is much better than his basketball shot, because it wasn't looking like that on the field. I'm just saying.
I feel like I've had a lot of dirt on all these players today. And you know what? I love it. I love it. We're just going into this with all this background information and lore. It's amazing. We are seeing the Pioneers and Knights actually match up in being able to wipe their teams, and oftentimes that is the reason why we have not been able to see Pioneers really capitalize off of any team wipes, because they are also having to deal with the fact that they are down in numbers. So we're seeing a lot of exchanges, and we're seeing that the Knights could actually give the Pioneers a pretty big challenge.
Nasty bullet going all the way down to 1 shot, but love the fact that he's prioritizing his life and his eyes are set on the overshoot. He knows that Pioneers are going to try to dive for it, but it looks like he's not able to defend it. He's going to end up hitting the black screen here, but Drift winning his pivotal gunfight, going in for his second one, not able to get the double kill, but does enough to delay action for tapping buttons to steal away the Bulldog, and the overshoot Atso going to fly in with the grapple. That's going to be a flagpole, and now your Knights are mounting a counterattack.
Oh, we'll see if they're able to get this. It does look pretty clear. They are watching for each other, and I want to point out that the Knights have done a fantastic job of making sure that their path has been clear in being able to get their flags here. But they are having to be a little bit careful, taking their time. They are still up a point, but they do want to be able to try to get this last cap. Oh, and using the grapple to pull the flag up, making sure everything's set up, and they do get that 3rd flag cap.
3-1 lead, still in favor of Knights here, and now we're going to see Pioneers back start to be against the wall. 3 minutes on the clock is no time to to panic, but at the same time you have to recognize that moves have to be made. The last thing you want to do is to try to put yourself in a situation where you have to cap 1 to 2 flag within 30 seconds to a minute, 30 seconds worth of time. They need to get a smooth round of slays and get a pull ASAP, otherwise they're in danger of having their backs against the wall. 2 down go Pioneers. Atso trying to get the 3rd one as well, as we see yet another flag being pulled here by your Pittsburgh Knights.
They are so on top of being able to capitalize off of their momentum here with being able to take out so many of the Pioneers. They are doing a fantastic job of being able to communicate and make sure that everyone is playing as safely as possible. They're doing a fantastic job. The Pioneers are struggling to play defense or even offensively. They are just getting so many exchanges, and they're lower in number because they have not been able to coordinate any pushes.
Truck going down on 1 shot. Atso able to get away with the overshield. This is a big play coming out of him. You don't need to put the enemy in again. Jutsu, he's coming in with his shots and extra shields. Has 2 players in front of him, ends up putting 1 down to 1 shot. Goes in for the challenge, and that's going to be 3 down for Pioneers. Getting very aggressive as Atso. The 2nd player going to be cleaned up, so a full squad wipe going in favor of your Pittsburgh Knights. There was 1 player that got a god spawn over towards the thrust, but he's quickly going to be dealt with as they're continuing to relay that flag forward here, Stella. Your Pittsburgh Knights, this is probably one of the best that I've seen them play in quite some time.
I mean, I'm saying they woke up, they took whatever stims they needed, and they are on top of it right now. The way that they have been able to move non-stop, and they've been able to recover from any situation, it is incredibly impressive. They're moving together as a unit, and they're making sure to cross-shoot for each other, and they are also winning their one-on-ones, which is such a huge, important detail.
3 down for Pioneers, and Nasty Bullet getting right into the action with the grapple. Love the grenades to deny access over towards the palms, and look at the timer still. 45 seconds on the clock. I don't want to say it's impossible for your Pioneers to put 2 on the board, and I know how good of a flag team they are, but let's be realistic. When you're dealing with Nasty Bullet dropping a beautiful kill like that, putting your 3 down and getting the double kill and a killing spree, that's going to spell good night for any team, including your Kansas City Pioneers.
Yeah, I'm surprised here. Knights have been able to get these flag pulls so easily. Now, again, they have not been able to get that 4th cap, but I mean, they are looking healthy in terms of points. But they are also just doing so well at being able to put the Pioneers into a frantic, panicked state. And we do see the Pioneers making more mistakes than they should. And this is going to be the 4th point, the 4th flag capture for the Knights here.
Wow. Knights coming in hot and doing it when it matters most. Again, all of this is for a reason. I feel like there's so much implications on the line. Not only do we have $500 in the winner takes all tournament, not only do you have that bragging rights, but Kansas City is legitimately 8 days away, almost a week away. So any big wins going in your favor is so important. Knights and Pioneers are not only meeting up today, but they will actually meet up in pool play on Friday in the tournament, and the team with the best record is going to have an easier road to go out into the championship bracket. This could be the difference of a team dropping out in, say, top 16 and maybe making it to top 4. That's how important seeding is going to be. So hey, get your momentum in now. Knights are looking really good. Pioneers, normally older brother, but as of right now, they getting kind of sunned.
Hey, listen. Game number 1. Again, maybe it's just these teams getting to know each other. Game number 1 is kind of a toss-up in the air, right? Because these teams, some of them have not played against each other, or they don't watch each other, so they have no idea what to expect. So this is kind of like the little like warm-up stage. So game number 2 on Aquarius, this seems to be a lot of pro teams' favorite maps, and we get to see the absolute peak of their performance here, because Aquarius, it requires you to have such good coordination and flow on the map that we're going to be seeing which teams really excel at coordination. Now, we did see Knights pull out all the stops here in game number 1, and if they were able to coordinate this well on Bazaar, I am heavily leaning towards them in Aquarius. But like you said, the Pioneers are also a force to be reckoned with, so I don't know.
Well, I mean, these two teams, this rivalry goes way back. We're talking years, even going back to the later Halo 5 days, where Pioneers were one of the best capture the flag teams that we had in Halo 5, and their Achilles heel was Slayer back in the day. I will say, going to Halo Infinite, they kind of ate away at that. They've become a very good Slayer team, almost flipping things and flipping it around. Now, going into Oddball, I would say that's a toss-up, but if we make it into Strongholds, I would say Pioneers normally have an advantage in Strongholds against any team in the league, and that includes the Knights. So as long as they're able to win at least one game in these first 3 games and send it to a game 4, I'm a believer that this can go game 5 and go the distance, and then at that point it's anybody's game. But it's going to start right here on Aquarius. You kind of said it, they were filling each other out. If this was a boxer, this was round number 1. They were throwing a couple of jabs in, maybe a couple of crosses, but we didn't see any combos yet. Now it's game number 2. Now it's time to fight.
Yeah, let's see if the Pioneers can respond back after game number 1. Now, we do see the points are going to stay pretty consistent and pretty neck and neck for a while, until 30 points around then. And we are going to be seeing, the Knights taking a little bit too much, too many outs here.
Yeah, Knights gotta be careful. Gotta stay alive on the map. The last thing you want to do is allow Pioneers to gain any kind of momentum and map control. Nasty Bullet, well aware of that, so he quickly handles Druk, gets him off the map as fast as possible. And now we're still seeing Knights controlling the mid-map. At some great shots, but even better shots coming out of the opposition, putting them 2 down and putting Pioneers once again in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, they have a good 4 points ahead, and if we are seeing the way that that Knights have been playing as of right now, as of the first few minutes, we are seeing them kind of fall apart in the coordination that we did see in Bazaar. But, I mean, I don't doubt that they could make up these points here. They just need to get their teamwork together. They need to be able to group up, because I think we're seeing a lot of them get caught out by themselves.
13-9 lead going in favor of Pioneers. Druck is playing angry right now. He's currently 6-1. Make that 7-1. And throwing up an assist. This man's going for a killing frenzy. That's going to be 8-1. He is 2 kills away from dropping a frenzy. And he's not done. This man's going off. That's going to be another one. Finally, they're able to shut him down. But a 6-kill lead in favor of your Pioneers. They have woken up here in game number 2.
Yeah, we are seeing the Knights get caught out, taking fights that they should not be here, and we did just see Nasty Bullet getting taken out by Mr. Soul Snipe, who did catch him out on his own. And they are so separated. They are not looking for each other the same way that we saw in Bazaar. They are falling apart right now. We aren't seeing that same level of coordination.
In the wise words of Makotoki Doki in the chat, Druck is nutty on Aquarius, and I'm gonna have to agree with them. He's absolutely going off. Knight's gotta do something to slow him down along with the Pioneers, and allowing them to get away with the camouflage is not what you want to see. Luckily, tapping Buns ends up getting the one-shot kill right before he gets away, but Druck gets another perfect kill on the feed, putting his 12th kill on the board. He has 12 kills by himself. The entire Knights roster as a unit have 20.
Yeah, they're struggling to find their hold on this. Again, taking 2v1s when they should be working together as a team. And the Pioneers are just slaying out right now.
Druck in a 1v2 scenario. Jay recognizes it, tries to get out of the situation, but ends up going down. Then you see Soul Snipe, who overextended to get towards him. By the time he got there, Druck went down. Soul Snipe ends up joining him. If they keep dying in staggered ways like that, they're going to allow Knights to get right back in the game. But the man of the hour, Druck, just going off here, getting another kill, 14-4. Pioneers are dying staggeredly, but Druck continues to impress on the kill feed.
Druck is doing a fantastic job of making sure that he has viewpoints of all of his teammates so he can support them by a simple turn of his mouse or controller. He is doing a great job of overseeing for his teammates here, and that is one of the things that we are seeing the Knights not do. They are going in blind, they are tunnel visioning, and they are not going in for these team fights. They did get a massive win there with taking out half the team of Pioneers. They are at 31 now, but they do need to keep up that momentum. We've seen them struggling for so long.
So trying to catch an angle here over from bottom P to the player on Fridge. You see him not only shooting, but also pinging left and right, trying to get his teammates involved in this gunfight. Eventually, he backs down and tries to catch an angle towards Druck, who drops a double kill towards Utility. His 17th kill on the board. He legitimately he has half the enemy's team kills by himself. Stella, this is crazy.
This is incredibly impressive from Druck. And I mean, again, capture the flag requires very different skills from Slayer, so that is something that we are seeing right now. Druck just slaying out, showing why he is one of the best players. And we are seeing the Knights just struggle a little bit. They are behind in points. They could make this back, but at 42 for Pioneers, you have to stop making mistakes here.
And the one thing I'm also loving is the assist column coming out of the Pioneers as well. Over half of their kills have been assisted by each other. That tells me that not only are you winning your individual battles, but you're not counting on it. You're playing good fundamental Halo, and that's what I want to see coming out of your Pioneers. But now you're seeing Knights start to strike back. They're taking down one. Looks like Nasty Bullet able to go after another one. Talent so supplying some of supportive fire from across the map, but he's going to try to get right back into the action, taking a direct route right towards the middle of the map to get himself some peak side control. But does he know that there's 3 players that are trying to break out of the blue base?
Yeah, I mean, this is looking great for the Pioneers here because the Knights have been making mistake after mistake, making it easy for Pioneers to just capitalize off of that. Even if it is just exchanges, they are able to get all the points they needed to win round number 2.
And round number 2, they're able to win. Pioneers doing a great job of answering back and tying up the series. So far, we haven't seen a 3-0 sweep out of either one of these series, and I'm happy with that. I want to see these games go to distance. I want to see them end 3-1 or even go to a game 5. That's what I want to see if I as a spectator and especially as a caster as well. Next map is going to be Live Fire on Oddball. This is a fast-paced map. It is a map that can get out of hand very quickly. If you're not able to win your pivotal gunfights, stay alive and play as a team, you will get run over. Both of these teams are going to be fighting over the sniper rifle that spawns in the top mid side of the map. There's a heat wave over towards bottom mid. There is an active power-up that spawns towards the side of the map onto the street side, but it's on a delay. It doesn't come up right off a spawn. It comes up after about 30 seconds. So you fight for the rest of the map control, then you try to work your way towards the power-up. The one weapon we most likely won't see between both of these rosters is the Mangler. Most likely would be GA'd across multiple tournaments as far as competitors go, and I would imagine these two know each other very well. They're probably not going to grab a hold of it either.
Yeah, I would hope not. I would hope there's a spoken agreement. Otherwise, we may be seeing a violation of a ethics code in Halo Infinite, but we'll see. I don't know. Oddball on Live Fire, that is probably one of my better, I like Oddball on Live Fire, so it'll be interesting to see how Knights respond back to game number 2. After seeing them fall apart in Slayer and not being able to coordinate as well, it makes me a little bit nervous for them. But we did see that they were able to coordinate really well in CTF, which is another heavy team-based coordination mode. But Oddball, you can kind of play it like Slayer, so Pioneers might have the upper hand here. We saw how incredibly well they played last game.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest with you, Stella. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you, chat, because I'll lie to myself, but the last time I do is lie to you guys. It's 49-49, $100,000 on the line. And a team is looking for me to make a play. I'm grabbing the Mangler. I'm breaking all GAs. There ain't no gentleman when there's $100,000 on the line. I'm just saying. Game 5, 49-49, the game on the line, I'm picking it up.
Yeah? Are you? Okay, ban him. Ban him. Everyone ban him. Shun him.
Oh, well, it looks like Soul Snipe. He's picking, you don't need a Mango. He's picking up the sniper, picking up a triple kill. Goes in for the body shot, taking down zapping buttons right off his spawn. Able to get himself a camouflage as well. Thank you, Observer, for getting the tail end of that triple on screen. Soul Snipe about to go off.
Oh my god. Just absolutely disgusting here. Does take a little bit of damage. Might get taken out here. Does get taken out. Unfortunate, does drop this sniper rifle. But again, this is Oddball. You need to be playing for the objective. And we do see that Pioneers has been able to get their hands on the ball for a little bit. But they are actively also playing defense. And this is one of those game modes that can go a little bit slower because you do control the pacing by how often, by how much you control the hold on that Oddball.
I want to give a shout out to Pioneers for being able to put up 6 kills within the first 48 minutes of the game. I also want to give a shout out to Soul Snipe for having almost all 6 of the kills. At this point, he has 7 kills by himself. At this point, they have 8 as a unit. Soul Snipe's the only one slaying.
Hey, listen, they all need their time in the sun, right? That's what they're doing. They're letting their teammates have their moments, and this is great. We do see Pioneers so coordinated here, being able to tell each other, hey, I'm going to reset the ball. I'm going to take this back. Going to reset. I'm in danger. They're doing a fantastic job of communicating, and even though we can't hear their comms, we know that they're doing a great job of that. Now, we do see Knights being able to get that pull here, but they do have to be able to defend against the Pioneers who have been slaying out of their minds the last game.
On board now with Atso Uchiha, who currently has the heat wave in hands, wants to put that Promethean shotgun to work. But I love how I love this patience out of him. At this point, his job right now is to make sure that nobody pushes through the mid map. So playing in that corner, I think was a great play. Ends up listening to his teammates, responds immediately, gets the kill onto one, then able to take down the other one in Soul Snipe. And while one shot repulses right up the tower, we can play a lot more cover. Atso playing excellent fundamental Halo at the moment, and is largely the reason why his team has over a 20-point lead.
Trying to find that bank shot here, doesn't get it, but does get the quick weapon switch and takes out Druck, who was absolutely slaying out of his mind last game. Now they are going to get the ball that was thrown all the way across the map. They are holding a healthy lead, but it's not too hard to make up those points here, especially since it does go into round, it can go 3 rounds. So we are seeing Knights having to actively play offensively while also defending the ball.
62-23 lead in favor of Knights, and they're still holding on to that ball. Soul Snipe doing an excellent job of switching targets, was prioritizing the ball guy, but the ball player. But as soon as he got the call out, ends up coming in for the cleanup. Finally able to take down the ball carrier, but there's still 2 Knights players in his sight. Ends up body shotting one, gets the assist onto the second one. Now there's only one more player that they have to deal with. Druck sticks him, and now we should see some ball time going in favor of your Pioneers. And there is no way they're going to make the sniper hold the ball. Can someone get the ball out of Soul Snipe's hand?
There's no way. His name is Soul Snipe for a reason. But now he did get eliminated, so I mean they couldn't have figured that out in time. Looks like the Knights are responding back so quickly after they got that team wipe. They are trying to come back and make sure they stay in the running. They don't want to be eliminated by a 3-1 score. They want to come back. They want to be able to take this series as quickly as possible. So of course they are answering back very quickly, and they are at 76 points now.
Soul Snipe going ghost like Danny Phantom, able to find one, gets the double kill as well. Notice there should be one more player around, but that's ball time going back in favor of Pioneers as that player rotates out to try to play his life, but Atso ends up being taken down. So as I say that, 2 down go to Pioneers. Soul Snipe able to find the back smack onto Nasty Bullet, but he still has one in the sights, gets the double kill. Soul Snipe doing everything by himself, still 14-9, absolutely going off on the kill feed.
Yeah, Pioneers, though, exchanging as well. This is a really close match in terms of... If this was Slayer, this would be very close because we do see a lot of them being able to do exchanges here. But, yeah, Soul Snipe is matched up with Tapping right now in terms of kills.
Perfect kill comes in. Soul Snipe going to come in for the cleanup. Looks like Druck able to find one as well. They have a poster in the hands of Soul Snipe, and this could be a play that he tries to mine the player off the map. Able to bounce him off the tower, cleans him up with the battle rifle. Gotta be good enough for me. Player does spawn toward the B side. Excellent awareness onto Soul Snipe, so he really starts to throw grenades over towards that direction. 3v3 scenario, but Soul Snipe by himself, and he's gonna be hunted down.
Yeah, Knights are doing a fantastic job of playing the objective. I think we are seeing consistent teamwork in objective-based modes where there is a clear objective you need to be playing for, like in Capture the Flag. We are seeing Knights coordinate and come back even stronger even after their team has been wiped. So that is a really good sign for the Knights. They are obviously a very good team. They just need to have a goal that they can work towards together. Otherwise, they do get caught out like we just saw there, and they can lose fights so quickly.
Love that grenade angle that Druck was able to create with the spike. Doesn't exactly stick the player, but does get some damage in. Not able to get the kill, and it looks like Knights will steal round number 1. But I'm definitely gonna be adding that angle to my repertoire. I didn't even know you could catch that. 1 round lead in favor of Knights. Pioneers now gonna be looking to answer back. Nades flying in from Druck, and he really gets his hands on the heat wave, and he's bringing the heat.
Yeah, they were not happy about that first round, so they are going to be playing defense on this. And oh my goodness, okay, member of Knights taking it? That's very bold. And they are slowly catching the team members of Knights out by themselves. They are getting these kills very slowly here, taking out their defensive position.
Double kill being earned by Druck, but it looks like Pioneers still go 3 down. Soul Snipe, though, able to get away with the camouflage, and despite being one shot, dives in for the sniper rifle. If there's anyone that can make a play, it's going to have to be Soul Snipe with the camouflage sniper and the heat wave. And if it can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. Sending 1 back and 2 down go Knights. Pioneers are poised to make a run.
Yeah, but you cannot count out that this is still objective-based, and they have not been able to get their hands on the ball for too long. Now, they did create space for themselves here, but for how long? Because we have seen the Knights be able to come back just as strong and respond back to take the objective back. And again, we do see that Pioneers had to drop the ball in favor of defending themselves, and even then, it wasn't enough, and the Knights come back in even stronger and are able to reestablish their dominance in handling the objective. This is an incredible play that we're seeing the Knights pull out. Is this the same team that we saw playing last game?
I mean, it definitely is. I mean, Knights definitely showing that they can be the more objective, efficient team, and not just on capture the flag, but on oddball as well. And it's crazy because that's the same story that normally is synonymous with the Pioneers. The Pioneers are well known for taking objective games without getting the slays necessary. Usually, they're just usually that objective efficient, but it's like Knights have totally flipped the script on them.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing two very good and talented teams faced off against each other, and they have learned to kind of respond back and figure out how exactly the other team is going to be performing. So they are able to adjust their gameplay, and it looks like the Knights have been able to do that specifically in objective-based modes because they know how the Pioneers will be trying to coordinate, and the Knights have their own coordination as well that just matches up really well against the Pioneers' own strats.
Series currently tied up at the moment. This is an important swing game number 3. It's exact amount that 87.63472% of the time that a team wins in game number 3, they usually win in the best of 5 series. So lots of implications on this one, lots of questions about to be answered, and Knights are still running away with it. They're about to get 70 points in counting, and Pioneers haven't been able to break even 20.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for the Pioneers. They just have not been able to have any time to breathe. Yes, they are able to respond back with killing, but that is not enough for them. They are constantly on the defense, and that is not something you want to be doing in oddball. You want to be able to get some time with getting that objective and being able to raise your points, but they just have not had any time to recover. I mean, look, they're constantly fighting for their lives. They're trying to get any advantage on the ball at all, but the Knights have been able to fight back so strongly. Now, this might be their opening. They have been able to reset the Knights. They do need to regroup. But we do see the Pioneers having to make up for a lot of the missing points.
Man, literally just peeled one with the sniper, ends up finding another one onto tapping buttons. Love the plays coming out with the sniper, but needs to convert to even more ball time. As of right now, Nasty Bull recognizing that ball carrier right by himself, so he gets right into the action, takes a direct route to him, and now Knights stealing away the ball. They're 20 seconds away from not only taking the round, but also taking the game, Stella.
Yeah, the Knights have been playing really well this match. They have been able to pull out all the stops on their teamwork here. We do see why they are who they are and why they've been able to play so well and even capture the flag. They have all of their communication down pat. Now we do see the Pioneers trying to make a comeback because they don't want them to be able to get this second game, or this third game, but I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
And, you know, Drift may be coming out with the win on this one, but the real question is, what is that BR skin? That BR skin is sick. Drift got some crazy BR skin. I've bought every skin from the HI. I have most of these skins. I do all my channel. I've never seen that skin before. 52 points in counting from your Pioneers. Nasty Bullet. I've seen this skin. This is the face. I know that one. Drunken Betty getting back-to-back kills. Nasty Bullet gonna try to gain some kind of advantage. Not gonna be able to do so, and that's gonna be a full squad wipe going in favor of your Pioneers. Literally, Knights are 2 seconds away from coming out with the game, but Pioneers are fighting back.
Yeah, we do see them trying to deny them as much as possible, even last second, 2 seconds. They are doing their best, and they're slowly coming up on the points. Even though they are only getting a few seconds on the ball, they are still racking up points and trying to get even. Now, we do see the Knights scrambling a little bit. They just need to secure 2 extra seconds on this, but they are scrambling a little bit. We do want to see them staying with their team coordination. Looks like they did get it just in time, but that was a little close. They were we were seeing them scramble a little bit there. That could have gone really badly for them.
Yeah, once the Pioneers got a hold of that ball, I mean, they literally got a full squad wipe twice, and it was looking really possible for them to come out on top. Finally, Knights, you know, sadly the lead was just too much for the Pioneers to overcome on that with just 2 more seconds. So one mistake, and that was pretty much it. Now we're going into game number 4. Your Knights are literally 1 game away from taking the series, and in my opinion, pulling off the upset. I think on paper, your Pioneers are the better roster compared to Knights. I always give Knights a fighting chance, but the Pioneers are legitimately top 8 roster, and I think the Knights right now are fighting for that top 16, and if they make it to top 12, I think that'd be really good for them. If the Knights are able to pull out this win, this will be some good momentum leading into Kansas City.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so then if you think if that is your opinion on these two teams, how do you explain these two wins? These two match wins? How do you explain those? They obviously have very strong communication skills. They have really great teamwork. So maybe they've just been improving slowly, very quietly. And yeah, maybe they've just been studying how other teams play, and they are really good at being able to adjust their gameplay to how other teams might respond back to them.
I honestly, I think the rest of the league is getting better, and that includes Latin America. That includes the rest. Pioneers need to make sure that they're doing exactly what they did to get up to this point. Grind, and grind some more, because the Knights are doing it, and so is everybody. Exit are looking really good. I can spit off, multiple teams that were top 24, top 16 that might be gaining headway on Pioneers as opposed to earlier in the season, and that includes the Knights. The Knights are punching above their weight class, and they're playing lights out, and who knows? As of right now, I think they're playing like a legitimate top 12 team in the world, and maybe they can be going for top 8 at Kansas City as well.
Yeah, absolutely. These are some of the best teams that we've been able to see, and at least that I have had the pleasure of casting. And we do see the Knights being able to respond back here. And again, this Recharge is one of those maps that I love to hate, and I hate to love. It's one of those weird maps where I like it, but at the same time I hate it, because it has so many sightlines that you have to pay attention to, and we're going to be seeing which teams here have the best experience and expertise on these maps, because every single bit of knowledge is going to help you out here. Now, we do see the Knights holding 2 points pretty strongly, but that could change if they lose their momentum and their ability to rotate around.
Sword in the hands of Druk. He's trying to be very crafty with his movement, able to drop down right onto Atso and brings down the hammer, or in this case, the energy sword. Beautifully played by Druk. Off the screen, Soul Snipe able to take down Drift, and now we're seeing a double cap go in favor of your Pioneers. This is a great position to be in if you're a fan of the Pioneers. You can spawn trap the Knights over toward the gold side of the map and make them very uncomfortable, but as that happens, it looks like Knights are rotating all the way towards Charlie, and this is a pivotal battle for Druk, and Druk goes in for the challenge and is able to get a big kill.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of this, Tony. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of this starting out, because these teams are pretty good, and they are, I mean, you say that the Pioneers are better than the Knights as of right now, but we're seeing a lot of these exchanges come out and a lot of back and forth. Now, if we do see the Pioneers take a triple cap, we may be seeing them kind of steamroll, because they have been able to hold their ground pretty well in terms of slaying. So it's really going to come down to who's able to put down the most amount of pressure and hold the most amount of points here. Now, we are seeing a lot of back and forth. We did see the Knights take 1 point, but now the Pioneers are taking that point back. It is going to be a lot of back and forth for quite some time here.
Sword in the hands of Soul Snipe. Gonna quickly catch somebody in the sight. Nasty bullet. Gonna hit the black screen. 2 down for Knights, and there's one more in his sight. He's actually creating distance, and Soul Snipe not able to get the lunge with the sword. So now you're gonna see that sword change hands on the tapping buttons, and he knows what to do with it. Beautifully played. A momentary trip cap going in favor of Pioneers, but he will be hunted down. Great recovery coming out of the boys in red.
That is what I mean by you have to be watching your sightlines. This map sucks because there are so many different sightlines that you have no idea. Like, maybe you just forget for a split second that, oh, my toe is available here and I'll get taken out, and that's exactly what happened there. Unfortunately, he was not rewarded for taking out the 2 players there, and it's very unfortunate.
Tapping buds off the screen, able to take down Manny. Also able to get the trade-off kill once again. We're seeing Pioneers go 3 down, and your Knights are looking so good in this series. They're currently down in points, but they have the dub cap. They're now finding the slays as well. Another 3 down go the boys in red, and Knights need to take advantage of this, and they're doing just that. They're hopping onto Bravo, and we're going to see another trip cap go in favor of the Pittsburgh Knights, and maybe a lead change.
Yeah, we do see the Knights being able to move in pretty quickly. Oh, misses the melee, does get that exchange. But they are able to move pretty quickly throughout here. Their rotations look pretty solid. They are trying to catch up in points here, but they are holding those 2 points, B and C, very strongly. And they are trying to go for A as well. The triple cap, trying to get as many points up as possible while they still can.
Drift able to take down A. Love the play coming in. Pioneers only having the Bravo stronghold, but not for long because we're seeing Knights start to advance forward towards it. That's going to be all 4 members going down for Pioneers. The Slays once again going in favor of Knights, so they take down all 4 players. They now have all 3 captures on the map. Tapping Buns has the camouflage and now is going to go for the shock rifle, but luckily Manny is able to stop him short.
Yeah, I'm always a fan of the underdogs, and I want the Knights to be able to finish it here because I feel like they've been playing incredibly well. I mean, they have been able to stick together, and they have been able to defend at points where they should have lost, and they have been able to coordinate really well, and I'm just loving watching them play right now. And the Pioneers are a force to be reckoned with, but the fact that Knights have been able to keep up, that says something about their team.
120-62 lead, still in favor of your Knights, who have taken control in this game. As we kind of mentioned before, they are 1 round away from making it to the finals. Your Pioneers would not only have to come out with this win, but also take it in game number 5 if they want to make it to the finals themselves. But Soul Snipe and Drunk gonna hold on to the black screen for dear life. A third one gonna join them here. And once again, I mean, stop me if I sound like a broken record, but Knights taking control. That's another trip cap going in their favor. And now they know exactly where Pioneers are spawning and where they're pushing towards.
They have been able to control the narrative on this map so well because they have been able to out-rotate the Pioneers, and every capture that they take, they've been able to take another point back. And this is what I mean by keeping your momentum going, especially in Stronghold. You want to make sure that you are constantly looking at where your enemy team is going, and you want to outmaneuver them. You want to be 1 step ahead of them, kind of like chess. And that is exactly what the Knights are doing.
Tapping Buzz going in for the challenge onto Alpha. Like you said, they're simply playing chess and everybody else is playing checkers at the moment. I mean, they have a triple-digit lead at the moment. This is going to be really tough for Pioneers to fight their way out of it. Soul Snipe going to do his best to try to take away A, but as that's happening, it looks like Knights are rotating over towards the Bravo side of the map. 2 down go Pioneers. That's another double cap going in favor of Knights, and the shock rifle is coming in. Your Knights are making a statement.
Yeah, we do see Druck trying to move in and hold points, but he is a little bit tentative because his teammates are getting eliminated and he gets downed as well. Look at this coming in from PK Drift, just absolutely decimating with the shock rifle. It looks like it cost them no effort at all. And now they have a trip cap going. Look at how wonderful their rotations have been. I just want to point out how great this has been. And the headshot on Mr. Soul Snipe himself. Absolutely disgusting. PK Drift is going insane. I was going to say someone stop him, and he does get stopped, but I was just kidding. I'm so sorry.
Woo! Drift putting his 24th kill on the board. And let me tell you, that shot looking like Kobe in his prime right there. Your Knights, they earned this win. This was a big win for them. Pioneers gonna have to hit the drawing board and go back and try to figure out exactly what went wrong there. They're gonna have to watch that film because Knights really controlled every objective game time, which again, that's the Pioneers' bread and butter right there. You know, we're talking strongholds, oddball, and capture the flag. At least when it comes to CTF and strongholds, that's where the Pioneers come from. But Knights coming out on top, and they earned this trip to the finals to go up against Complexity.
I'm so curious to see how they'll go up against Complexity. Another tight team. And I mean, I don't know, that's it. Listen, out of Pioneers, I felt like Knights had the upper hand, but I gotta go with Complexity for the finals. It's just my gut feeling, and unless my gut is wrong, we'll see. But the Knights have done a fantastic job. Pioneers also a very strong team, but I think they just were not able to get a hold of that momentum that the Knights were forcing them to get into. So again, if a team takes over the narrative of a match and the flow of how a map is going to go, it's so hard to turn that tide, and I think that's exactly what we saw Pioneers struggle against in this last match.
Yeah, if Complexity would allow Knights to set the pace of the game going into the finals, we'll definitely see the same thing. However, I will say, the way Complexity were playing in that early round, I don't know if it's going to be easy whatsoever. But before we even get to that, why don't we send it over to Yeso and T-Square to kind of break down what we just saw and break down what we should expect to see in the finals.
Another 3-1 here as the Knights take out Pioneers in this set. I would say certainly at least a bit of an unexpected upset here, especially when I look at a team like Pioneers where you know, they feel like a squad that can be susceptible in Slayer game types. It feels like that's the part where they kind of trip up pretty consistently, but they are very good, very well practiced when it comes to objective game types, and especially CTF, where this series started. But the Knights come out, they play really strong, and one of the best LATAM squads out there takes out Pioneers, and they move on to the finals. What jumped out to you the most there, T-Squared?
Well, it's definitely interesting when a team loses game number 1 and then they come back so strong. And like you were talking about with the CTF game, I really thought that they had that thing on lock going for the rest of the series. But I feel like out of any Halo ever in Halo history, Halo Infinite Game 1 doesn't mean anything compared to what it used to mean in the past. Typically, you would play, you know, a CTF midship, and if a team dominates them, you'd be like, oh, well, they're most likely going to be dominating the rest of the time. But every game type's so different. You have strongholds, you have this new oddball rule that's coming forward. The games are so much more fast-paced that anything could really happen. And once you start getting momentum in the series, you really start to believe that you can win, and I think that's definitely what happened for the Knights.
Yeah, the Knights looking really strong, closing out well. Of course, Pioneers come back. They do win game 2 in Slayer, kind of get some life back in the series. And of course, you know, that's a very talented roster. There's a reason why, you know, more often than not, people are going to pick Pioneers to beat Knights. You know, Pioneers have been really, honestly solid since the start of the Infinite era. Of course, they were really on the come up at the end of Halo 5. They're really looking to kind of break into that next echelon of teams here in Halo Infinite. They will fall tonight. So now with Knights coming up against Complexity, I really want to get the opportunity to kind of preview our thoughts on this next series, because the finals will see those two squads face off. We were talking very heavily about Monster and what he brings to the table, and of course the rest of that Complexity roster that looked really good to start the day. Now up into Knights, and Knights carrying the momentum from this win against Pioneers. What are your thoughts on that matchup?
One of the things that you got to watch out for, since you're going up against a Latin American team, is that you're not used to scrimming them as much, and I think that's something that was, you know, catching them off guard. And that was happening in the previous series, where they're really objective efficient, but they're also slaying out extremely hard. So if they're able to be objectively efficient while they have, you know, a lot of aggression happening in their face and complexities pushing them, I think that that unorthodox playstyle could, you know, prove very useful for them. And I think that that's definitely like an ace up their sleeve type of instance, where you want to come out and prove yourself and kind of play for your country, right? They're one of the best teams in their area, if not the best team by far. So coming through and kind of representing that when you're going against what would be lower team, you know, teams in America and in the U.S., Complexity isn't a lower team tier team by any means, but in terms of being the best team here, they're not the best team compared to the C9s, the Optics, etc., etc. So it almost feels like you have a little bit more to play for going in, and it could end up coming through in this series. You may see also the fact that they have their roster, you know, a little bit discombobulated, and it's not the full Complexity team, could have a little bit of instance coming forward. But you know, again, the game 3, I think that Tony hit right on the head. The 80% or higher rate, game 3 is so important when it's split 1-1. You want to be up 2-1, you want to have that confidence going forward, and then you have that, you know, thing to fall back on. If you don't win game number 4, you can always throw it to game number 5, which is the Slayer, so it's basically a coin flip. So whatever happens, you know, yeah, game 1s are important for sure. Game 2s, of course, you don't want to go down 0-2, but I really think that game 3 is always extremely important. So we'll have to see what the game types are. I'm excited. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath. You're going to have two really aggressive teams. One's going to be a little bit more scrappy than the other, and I think that, you know, overall, if I had to pick, I'd pick Complexity 3-2, but it could really be anybody's.
Okay, awesome. I didn't even have to ask. Just hit me right up with the prediction. Complexity 3-2 there for T-Squared. I'm going to lead the PK way. In fact, I'm going to say 3-2 as well. I think this one goes the distance. I agree with you. I think it's going to be scrappy. It's going to be flashy. It's going to be fun. I'm excited to see what Monster can bring to the table in this series, as well as the rest of the Complexity roster. But I'm really liking the kind of momentum that Knights are carrying into the series. I think they looked really clean there against the Pioneers, and we'll have to see what they can do. Our casters, though, are ready to go, so let's hand it back to Stella and Why Not and get ready for Grand Finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and I literally just choked and almost died backstage, but I'm here, I'm good, I'm ready. Big ups to T-Square, you know, the strats. He's sucking up to the entire country of Mexico to try to get a transfer and try to gain freedom out of jail any way possible. Big strats. The reason why he was a professional Halo player back in the day. You're staying in jail, buddy. Knights going up Complexity. This is going to be your finals. Winner takes all. $500 on the line. And mind you, this is a newly looked Complexity roster. roster, we have Carbea coming out of Incognito and McWin, former 343 employee, subbing in for 2 of the Complexity members.
You know, you're not going to let Tom live, are you? You're really not going to let Tom live.
He can live the rest of his days in jail where he belongs. Hey, you did the time. Yeah, you did a crime. You did the time.
What crime did... You know what? Whatever. I'm not even going to ask. I don't want to know. With Tom, it could be anything. We do see the Knights holding strong with their 2 points now, but I don't know if they're going to be able to keep this rotation going. We are seeing Complexity give them a little bit of a harder time in keeping these points up than we saw Pioneers do.
Oh boy, now with Carmere, but Carmere going to be hunted down quickly. As that happens, though, it looks like Complexity are able to answer back and put Knights 4 down immediately. So great job by Complexity to find the kills that they need. Now we're going to have to see this convert to some objective time, because even though they had Knights 4 down, somehow Knights were able to rotate all the way towards Charlie, steal that away before Complexity steal away Bravo. If you have a team 4 down, you need to be putting 2 points on the board. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know either. Complexity. I mean, they are getting the points here. Knights have been holding strong, but this is a pretty even back and forth here. We're seeing a game of tug of war happening, and it's just evenly being spread out right now. No one has been able to get triple caps, and we do see that Knights are doing their best at trying to rotate around Complexity. But Complexity is setting the pace on where this match is going to be going. So of course the Knights are struggling a little bit because in the last game they were used to being the ones setting the pace for it. So they are struggling to find their spot here on the map, but hopefully they find it quickly because they are pretty even right now and they want to keep this constant switch off of capture points going.
Well, 52-43 lead going in favor of Complexity at the moment, and Adso somehow able to find the double kill. The triple kill was in front of him, but sadly did not have the shield in order to contest that gunfight. Nasty Bullet gonna try to pick up the kill, but not gonna be able to do so. 3 down go your Pittsburgh Knights, and Complexity gonna take advantage by stealing away A. As I say that though, they lose Bravo, and Knights are already working on Charlie from across the map.
Yeah, we do see Vetra here trying to find an opening, as we do see the Knights holding 2 points. Oh, dead body just falling out of the sky. That's not terrifying. And we do see Vetra do make the connect with tapping here, trying to find an opening, make way for his team, make sure that they can stay alive, as he does single-handedly protect that side of A site. But now we do see the Knights responding back and coming back here. They are trying to get the rotations on A, as they do see that Complexity is taking B, but Complexity was able to take A and hold that strong, and they are still actively holding out on C.
Knights able to steal away the lead. This is the #1 team coming out of Mexico, and you're seeing why. They are making Complexity really work for every point earned, and as of right now, they have the double cap. Drift able to find the kill onto McWin. That's going to be a pivotal one as he crosses over towards the B side. His teammates are already rotating onto the A. Drift had to win that pivotal battle against the B, and sadly not going to be able to do so, and that might open things up for Complexity to create some kind of momentum and steal away Bravo from them.
Yeah, we do see this back and forth. Now, Knights does have 92 points over the 69 that Complexity has here, but Complexity is slowly making their way back up, and they are winning these fights more consistently against the Knights now, so they may be able to find their momentum here in trying to keep a healthy lead. We're not seeing either team really hold a significant lead over the other. And I mean, this is the finals though, right? These are the 2 teams that we've seen shine out above the rest. So of course that makes sense.
Ooh, Tabby Buns going for a little pseudo ninja right there, taking Carmen. Yeah, this is your finals. Both of these teams were able to 3-1 a very, very tough opponents in the early rounds. You know, Complexity got the 3-1 over Torrent, and Knights end up getting a 3-1 win over KCP. So big wins for both of these. They obviously earned their spot here, and now we're gonna see who the best of the best is for Series E Pro Night. And as of right now, it looks like Complexity stealing the lead, but Knight stealing the double cap. Vetra having the sniper in hands, and you know he knows what to do with it.
I wish he could have connected that shot there, but we do see, oh, everyone on this side of the map just getting eliminated, and it's just now tapping on Knights here. We do see that Complexity has been able to take back point B, so now they are just holding strong. Oh, catching out Tapping, who was hiding, waiting for his teammates to come back. Does get the revenge there, though, on Monster, but they are able to hold strong. Complexity still looking pretty good here in terms of point caps, but, I mean, they got to keep this going because, again, this has been one of the closest matches that we've seen all night.
Yeah, it was a big double kill coming out of Adso, and that third one just kind of icing on the cake. Controlling that sandbag side of the map and clearing things out was big, and then he chases down that third one.
Oh.
I think it was well played by them, and even Carmea tried to fight back, but Tapping Bud's coming in for the hunt, and once again, you're seeing Knight take control of an A-B setup. This is the setup that you want to be. Having somebody planted over towards sandbags and drift right here on the B side, all you have to do is just watch every angle, slay out, win your gunfights, and you're going to continue to put points on the board. But as you see with Monster getting the first kill, Vetra getting the second one, that is easier said than done.
Yeah, we do see Monster here trying to catch out anyone that he can. And Vetra with the sniper. Ooh! Oh my god! Misses with the sniper, but does connect with the battle royale, right? The battle rifle right there. Beautiful shots there. Absolutely decimating. They are just holding strong, trying to go for the triple cap here. He does get eliminated, but they did get the triple cap just for a moment. B is getting taken by Knights here, but we do see Monster trying to connect. Doesn't get it! Unfortunate for them, and Knights are going to be able to take 2 capture points back.
Both of these teams leaving it all on the line. It's a back and forth like an argument. 147 to 132 in favor of Complexity, but Knights still holding on to that double cap and still putting some good points on the board. You're seeing Drift going to try to click the angle here over toward the next break, but ends up getting backsmacked by Carmea. That's going to be 2 down for Knights, and the third one going to fall as well. Vetra and Complexity are taking an advantage. They're moving all the way in for the Bravo. They see that Knights are rotating towards Charlie, but you're seeing Complexity counter-rotate onto Alpha, so now we're seeing the double cap in favor of Complexity and them once again steal the lead.
Vetra, please stop aiming down the sights when you're getting shot at, please, I beg of you. We don't want to see that. But we do see Complexity just doing a fantastic job of being able to match up against the Knights. And the Knights are trying their best to try and get any sort of rotations that they can on Complexity, but we do see Complexity working so well as a group and also individually that they are able to hold off Knights at every single point. And the Knights just have not been able to find any connections here. And even if they do, Complexity has been one step ahead, and they have been able to take back other points, continuing their 2-point lead here.
Vetra doing a great job of staying alive here towards the B side of the map. Off screen though, Tapping Buns was able to find the first pick onto Carmea. Vetra going to try to take a middle angle here, but he ends up getting caught out from the garage side, but doing a great job of playing his cover, playing patient, and backing that player. But he knew there was a play on the nest side, the play on the garage door side. Very surprised that he elected to try to take that middle angle and kind of get sandwiched in between both of them. Because of that, Complexity now go forward down, and once again, Knights are in the driver's seat.
This has been such a close game. Like I said, it's just a game of, it's just tug of war right now. And we are seeing Complexity respond back very quickly after they were able to respawn. Ooh, and they are coming back to take out the Knights here. They are coming to take back their points here, but the Knights still have 2 points that they do need to be able to get these rotations on. And they have been taken out again, leaving it down to Vetra to try and survive and make any sort of leeway for his team here.
Adso able to take down McWin on the dummy side of the map. Clearly he's just too dummy thick, and Adso able to get the kill despite him trying to play for that cover. Monster going at Tapping Buds off the screen. Looks like Vetra able to find one as well. So once again, 3 down. Go Knights. Adso the final line of defense, able to take down one, but can't get the melee onto Monster. Monster now going to try to contest B. The shots looking crisp. He was actually weak in that gunfight and was still able to secure the capture. Now that's going to be really important because Knights obviously have 216 points already. So, you know, a couple mistakes and Complexity right out of this game number 1, and this is for momentum in the series. Drift well aware of it, so he gets a double kill, tries to grind forward, but ends up onto the black screen.
Yeah, I am so impressed with Monster in that last fight. He was, by all means, should not have won that fight, but he did. Now we are seeing Complexity start to really try and get their ground here. They can't, you're right, they can't make any mistake. They need to be able to stay as accurate and as on top of things as possible, and they need to be able to punish the Knights for making any sort of mistakes, which we know that each team has been making a fair share of mistakes here. They are very evenly matched, and we just need to see Complexity pull out all the stops here if they want to try and capture this and get the win. They are leading now, and they are about to get the win if they can hold this lead, but the Knights are responding back here, and it's down to Mikwin and Monster because they were all eliminated, and it's down to Karmea. Can he hold down long enough for his team to come back and capture 1 point to try and get the lead?
Tapping Bud's now going to advance forward here onto the sandbag side. You're seeing the pings go left and right. He is letting everybody know that they're on the power side of the map. It looks like 2 players were able to break through over toward the seaside. We do see a trade being fought over toward the camouflage. Double cap still going in favor of Knights, but Complexity are working on Bravo. They might be able to take an early lead, but Nasty Bullet is the most important player on the map. Heat Wave and Camouflage, and he needs to put this to work. He needs to find the slaves.
What? This is so close. I am at the edge of my seat. I mean, we are seeing the Knights respond back really well too, and I unfortunately just was not enough for them here, but that was so close for the entirety of the match. I mean, this is not a lot to be winning by. So Complexity, I think they were expecting to be able to come in and like absolutely dominate, but they are realizing, oh no, we need to strategize. We need to take things slow. We need to really think about things. I love watching this though. This is great. Again, first match, first game, they want to be able to see how other teams would be playing. So this was their initial, like, you know, handshake moment. So we'll be seeing how the teams will actually play in game number 2.
Well, as of right now, Complexity definitely won the handshake on that one. They did so really well. I mean, Nasty Bullet had Camouflage and Heat Wave towards the end game. If he was able to find a clutch double kill, we could have seen Knight slide in and steal a double cap. And like you said, it was neck and neck all the way through, including all the way to the end. One double kill from Nasty Bullet with the Camo Heat Wave, and they come out with the win. But no, Complexity were able to spot him out, win that pivotal battle over toward the tower side, and secure themselves a W. And game number 1, like I said, it's really filling somebody out, but I'm a firm believer in momentum. You know, if you have a strong squad like Complexity that feed off of that energy, that feed off of that hype, they can ride that into game 2 and possibly a game 3 sweep. Knights, they need to answer back, and hopefully they could do so in a game 2 Slayer.
Yeah, and I believe in that momentum, but both teams honestly had really good momentum that match though. Again, the win was not by that many points. It was like 20, 30 points. That's not a lot in consideration for Stronghold. That is not a lot of points to be leading by. So again, I think we're going to be seeing Complexity tighten up on their team play here, and we're also going to see the Knights probably adjust a little bit, maybe get a little bit more aggressive. I think we saw them getting a little bit too separated, which was the only thing that cost them the loss there. So I don't know. Again, it's just going to be one of those things that we have to see in game number 2 because they were very evenly matched.
Yeah, the one thing that I'm a little afraid of is that when in the semifinals, the Knights were able to take every objective over a team like the Pioneers, and the only game that they lost in was a Slayer. So they already lost one objective, being their bread and butter strongholds. Now we're going into Slayer, which may not be their strongest game type. I think Complexity, Complexity has found the wound. Now you need to put your thumb on it and make it bleed. You need to make Knights feel the pressure. Because as soon as you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So you got to go up 2-0 in this series. Don't allow Knights any breathing room whatsoever.
Oh God, please. Tapping! Also, don't scope in when you're getting shot at. I know it's really hard to do that, but like, oh my God, it's like a nice little rave in our eyes. My goodness. But yeah, we are seeing neck and neck again, of course. In Slayer, you're not going to be seeing much of a point lead. Ooh, oh my goodness, that sword just came in like nothing. All right. Just cut through him like butter. And we are seeing a very even score here. We're seeing a lot of exchanges.
Oh, Tapping Buzz goes in for the challenge himself, able to exchange another one, actually trading out that kill. We do see 2 Knights players pulling up towards the attic side, but one ends up getting peeled by the shock rifle. Beautifully played. Now Monster, that nade going rogue right there, bouncing off the wall, doing more damage than himself than the opponent, and because of that, Monster ends up being hunted down. And I'm not gonna lie, some of these nades in Halo Infinite, they do whatever they want to do.
You know, there are a lot of things in Halo Infinite that feel like they just do whatever they want to do, but we'll not get into that. That is not what we're here for. We're here to give you some raw, just pure talent in Halo Infinite esports action here. Now, we are seeing a lot of exchanges. Again, 13-14. Oh my god, 15-14. And the Knights are leading by 1 point. But again, it's going to be neck and neck for quite some time here, especially since these two teams have shown that they are pretty equal in being able to slay out here.
Love that play come out of tapping buttons to get really creative with the repulsor, and another one. So the first play, that player tries to come in for the melee, tries to trade out kills with tapping buttons. He repulses him back and finishes it with the BR. Then he sees that nade coming from all the way across the map, and he repulses that nade right out of the building. Beautifully played by tapping buttons, but it looks like that player was kind of walking into the wall, so we might see a game crash. And yes, looks like that player did go down, and we're gonna leave that up to League Ops to find out exactly when the crash happened. I'm not sure exactly what the scoreboard right now reads 21-16, but we did see tapping buttons get a kill on one of the players who was mid crashing, so really weird right there. We're gonna let the admins decide that. I know I couldn't.
No, it was actually Carmea, and I was like, oh, that's not like Carmea to shoot into the abyss while getting shot at. I was like, that's not like him. And there he goes, pop. He's out of the server. So hopefully we can get that back up and running really quickly for y'all. But Tony, tell me what anime you've been watching recently.
I'm a little new to anime. I'm a little new to it, but I feel like I've watched all the mainstream ones. Okay. Now I'm working on one called World's Trigger. It's actually one of my favorite animes that I've seen so far, while I'm also working on Boruto, which is coming out week after week.
Oh, nice. Okay. All right, so let me ask you a question for like more mainstream stuff. Are you going to watch The Batman since it's out on HBO?
Absolutely. 100%.
Awesome. Okay, great. Okay, we can be friends.
I'm excited for that, and I'm also excited for the Tekken anime as well. Like I know some people are questioning those, but I'm gonna dive into it.
I'm very excited. Yeah, we had to get a little bit of nerddom out, you know, like this is our little time, and we are also trying to help entertain y'all while we get these server issues fixed. You know, we love it here. I hope I can make it to LA sometime so that I can go to the Esports Arena studio, which is an awesome place. You can actually go and you can visit any of the locations spread across the US, and you can go and play video games there. So you guys should definitely do that.
Yeah, I mean, on Friday nights they have Apex, I believe arenas tournaments, which are really cool. On Saturdays, they actually do have Halo Infinite. It's 2v2s. You guys have to compete with your local retail branches, and then on top of that, compete against other esports arenas as well. So come out on top, get yourself a little bit of money, and I used to always see people hanging out at the barbershop. I'll be like, why are you hanging? There's nothing cool about hanging out there. Let's make the esports arena the new cool place to hang out. Go over there, talk about sports, play a little bit of game. I would much rather hang out in an esports arena than a barbershop any day.
Well, that's because you don't have to talk to anyone and you can just play games. So, but yeah, no, actually, if I could make it to the LA location, then maybe chat. You could see a 1v1 between me and Connie in chat, since he turned down my nickname that I gave him. That's something that could happen. Who knows? But you'll have to find out by going to your local ESA location.
Yeah, on top of that, like while you're there, like you get 2 free tokens. I mean, they're doing PvE, so literally you don't have to commit to a bracket. You don't have to commit even a single elimination, double elimination. You don't have to commit to 3, 4, 8 hours. I'm going back-to-back tournaments today. I think I'm going on my 8th hour casting into 1 o'clock in the morning. Get yourself 2 free tokens and compete in these PvEs. Just go in, do the trial. I think there's one for Valorant that's going on right now, which is really popular. Go in, try to top the list. In worst case scenario, you spend 5 minutes of your time. Best case scenario, you net yourself $500. I mean, it's literally a win-win situation.
Yeah, that sounds great. Well, okay, so you're going into ESA, you're going into the arena. What are you playing first?
Me personally, I got a little some Halo. Got a little some Halo. Snap some pictures while I'm doing that, and then you know what? If anybody out there wants to challenge me to some Tekken, I'm just saying. Everybody knows I'm an Apex demon. Everybody knows I'm a Halo demon. But I can get down with some Tekken too. I think the character's name is, I want to say it's Horang. I want to say it is. He just be throwing out these kicks at 100 miles per hour. Come see me on Tekken. I will put you all down.
Okay, I was gonna say, but I want to see you and Tom actually 1v1 in Apex. I want to see that. You've been throwing a lot of shade his way today. I just want to see that in game.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi isn't all that good in jail, so I wouldn't even want to put him at that disadvantage. You know, it honestly wouldn't be fair. Honestly, maybe I'll go over there. We'll do a LAN
During visitation hours, right?
During visitation hours.
Oh my God! You do a Discord call with him, and it just says that this is a call from the corrections facility.
Yeah, there's a new form of Discord. We just I'm gonna accept the collect call from Tom.
Tom, we love you. I'm sorry.
We're still waiting for the lobby to get back together so we can hop right back into the action. And yeah, I mean, the Series E. This is your pro night. This is the finals of a single elimination tournament. Do or die. Winner takes all. $500 on the line. And like we kind of mentioned before, if you guys want to get your hands on $500, make sure that you guys hop in and do yourself those PvE challenges at your local esports arena. I am getting word over from League Ops here that say that the Knights need 48, Complexity need 50. So it looks like there was a 2-kill difference before the game crash happened. So they're playing at that point. So Knights having a little bit of an advantage, but in Slayer, 2-kill advantage, that's not going to mean everything.
Yeah, but again, towards endgame, 2 points could mean so much. But it really just depends here. I mean, again, both these teams are very good at playing on their own. Like, all of their teammates are so good at slaying out. So we're just gonna have to see which team can keep it together and not get more exchanges here. Now, we do see Mikwon in the kill feed, and Knights kind of coming out here, but they do have only 2 points, and Complexity does have 9 right now.
Yeah, nice run coming out of Complexity. I love what I'm seeing right now, especially with the sword in the hands of McWin. You could deny access here from the control center with the sword alone, but he takes a team grenade as he's trying to get into melee range of that enemy player. That's not exactly what Complexity want to see. Knight's going to take advantage of that by putting them 3 down. Vetra, the final player alive. Notice how the moment he goes 3 down, he hides his presence. He makes sure that he doesn't get fired at and waits for his teammates to come in. In best case scenario, Vetra comes in with a trade. As far as if he goes in the challenge. The best case scenario, if he stays alive and plays his life, maybe they get a full squad wipe on the enemy team, utilizing teamwork instead of individual skill.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. It didn't seem like it was enough, though. But, I mean, they are still doing okay. They have a lead. Even with the Knights having a 2-point advantage here, they are still doing just fine. Complexity just has to maintain this lead, and they should be okay. But we do see them thinking about their team, so that is something that it will pay off in the long run. But, again, they just need to be able to coordinate just as well throughout. It has to be consistent. And it can't just be in bursts. Now, we do see in a 7-point lead here, so hopefully Complexity can keep rotating and playing with each other. It seems like Vetra is alone, but he is able to win that 1v1 pretty easily.
Vetra able to get his hands on the shock rifle, and this gun can really change the course of a game. Like, the shock rifle is so deadly in the hands of a player that can drop perfect kill after perfect kill with it. It's a little bit unforgiving when it comes to the body shots, but if you're able to connect, it will absolutely do damage. And Vetra is slowing things down, just trying to find an angle. His team has a 23-12 lead, so there's no reason for him to get froggy, but instead Drift's gonna leap onto the black screen and look at the kill feed. 4 members go down for the Knights, and that's a 14-kill lead come out of Complexity. They have over doubled the enemy's team score.
That has to sting a little bit. Ooh, we did see 3 people just go down on Complexity's end, but that's not going to be enough for the Knights to really make up for that full 4 people wipe there. So we do see Complexity coming back here. They are chasing down, everyone that they get taking down, tapping. Monster does go down, but I mean, they are at a huge advantage now. They are doing so well. They're absolutely riding the momentum and just sweeping throughout the entirety of Recharge to find where Knights are and just trying to take them all down.
And mind you, coming into this version 2 of the game, you know, the Knights had a 2-kill advantage, but it's not going to mean much if the game keeps going the way it is. We do have Camouflage and Energy Sword coming up in about 15 seconds here, so the Knights need to win some pivotal battles. They need to put Complexity down and steal away, if not both the Sword and the Camo, at least one of them, Stella.
Yeah, I mean, this can only help them at this point, right? It's about using everything you can to your advantage, and we have seen Complexity do that previously. I mean, we've seen them do that in any other map where they had every single bit of equipment and they were able to take the advantage of that. They are taking a few too many kills or too many deaths here, but they do still have that healthy lead, so they can afford some of that. But again, you never want to get comfortable in Halo. That is the worst thing to do.
Did I just watch Atso throw a grenade off his teammate's back and hit himself? I'm clearly must be getting tired here. Atso gonna be hunted down over towards bottom triple stacks. Excellent collapse coming in out of Complexity. Tapping Bun's gonna high IQ play back down towards his teammates. The problem is that they are 10 kills away from ultimately being down 0-2 in the series. Knights, they need to figure something out. Even if it's not winning this game, getting some kind of momentum going into game number 3, because they're in danger, honestly, of being swept.
Yeah, you were talking about how we haven't seen a 3-0 sweep yet, but is it in the finals that we're going to be seeing that? I mean, we see Complexity looking incredibly strong here. I mean, we did see Monster just go down, but that means nothing in the overall structure of things. I mean, look, 44-23, even with that 2-point score, that's 25 or 26 now, and that is only half the points that Complexity has.
Well, Stella, you said you thought Complexity had the advantage in this series, and I mean, you're 100% right for the day. Vetra 100% right with the double kill. Beautiful plays. But Monster slides right into the headshot coming out of Drift. Beautiful play out of the shock rifle, then immediately whips out the sword and puts it to work. Love the play come out of Drift. The problem is that it's too little too late. One more kill and Complexity come in, and that's going to be a steak-tacular. Stella, how do you like your steak?
Medium rare. Yeah. Or I guess however Complexity will give it, you know? Because it doesn't seem like they really gave the Knights a choice. So I guess however they want to serve me, I will take it. Now that's 2 for Complexity. I mean, how are you feeling going into CTF Aquarius? Because both teams are so good at capture the flag. This is the one thing that I'm a little bit concerned about. I want to lean Complexity, but Knights have just shown up with capture the flag, so I don't know.
I don't want to say they're gonna get swept, but you know, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it, but CTF Aquarius. You know, like you said, I think, like you alluded to, I think the good thing about Knights is that they've proven that they can win on capture the flag. They obviously didn't get a win against Complexity, but they did beat a red-hot Pioneer squad, so they proved that they can get wins on some of these objective game types. I think the problem is that Complexity are coming in with way too much firepower, way too much coordination. They're playing for each other, and honestly, they're not losing individual gunfights either. Like, Complexity are here to make a statement, and it's exactly what they're doing. They're about to leave here $500 richer.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a difference. Even at this highest tier of competition, there is still minor differences that it still shows just how much better a team can be. Even if it's just a little bit more time together as a team, even if it's a little bit more seniority in terms of having played a game for this long, especially for a series like Halo, there is something like that does shine above the other teams when you do compete. So we may be seeing a little bit of that now. Now that's not saying that the Knights are a bad team. They have been doing a phenomenal job. They've made it this far, right? That is something commendable. It's just that Complexity has also been a team in the running for so long as well. So it's one of those things where, I mean, they're here, they get to learn from this experience, and they're both really good at CTF. So again, I have no idea, but I'm really excited. Like, I love Capture the Flag. That is my favorite game mode.
Yeah, Capture the Flag on Aquarius is really good. I'm not the biggest fan of Bazaar as a map, and we only have 2 flag maps, but Aquarius plays really well. The only thing I really wish is that I wish this Complexity was playing with their full roster. Don't get me wrong, I love Carmea. Carmea already knows I've known him for a very long time. And McWin, I'm really happy to see McWin competing again, but I would love to see these two teams going at it for money when it comes to their full roster. The only thing I feel like they could have made this a little bit better. Either way, we have a McWin on screen, former 343 employee. We're already trying to put in the work. It looks like tapping buttons gets the melee onto Carmea after they're trying to run an early flag forward. And Complexity playing like they got somewhere to be.
I mean, bed, right? It's late. They want to be in bed. Listen, they're going to have sweet dreams tonight if they get this sweep here. We do see them firing so well. Look at the way that they've been able to defend. Now, again, they did exchange, but that is still better than nothing and losing out on the fight overall. So we do see the two teams kind of at a stalemate right now. Ooh, okay. Ooh, nasty taking shots to the dome from the back. Not watching his back here. We are seeing teams just absolutely getting decimated for trying to push in. These two teams are so good at capture the flag. They are punishing each other for trying all these different moves that they also want to try and reciprocate. It is amazing.
McWin doing a great job holding down that P-side angle before dropping down and still challenging Drift despite not having that elevation angle. Love that play coming out of him. 2 down for Knights. Looks like it's going to be 2 down for Complexity as well. And the third one going to fall. Knights looking to take advantage. They're already advancing that flag forward toward the 50% portion of the map. But McWin gets a double kill to slow them down. Big plays coming out of McWin.
This is incredible. We are seeing two of the best teams that are so good at capture the flag that we are seeing such an even display here. Now, of course, we do see Complexity's flag being taken out a little bit too far for comfort, and Nasty Bullet is even bringing it closer. So, can Knights bring this back with this? I mean, they're going to get this cap easily, and that's going to be score number 1 for them.
I love the attempt for Monster to try to put down shots on the flag carrier, but I think he needed to recognize that flag was already being captured. Like there was no way that he was gonna be able to stop that flag from going in. So the fact that he died trying to cross map shots, really put his team at a disadvantage. And now once again, Complexity are 3 down. If that flag's going in, sometimes you gotta give up on it. Just try to go for that mid map control and then fight for a counter cap as opposed to kind of throwing your life away in that scenario. Either way, Drift doing a great job putting down damage, but not able to stay alive. Tapping Buzz not going to be the final player alive, and he's at the black screen as well. Carmea hits the return. Now this defense needs to be converted into offense for Complexity because they're down 0-1 in the game so far.
Yeah, we do see them using every single bit of utility that they can, and we do see them not stopping for anything. So one of the things that I think they need to do is probably play a little bit slower. They do have time, and if they are going to be able to respond back with this flag cap, once they do this, they can play for time and be a little bit more methodical, because we did see their staggers in their spawn points, and that was a huge issue for them.
Great response coming in out of Complexity to get that counter cap in there. Now we're tied up at 1 apiece, but they need to stay alive. Do not allow Knights to get a counter pull and make this a 2-1 game. Drift immediately going in for a perimeter challenging Monster.
Yeah.
Monster running into the wall right there. I think he was trying to thrust out into the courtyard, but yeah, unfortunate.
I saw that and I was like, oh no, you sweet summer child. I have been there too.
You sweet monster.
Oh, that's the monster under your bed. Yeah, don't look under your bed when you sleep.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh,
but you know what? Coming right off a spawn against the double kill, so that's a nice recovery coming out of Monster because of that. Now they're already in the Knight's base.
Ooh. Yeah, and they are able to, if he had won that would have been so great. Now, we do see Complexity getting punished for that there, and their flag might be getting pulled because of this. Now, it's only Carmea and Monster now, but they are able to spawn back just in time and defend their flag. So with this score even, we do see these teams we see Knights getting very aggressive, and Complexity is just kind of split because they are also an aggressive team, but they are having to play defense more than they want to, which is why we are seeing such a struggle between the two teams here.
Nate comes in on a nasty bullet, but somehow not able to take down the one-shot Carmea. Pivotal kill coming out of him, and now he's immediately going to work onto those shock grenades Looks like there's a player that goes in for the challenge onto bottom car. Nades will slow him down. It looks like he's able to trade out that kill, getting the kill from the grave with onto Drift. Monster, Vetra, and friends pushing towards utility. 3 down, go Knights. Monster looking to apply pressure immediately onto the fridge side spawners, but he's taking some grenades right back at him.
Yeah, they need to be careful here. They can take these pushes a little slower because they were down half their team and they were pushing with 2 people. And that's going to give you such a staggered push that it's not really going to get you anywhere. And we did see that with Complexity getting taken out on their push over to the flag. Now, we do see Vetra trying to get in, and he does get eliminated as well. We do see Complexity taking this a little bit too quickly. They're not able to really form a huge strategy with their team here.
Game currently tied up at 1 apiece, but we can't say the same for the scoreboard. Complexity are still 1 win away from being crowned your champions and taking the $500 prize pool. Again, this is a winners take all tournament here, so one team will be leaving here very happy, and the other one will be going back to the drawing board. We do see 3 down, 4 Knights. Monster able to grab a hold of the camouflage, and McWin running the flag towards bottom mid at the same time, going down to 1 shot, try to thrust out of the action, but he will be taken down. So do 2 members on Complexity. Adso going to try to get into the action to slow down his flag from going forward, but Vetra has the relay.
Oh my goodness, what good coordination there. I know it was a little bit of a risky play, but it does pay off for Complexity here, getting their 2nd capture. That was very risky. They lost a lot of numbers, but they staggered it just well enough that it didn't actually end up being detrimental to them. And now they're going in for the other flagpole here. Not able to really get it too far, but we do see an exchange, and it could be saved, but we do see PK Drift coming in to try and return the flag.
Drift now going to back down towards the P side, not able to win the gunfight against Vetra, and McWin going to inch that flag forward while also looking for the kill onto the fridge side. He's down to 1 shot, ends up finding Nasty Bullet onto the bottom P side, so 3 down go Complexity. Nothing complex about that. Knights are winning their gunfights and trying to grind forward for the mid-map control. That's going to be a Wingman medal earned by Drift, 10 assists in the game.
Oh my goodness, that is a lot of assists there. We do see Nikwin on 20 kills, by the way. I just want to point that out. That is incredible.
Yeah, McWin was the real deal. I mean, this is a former professional player. You know, he played on the likes of Reciprocity, Envy, and some crazy professional rosters before moving on to 343. And now we're just waiting for November before McWin is able to be eligible to compete again. And let me tell you, he's going to be a big shakeup when it comes to the pro scene. A lot of teams that are looking to make that jump and looking to make that change and try to compete for championships are going to be inclined to bring McWin on board, or he can really start his own team.
Yeah, absolutely. He has the free range to do whatever his heart wishes. As we see, he is just slaying out. 21 to 16 is his KD right now. So we do see Monster coming in as well. Also 18 to 18 as well, doing just fine. But they do want to get this 3rd flagpole just out of safety. You know, you can never be too safe. They do have 3.5 minutes left. I mean, do you think they can get this flag? Do you think they can cap at least another one?
Oh, I think it's definitely possible. I think 3.5 minutes is plenty of time, especially for a map like Aquarius, which, you know, you can find your slays quickly, and, you know, the tables can be turned. In fact, I think 3 minutes and 20 seconds is enough time to see 3 caps if you play it just right. Monster able to find the pick onto 1, and just like that, we will see him toss that flag all the way toward the mid and kind of roll down to the car side. Probably the farthest toss that I've seen, and now he's going to take a direct route up into the jump up, but not able to slide that flag in, and it looks like Knights are able to pull that flag out. So now we have to see Complexity go for the return and then try to punch the flag forward. 3 down go Knights, so it just might be possible. Vetra able to do it, and we are going to see a 3-1 lead going in favor of Complexity.
I think that was a little bit more of a difficult flagpole than what they were expecting, but Complexity still got it. Listen, they still pulled it off even though everything went against them there. They were able to pull it together as a team, and now they are still not looking to stop their momentum at all. Even though they did get naded there by that Dynamo nade, they are still trying their best to play defense and also try to go for another flagpole. As we can see, PK Drift is trying to watch for any members of Complexity that might try to come up behind them.
And notice how Knights were able to pull that flag out. Atso is a trailing player trying to get behind the player that was able to take down the flag carrier. I believe that was Carmea on the feed. Atso still going to grind that flag forward because Tapping Buns was able to take down Carmea onto the kill feed. And it looks like Atso going in for the challenge, but not able to get the double melee. Tapping Buns now has to try to make a play on both of these players and then pull the flag. Able to find one. Now going in for the second one, making a one shot, but not able to get the kill. Nasty Bullet relays the flag forward, but eventually he's going to go down.
If Tapping had gotten that 2v1, I was going to be so pleased, but he was not able to do it. And we do see Mikwind also pulling Knight's flag, even though they don't have their flag, but they are reciprocating, which is the best opportunity for them to do this. And now they can just wait and play for returning their own flag here. This is going to be an interesting stalemate here because they do have the lead with 3 points.
Great thrust by McWin, putting Drift on skates a little bit there, turn him to a little dizzy and able to get the big kill. Monster now going to try to slow things down with the flag and just wait. And I notice how he always keeps his reticle head high. He's trying to provide supportive fire. So if Vetra got into a battle there towards utility side, he would have dropped the flag immediately and try to provide some cross map shots. But it looks like Monster going to try to get is getting contested here over towards the base. McWin was trailing behind, able to play a bit of defense. There's one more player coming toward the P3. Drift gets the double kill. Carmea able to clear him out. The return comes in, and Carmea putting the 4th flag cap on the board.
Yeah, well, if you had any doubts about Complexity being able to run this match, there it is. And with 12 seconds left on the clock, I don't think there's a way that Knights are going to be able to get it back here.
Yeah, Camel coming up, heat wave in the hands of Drift. Drift gonna try to find some kills there to at least try to get something going on, but it looks like that's gonna be it. Complexity not only taking the game, but also taking the series. Beautifully played by them.
Yeah, absolutely great teamwork. Now, I do want to point out the Knights were making it incredibly difficult for Complexity to score any points at first. It took Complexity a long time to get used to how the Knights were operating. So that was an incredible play by the Knights as well. Again, they held their ground for as long as they could, but Complexity did kind of show why they are at the top, and they were able to respond back and just keep that momentum going and get flagpole after flagpole.
Yeah, I think Complexity played really well. I mean, it was a little mosh posh. I mean, they're going under the Complexity banner, but only half of the team was actually on Complexity. Carmea come out of Incognito, one of the best players coming out of that roster. And then you have McWin, a player that technically isn't even eligible to compete in the HCS again. So I would have loved to see Knights coming in with their full roster, going up against a full Complexity roster. And maybe we see the same results, or maybe we see a different set of results, because everybody right now is grinding. You know, Knights playing in this tournament, trying to get some practice. Team Ascend already sent their roster from Europe over here. They've been here for a week, scrimming against teams every single day here in America, because they haven't been able to scrim from, you know, all the way from Europe to North America, because the connection is terrible. So they've been here for a week already, scrimming on North American servers, you know, getting used to the jet lag. Everybody trying to get that final practice in that final home stretch to Kansas City. And I'm happy we have tournaments leading up to it when we're only 8 days away.
Yeah, and every opportunity you get to compete in tournaments, whether they're small or if they're ESA level, it is still an opportunity for you to learn. Also, you're going up against some of the best teams, so it is a great opportunity for you to learn. Go back, watch VODs, see what exactly you could do, what you could learn from the enemy team, what you can do to combat them and be able to respond back in the same sort of fashion that they have been able to. And it's just a really good opportunity overall. So don't take your losses as a sign of defeat. Just use it as a sign to get better and learn what you can do better in the future.
Yeah, and Knights, I mean, you know, obviously big up to Complexity. They've earned that win. They're going to be $500 richer, but there's no reason Knights need to hold their head low. I mean, I think they played absolute phenomenal Halo, and I'm looking forward to see them go forward throughout their career. I'm going to send it over to Yaso and T-Square to break down the action in the finals and to let us know what should we be expecting week after week here with Series E Esports Arena.
Thank you to Why Not and Stella. Great cast on the day from both of you. And, of course, a special hats off to Why Not, going back-to-back with Apex and Halo Infinite. And I'll do the same here for T-Squared, who's joining me one final time tonight, running the gamut all through the night here. We see Complexity come out the win. I'll also, take my hat off to you one more time as well, because you were right on the Complexity prediction. I would say we were both maybe a little higher on the Knights roster than we should have been, considering how that series played out. But really, well done from Complexity, and they take a strong 3-0.
Yeah, I know lights off are at midnight. Just chill. I'm still casting. All right, the Warden, he's all over me right now, dude. I gotta wrap this up pretty quickly. Yeah, Complexity with the hot 3-0. I was expecting it to go to 3-2 for sure, but I just want to kind of dive into why I think this was happening, because game one was really close. What was it, 250 to 236? There was a couple plays that stood out to me at the tail end. One, Monster surviving at B side when there was a player that could have easily jumped up, and instead of clambering up over towards B when you're jumping up, you jump and you crouch, and that just gives you that extra half second that you need to be able to go and finish off that kill. Monster flies in with the melee. That he was one shot throughout that time. That helps him capture B. And then at the end with that camo play, going and grabbing camo, going and looking over towards the B side and saying, oh, do I go B? Do I challenge this? No, the play is to immediately get over towards C. Unfortunately, that little hesitation caused a grenade to go and end up hitting the camo player. He misses the jump to go over towards top tower, comes and takes a long route. By that time, the game's kind of ending, and you're forced to either get in the stronghold or make some sort of play. The heat wave doesn't hit, the melee does hit, he gets sniped by nest side. So those are two really, really minor plays that ended up making a huge difference right there. And when we're talking about the finals, those are the type of plays that basically are like turning the ball over, right? In football, basketball, you're just making a mistake that is an unforced error, even in tennis, right? So that's something that has to be cleaned up. And I really think if they could have won game one, and just like Tony was saying, Halo's very momentum-based. You don't really know what's going to happen. They would have still been playing in game number 4 right there. Maybe they would have carried that momentum into game 2. I feel like game 2 was a very unfortunate situation with the lag out because it resets the opening spawns. And players are really good at making adjustments. Pro players are great at making adjustments. So whether it's a quick camo grab that you had off at the beginning, they're not going to allow that to happen this time around. And they're going to make some sort of change to change the ebb and flow of the game. And I think that's what happened in this series.
Yeah, something we talked about pretty thoroughly on Monday as well. Those adjustments and the momentum, incredibly important in every single series, and ultimately Complexity able to deal with the circumstances and come out on top as a result. Tom, I will give you the opportunity to get out here. I want to make sure you get some rest so you're up in time for roll call in the morning. Don't want you to get in any further trouble, my friend, but I appreciate you as always taking the time, and enjoy the rest of your week, my friend.
Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it. And yeah, it was an amazing day of Apex and Halo. Hopefully everyone is enjoying the games as much as we're enjoying casting and be a part of it. Shout out to everybody back at ESA as well. Have a great one.
You as well, my man. That's it for T-Squared, and that is it for us as well, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate you coming out and joining us for the show. We had a lot of fun with Apex and Halo tonight. Of course, shout-outs to all of our Apex competitors and all you fans and viewers that came out all throughout the season as we close the door on that one. It will be the final week for Series E Halo Infinite next week. That'll kick off Monday night, so make sure you don't miss out on that. And if you missed any of the action from this week, we'll be talking about it all this coming Friday, 4 o'clock p.m. Pacific time right here at twitch.tv/esports arena. I'll have some special guests joining me to talk about everything that's gone on in Series E this past week, so make sure to clear your schedule and be here for that. My name is Yeso. I've been your host tonight. Had a ton of fun with you all. For myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you again next time.